Yeah.
Go and get my daughter.
Oh yeah.
My wife's at Let's Rock. You know, these legacy band tour things.
Yeah.
She managed to get a free ticket from her mate who's in marketing. It's not my sort of thing. I can't stand standing in a field at the best of times, but standing in a field with a bunch of sad sack 80s people that were there that then dress up like they weren't there because they wear Dayglow everything. I mean, we didn't wear Dayglow everything. I'd maybe some Dayglow socks or maybe some Dayglow fingerless gloves for a few weeks, but I was more about donkey jackets and Harringtons and.
Oh right, okay.
But anyway, so yeah, she fucked off there. And my daughter's at the theatre, but it's not a play.
Right.
She's seeing some guy whose name completely escapes me. But he's a YouTuber. Oops, I just realised my mind. He's a YouTuber.
Oh, okay.
And now he's doing like a stage show. So her and her mate have gone to see that. So I've got to go and pick her up in about an hour or so.
Oh, okay.
And then the missus will come back about midnight-ish.
Yeah, yeah. Well, like I say, it's not a Norwich top, but however, used to support them.
What, Norwich?
Yeah. Well, put it this way, I had to. My ex-girlfriend...
You married Delia?
Yeah. No, my ex-girlfriend, who is actually Richard, you know Richard Lawson, yeah, is his wife now.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, we keep it in the family. And she's a massive, Norwich supporter, because she comes from Norwich, you know.
Many of us do.
Yeah, it seems to be the thing to do, really, doesn't it? Yes. Really.
Yeah.
So, and I used to support Norwich to keep the peace, I think, more than anything else. But yes, so it's it's all good fun.
Indeed, it's been a lifelong thing. Obviously, you know, born and raised, and when my dad came over, because I don't know if he was ever a Juventus fan or a Torino fan. I know my cousins out there, they're big Torino fans, and Torino are the lesser club in Turin. Juventus are the big one.
Yeah.
But when he came over, he just obviously he was the nearest football team. So, and then he struck up a friendship with the manager at the time, John Bond. You know, the legend that is John Bond.
Oh yeah, okay.
And John used to come in like once a week with Mrs. Bond, and a few others as well. Sometimes.
Ding, ding,
yeah, and Dad used to do this thing with all of his most of his customers that had things that he was interested in. So we'd be like, Mr. Bond, if you want to bring your wife here every week, you can at my expense as long as you get me a season ticket. So John Bond used to give us a pair of season tickets in exchange for coming to the restaurant every week, which was great. Colin Chapman used to be a regular before his passing. He used to turn up with boxes of. He turned up one day with a box of Corgi Lotus Esprit, James Bond Lotus Esprit cars, and was just like dishing them out. It was strange times. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, as Fiona said to me just now, she goes, "So why are you gonna do a show tonight?" Because.
Just because.
And she goes, "What's it about?" I went, "Because."
And why not?
Why not, indeed?
And why not?
Greets.
I can't see that person because my camera's in the way.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good evening, afternoon, night.
Good to see you.
How you doing? All right.
Do we call you anything other than bastard, or is it just bastard?
It's going well here. It's very early. Anything you like.
I fear a massive delay here.
There's a bit of a lag.
Yeah. So what's it like on Mars?
It's going to be quite severe. I'm sorry, gents. I might have to leave you to it.
No? Oh. Oh, go on.
That is some serious lag.
That's super lag, mate. Wow.
Who was
Wow.
that?
I have no idea. I don't know who that was. I did,
I thought oh, it must be somebody Kent knows. And I was like, "Oh, what? That was
come on,
odd.
you know, you got to reveal who you were. You can't be bastard because who? Which ones? There's too many of them. Who? Hello,
Steve Smith.
Steve?
It says it's Steve Smith. Isn't it,
No, was that Steve?
chap?
Steve the bastard. Steve, the Australian Steve.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of blokes called Steve in Australia. I don't know any of them.
In what's south of Sydney now? Is it Brisbane? No,
Briz, Melbourne.
Melbourne. Might be Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Is it
yeah.
Steve from Melbourne? Tech. Super Tech. Was it you, babe?
It's five. Yeah, Melbourne.
Yeah,
Is it 5:30
Melbourne.
a.m. Melbourne.
What are you doing up at 5:30 in the morning, mate? Seriously. Ah, what a shame. It'd be great to talk to Steve. He's a right bloody giggle, he is. Oh, man. Oh, well. You'll have to give us a buzz, mate. You know, when we do that phone call thing where we're going £3, £4, £5.
You don't have to do that anymore. You just do it on the internet.
Yeah, he has been known to actually phone me as well.
Wow.
Yeah, because he's dedicated like that.
Blimey.
Oh, mate. Because I'm going, I know the face.
I was clueless.
No, he's a tech. He's a tech, mate. I tell you, and he's been there, done it. Makes me look like a know-nothing cunt in comparison the stuff that he's been involved with.
Wow.
You know, when it comes to Fairlight, GX1s, oh, mate, you know it. He was there.
He must. I wonder if he knows Peter.
Probably.
I mean, it's Australia and it's a pretty small place, isn't it?
It's
Everyone
tiny,
knows everyone
it's
else.
It's a tiny little suburb of England, isn't it?
I bet he probably knows Michael Turner Craig because he's actually in Melbourne, and he's got a shit ton of vintage synths. So I'm
I
sure
think, mate. I think he knows everybody. No, he'll probably know all the people from. What was it? What were they called? Wave. What was the big music place in Sydney? Yeah. Is it
what?
not A Wave? It was a big place. They bought 10 of our touch digital controllers,
right.
and they emailed just said, "Yeah, can we have 10, please?" and just pay for them. And we arranged all shipping, got it all out for them, and I emailed him back and said, "Why do you want 10 of our controllers?" He said,
Adrian Scott is a good friend. There you go.
"There you go." I said, what do you want 10 of our controllers for? He says, they're going to be fucking rare, mate. We want some. Okay. There you go. Yeah, no, honestly, Steve knows everybody there. And
Respect.
no, he's a really good guy. Love him to death.
Talking of techs,
Mm.
I'm going to put some feelers out myself, but I just wondered off the top of your head, do you know any synth techs in the Netherlands?
The Netherlands?
The Netherlands. You're
I
looking
would
at-
think not many, considering the amount of customers I have from
Sending
the
you
Netherlands.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, at least up until Brexit, wankers, occurred. Yeah, I had quite a heavy Netherlands presence in the storeroom, as it were.
Mm. Now, the reason I ask is I've had a guy contact me a few weeks ago. He's found somebody selling a Fairlight in the Netherlands, and he said, I think, well, the guy seems to think the hard disk drive has died. And I'm saying, well, yeah, that's almost certainly going to have happened.
Yeah.
We don't even bother testing them. The first thing we do is just rip the fuckers out and replace them with SCSI to SDs.
Yeah.
he says, well, how can I tell that it's definitely the hard disk drive? So I said, well, I gave him a few pointers, and he's been to see it. And the disconcerting thing was, he said it was a Series 3.
Right.
Which, in my experience, you have to boot from the hard drive. So, you can use an initialization disk to kind of set it up, but it still has to boot from the hard drive.
Yeah.
So that's not working. Doesn't matter whether you've got the initialization stuff. So anyway, he then said, when he turned it on, all it said on the screen was load system disk. That's what it says on the Series 1 and the Series 2.
Yeah.
Because it's waiting for the floppy.
Yeah.
It shouldn't ever say load system disk on a Series 3. So my first question to him was I don't mean to be rude, but are you absolutely sure this is a Series 3? And I gave him some obvious pointers to the difference.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting to hear back. But it's difficult to diagnose a problem in email.
One of the questions probably should have been, have you ever left your Series 3 near a Series 2 and a jealous person?
Yeah. Well, quite frankly, if I had the choice, it would be the Series 2 every day. But
yeah, it's funny, that, isn't it? But, well, it's not funny because it occurs with a lot of other machines as well.
Yeah. Series 3 is just too nice.
Yeah.
But so I was just wondering if you knew it, because I said the best thing to do is to get somebody to have a look at it, and unfortunately, I'm not in the Netherlands, and I don't know anybody in the Netherlands, and Peter's in Australia, and you're just going to come up. The thing is, the guy that's selling it wants quite a large chunk of cash for it, and it's like, no, you shouldn't be paying that for a non-functioning system. Yeah, Steve, your friends just said you need to transfer the system to the opening set. So it is, it's basically you boot from the floppy onto the hard drive, and then you boot the system from the hard drive. So this guy apparently wants something like in the region of €8,000 for a non-functioning, whether it's a Series 2 or Series 3, I don't know. And I said, no, not for a non-functioning one. I'd give him $2,000 tops. But there you go, that's the market these days.
Yeah, that's where we are with it. So, what do you think of the show title picture? Does Siri know how to stealth beg or what?
I didn't see it. I just got. I didn't.
Mate.
Let me have a look. Hang on. Because all I got was just like a notification that I'll just go straight in. So let's have a look. My cats do that.
Yeah.
They find the smallest space and just get in there.
And she's in there, and she's just watching me eating the burger. And every now and again, I'm going, "Oh, there you go, then." Yeah. But then the others have seen, so there's a bit for you, a bit for you. So she's really good at that. So she was in the workshop with me today,
right?
And she was just laying down beside me, and I'm working away and everything like that. And I'm turning the VCS3 on, and it's got not the VCS3, I beg your pardon, the AKS. So it's a Synthia 8, and I've got the cables running beside me to the keyboard, which is all open, all the circuitry exposed and everything, because we're having problems with the sequencer and actually most of the keyboard as well, to be honest. And I'm turning it on, and the gates are going, and they're going mad. I'm going, oh no, what's wrong? And I'm fiddle. I look round, and Mrs. is there laying on the circuit board going like this. And where she's like twitching and everything like that, she's because it's a touch-sensitive keyboard, and she's just setting the gates off. And like, wait, get your head off that woman. Bloody hell, trying to make it even more difficult than it already is. What a moo. But there you go. Such is life.
Indeed.
Actually, I think I'll spring them back to life now with some of these razzles. Who wants a razzle?
I do.
Give me a razzle. Nelly, you want a razzle? Oh, that was really very kind of you to give it to Noah.
Oh.
There you go. Oh, you got it, did you? Guts, you are. Anyway. So what are you reckoning on this new version 3 software upgrade for Argon 8?
It's very nice, actually. Yeah, it's. I haven't really sort of delved into it much. I've just been going through the presets. I do like the vintage thing. What it does to the sound is very nice and quite authentic. But do you hear that?
Yeah.
It's just it's nice.
Yeah. Now, Dieter's saying in the chat, he said, did you see the knob panel on the GS1? Does it need a bigger stickers computer to operate? I tell you what, you need a bigger stickers to spend that much money on something that's essentially an FM piano.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it is an interesting sound that it makes. But to the price tag? Nah, not really, mate.
Yeah.
But there again, a lot of the sort of like the big sort of like ooh machines tend to fall into that category of like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, GX1, yeah, it's an organ, mate. Yeah, I know, but it's GX1 though, isn't it? Yeah, it's an organ, isn't it? Yeah, but you know, no, you're right, it's an organ. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like so many.
Well, it's not so much what the thing can do; it's just the myth that's been built up around them. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly, and sometimes like oh, it was used on this, it was used on that, and that gives it some sort of brownie points, one way or the other. So, as as mental as that is, I mean, we all kind of fall for that in one form or another, I suppose. So there you go. I don't know.
You watch any of the shenanigans this morning or this afternoon on, the royal stuff?
No.
No.
I was very much stuck in the workshop working on a whole plethora of weird and wonderful shite. I think it's the best way to describe it. I went from Selena. Did I start with Selena? Yeah, I started with Selena. Went on to AKS, only got so far with that, and then dumped it and moved on to the Chroma. Did a little bit on the Chroma, then jumped off the Chroma, went on to what did I do after the Chroma? A bit of OBX. Went on to OBX, mucked about with her for a little while. She's been a moo. God. But OBXs are technically moos. What can I say? All they need is leather in cheeks and it's complete. Do you know what I mean? They are little fuckers. And then it was lunch.
Oh, that was all before lunch.
This was all before lunch, mate, yeah. And then it was back down and basically start going over the ones I'd gone over in the morning again to take them a little bit further up the garden path, as it were. So, yes, it's a busy day, but I'm really not feeling it anymore.
No.
I'm really not feeling it anymore.
No, not fairly long lie-in this morning. Which was nice for a change. Although I say that, my wife started going, because she was getting ready to go out, and she wanted to wear one of my old Adam Ant t-shirts from back in the day. So they fit her, they do not fit me. I can't bloody find them. I said, you better bloody find them, because they're genuine vintage, bought back in the early 1980s. And she's... because we've got one of these divan beds and they've got 4 drawers in them, and I'm lying in this bed just kind of like snoozing, and she's tossing them out, complaining at my drawer filling skills, which are pretty minimal, I must say. And then she says, I wonder if I put them in the box on top of the wardrobe. First thing she puts her flipping hand on.
Mind you, it's almost a carbon copy of me yesterday just before PSN.
Yeah.
Fiona, where's my fucking t-shirt? She goes, you did wash it, didn't you? Yeah, I put it somewhere. Yeah, where? Oh, no, fucking shit flying in all directions. And I go, I give up. I'll have to put the sweatshirt on. And by the end of PSN, mate, I'd lost
bet.
4 stone.
Yes.
Like, bloody hell, they are very effective. I cannot stress how wonderful these things will be in the winter, guys. Get a PSN sweat top. Our man,
He's back.
he's back. G'day.
Do we have lag?
How's it doing? Go on.
Again on lag, guys. Sorry about that.
All right, mate.
But it's still there.
Yeah. The damp string approach. Yeah.
Now I know how newsreaders feel when they're talking to somebody and it's just
Yeah.
like, you know, they ask a question like, and there's this awkward silence,
Yeah.
and then they come in.
Or worse still, it's before they've gone on air still.
Yeah.
And by the time they speak, they're now on air.
Yeah.
And they'll be there going, I don't fucking know. No, you're live. So what you been messing with, mate?
Very little going on at the moment. So I've just been dealing with selling a family home and other stuff like that. So very, very little. Doing
Oh, wow. Okay. So nothing... Oh, come on, you must have something interesting going down there that you've been messing with.
No, I'm just about to get the keyboards out and dust them all off. So that's about 100 in the arsenal at the moment that I've got to actually go through.
Get out, 100. Bloody hell, and I thought I had too many.
I feel we should have a jingle. Like,
Do you know what I was just thinking? Do you know what I was just thinking? Like, it should be like answer and da 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 da. Yeah, interlude. Then the answer gets through. Because I mean, the delay must be what, 10 seconds, 12
more than
seconds.
that. Yeah.
Unreal, man.
Look, isn't Martin Ware a dog with 2 dicks? Look at that.
Yeah, just about.
About to go on stage. Well, it was this afternoon. Yeah, that.
Mind you, I think they look like nice ladies. I wouldn't call them dicks.
I wasn't referring to those.
But
You know it. Oh, I can't reach.
No, I can't be asked.
Just starting to see pictures coming through from NobCon. That's getting underway.
Oh yeah. Now poor Steve's dropped out again.
Oh, it's gone. That's terrible lag.
Well,
Proper
big I know Rands is technically closer to us, but bloody hell.
No, that's yeah. That's,
Yeah, it's an insane, as Dieter says, it's an insane long delay.
yeah. Ah, damn.
No, me neither, Wagyu. I've never seen a delay that long.
No.
That's mad.
Oh, it was on the mobile, so it must be. Yeah, God, it must be bouncing around all sorts of things.
Oh Christ! It's probably going through about 80 bloody antenna.
Stations,
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Oh, that was interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't even doing
It's
it.
going to say. Okay.
Excuse me.
Mm. Oh, I'm being a very naughty boy, actually.
Are you?
He's going to get a fast connection for next time. No, Steve though, you'll get one that's so bloody fast. He's answering the questions before he'll ask them.
Before we've asked them, yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah,
But,
so you've been a
Yeah, I've been a naughty boy today. I'm on my 6th coffee,
6, blimey.
freshly ground, and it's been too many coffees technically.
Yeah. So the answer to Fiona's question as to why you're doing a show is right there in your hand.
Yeah. Got to do something. Got to do something. Can't sit here. Can't sit here. I've moved the front room 9 times. Can I go upstairs now, please? Can I? Yeah. Oh, mate. They've resurfaced the road out here.
Oh, right.
No. They've filled the holes
Ah.
and the
'Cause-
dips and the whatnots.
Your road surface there is it's just concrete, isn't it? It's concrete block.
Yeah, big concrete blocks, and then
Yeah.
they just break up and snap and fall apart and then sink.
Yeah.
Even more so since they've been doing the housing estate out the back.
Yeah.
And so they come and repaired it. And Fiona went, oh, she goes, oh, isn't it good that they've come down and repaired the road like that? And I went, no, this is a really bad sign. I'm seeing this as, yeah, we'll get this road better because it's got to take all the extra traffic because we're going to knock down the fence by the garages and make that a through road from the housing
Oh,
estate.
God.
Which isn't on the plans, by the way, but I'm not putting anything past them.
That's not good.
So I thought, well, that should be interesting.
They can't really do it because, I mean, it's not built for it, that place. I mean,
Mate, they built 4-storey flats out in that field, right? Literally, and no word of a lie, 10 feet away from the end of the garden of other people's houses, right? And the sun generally comes over this way, so they get no sun now all day long because of these huge flats sitting right in front of their house. And their view is just a wall out of the back of their house. It's mental. You've got to build it. They're building houses just here now, at the bottom of the garden.
Yeah.
And going, and you look at the plans and everything, and go, there's no houses here at the bottom of our garden, and yet, what's this then? Yeah. So, yeah,
Yes.
brilliant.
Don't envy you.
To be honest with you, it's just a noise. It's relentless. It's every single freaking. Although they weren't working today.
All right.
It probably had something to do with perhaps the Queen or something. I don't know. Although why a Romanian building firm should be worried about that, I really do not know. So, yeah, it's all good fun. All good fun.
Yeah, we're getting another day off, aren't we? September 19th,
Which is,
funeral.
well, we should get another one then because there's bound to be a coronation then.
Yeah, but that's not going to be until next year now.
Oh, okay.
I would have thought, because they're not going to do it. They can't do it that quickly, and then it's winter.
Yeah.
I mean, she wasn't crowned, she wasn't coronated until, 11 months after?
Yeah.
So it's not an immediate thing that needs to happen. But
So
yeah,
there won't be
I'll-
Queen's Council anymore.
No, everything's King.
So instead of
this, King's
QC,
that.
be KC.
Casey, yeah.
Yeah. And I
All
suppose
the
the support
MPs.
staff are going to become the Sunshine Band.
All the MPs had to go in today to take the oath again.
Yeah. The money's going to change.
Money's going to change. Post boxes, stamps.
That's going to
Even
look weird.
Her Majesty's Theatre apparently is going to be changed to His Majesty's Theatre.
It's only a little change, isn't it? Her to his.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
But it's a big old. I mean, you think about it. It's a big old thing. But
yeah, well, this is what happens when you invest too much in one person.
well,
Mate. Yes, so it's just one of those things, isn't it?
it is. It is. No, I watched the Accession Council because that's the first time that's ever been broadcast on television. And I am not a royalist. I'm they could all disappear tomorrow, and wouldn't bother me one slight bit. But I do like tradition and ceremony. It's quite interesting to see. It's history. It's you don't get to see this stuff that often. Whatever you think of it, it's quite an interesting thing. You see all the the pageantry and
Yeah.
and it was quite kind of interesting to see all that play out and the proclamations. We've all been invited. I guess it's the same all around the country. We've all been invited to the proclamations tomorrow round here. 26 towns and cities in. Well, there are no cities in Suffolk, so it's just 26 towns. Have been. They're all having their own, proclamation. It's just basically, what they used to do. They used to just send it out into the provinces and tell the poor people, days after it had happened, that the previous monarch had died and the new one had, taken over, and it was business as usual. But we all got emails today saying, "Oh, please attend."
I'll tell you what, I love the one I'm Grahamstown in with Charles III's post office, so it'd be C3PO.
And that was another thing I saw the other day. It was what do they call this? Because when Liz took over, they called it the New Elizabethan Age, because obviously there was the old Elizabethan Age.
Yes.
So what do they call this new one? And apparently, because the Latin for Charles is Carolus.
Yeah.
So the first Charles, it was called the Caroline or something, and then there was another sort of version of that for the second one. So they're not quite sure what they're going to. But yeah, it's going to be the sort of Caroline age.
So
or
old
something.
Camilla will be Queen's consort then.
She's Queen's consort. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, town criers, Chris. It's all still a thing round here.
Yeah.
All the poor people, we all go out and we wait to be told what to do and who's going to be taking our taxis.
What's
So
I heard Mr. Wiggly didn't get to invite because he couldn't tug his forelock. So they suggested tugging something else. I like it. Oh, yes. Very much sure, I think I fancy. Yeah, so, times they are a-changing.
Yes, they are. I watched his speech yesterday, and
but that was a bit rushed.
Well, yeah, but
Or prepared, actually.
I mean, it's not like it's been coming. That train has been coming down the tracks for a while.
Yeah.
But no, it was quite, humble, and it is what it is. I say at the end of the day, I don't really care. I mean, they're just a bunch of people.
To be honest with you, I mean, like I
very
said to Fiona, I said out of all of them, he's the better one. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
If it had fallen
or
to
him or Anne. Anne seems to be.
Anne,
she's got
Anne
her
would
head
have been
in the
good
right
as well.
place,
But if it
but-
had fallen to Sweaty or something like that,
fucking
it's
hell.
like, here we go for her. All the other
Yeah.
countries in Europe go.
I wonder what will happen with him now, because
Who knows?
I'm sure he'll continue to be protected. The debt, the 12 million quid debt that he probably owes his mum for paying off the lawsuit, will probably be passed on. So
Yeah, we know who to.
yeah, indeed.
Yeah, so there you go.
It's all bollocks at the end of the day. They're just figureheads. But it's a tradition. We all like a bit of tradition in me, lad.
Oh yeah, you'd like to know where you are
Indeed.
and where you've been.
Yes.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Indeed.
Plenty of that going on, mate. I tell you. Oh man. Oi,
Well, it's a
oi,
bit
oi.
quiet in here tonight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be off in a minute. I've got to go. Go and pick my daughter up.
Oh, we can wrap it up then, I suppose.
No, I'm sure there'll be other people. Come on, people, join in.
Yeah, what's the matter with you?
Links in the chat.
Yeah, and bring jokes and funny stories. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I do need to do something about this camera position.
Mind you, I did think about that and thought, okay, let me just quickly flick through some of the jokes that I know, and then I went, no, I think I could quite successfully alienate everybody on the planet within about 12 minutes. So perhaps not.
Yes.
A camera challenge. Seriously? I come on. Look at me.
That's it. We have people that. Don't
I
necessarily
mean,
have
at
cameras.
best, I look like a penguin travelling at high speed. All the time. Yeah.
Oh dear me.
Mind you, I mean, Wags has been on before, hasn't he? He's
He
popped in,
has. Yeah.
using with whatever his persona is at the time at the bottom on the screen.
I won a prize today.
Really?
Yeah, on Randy's
Go on.
show. I
Did
won that.
you now?
Yeah, they named that synth. Although it was
Ah.
debatable for a while. It was. I always have a go, and I just saw like the outline of the lettering, and I saw that looks like a Korg Poly 800 or that era.
Yeah.
So I just put Poly 800 in, and then lots of people started saying DW 8000, and I thought, oh yeah, could have been that.
Mm.
And everyone was going, yeah, no, it's definitely DW 8000, and it turns out it was a Poly 800 II, the Mark II.
Okay.
But there was a very considered and lengthy debate as to whether they should give it to, because I was the first one that said Poly 800, but I didn't put Poly 800 II
Yeah.
because I didn't realise there was a Poly 800 II. And in fact, lots of people said that they weren't aware that there was a Mark II. But eventually,
And it didn't get any better.
no.
Yeah, but
So,
it's like Fiona says when she goes, oh, I thought you would get these. I said, well, what you've got to remember is that a lot of the synths that Rands actually puts on, I wouldn't work on. So I'm not that overly familiar with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he starts putting up some like top end rare shit, yeah, then I'll start getting them. I said a lot of them I'm not going to recognise, and because you don't look very closely if you got a keyboard that comes in like 30,000 times a day.
Mm.
Somebody did a close up of a Pro One, I might not recognise it, to be honest with you. But yeah, did something like the 1047 resonant filter to a ARP 2500. Yeah, I'd recognise it from behind, never mind anything else.
Yeah.
So, but it's finding photographs of it to do close-ups with, isn't it? So, but I don't know. But when people say to me about they go, oh, it's really nice. It must be nice to work on ARP 2500s. I go, I said, yeah, but I don't call them ARP 2500s really. I call them the upstairs bathroom. Or the new telly.
Yeah.
I tell you what, that new telly we got, holy mother of pearl.
Yeah.
Yeah, man alive. Watching some of these programs and going, Jesus Christ, these people in the room with us. It's unreal. Because we've gone from, what would you call it, a 1040p.
1080p.
1080p, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
1080p, sort of like HD type of thing, but it wasn't really.
Right.
So, like, if you're getting like a sunrise or something like that on a film, you'd have these big bands going up with it, shimmering up with it. And now it's like a proper sunset, and you're going,
Yeah.
holy mother of pearl. But I think it's the most expensive television we've ever bought. By a country mile. Absolutely it's ridiculous money. We came, really? You paid that? Oh, shit. And it's just this huge sheet of glass, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, man alive.
Yes,
So
they've come on leaps and bounds since our day.
I would say they have indeed. But also, on top of that, is let's get Robin. Hi, babe.
Even.
It's
Evening.
it's got Atmos as well. You see, so I'm going. Okay, maybe we might go down that route as well at some point. Because at the moment, all I got is the Bronze 6
Yeah.
speakers either side, coming from that huge Yamaha amp thing we got, which is fine. I don't think Fiona's particularly bothered about the whole, 3D experience at all.
Yeah. No, I
To
can't,
be honest with you, I
unfortunately.
had to point out, how much better the picture was. And she's going, I don't see it. But she does now. She does now.
It's one of
She-
those things that you don't appreciate until you then look back at what you had,
Yeah,
and then you think, "Oh yeah, I can see that now."
yeah.
But,
Because like she was watching all the series of Burn Notice on Netflix because she didn't see it first time around or missed quite a few, whatever it was. And then so we got the new telly, and she goes, is it all right if I carry on watching Burn Notice?" I said, "Yeah, it's your telly. Why are you asking me? You bought it as well." So she starts running. She goes, "Oh, there's something wrong." She goes, It's like they're all brand new." I went, "What do you mean?" She goes, "It looks like they were filmed yesterday." I said, "Yeah, now you're actually seeing how it was like originally transmitted, but without putting it through an old sock."
well, a lot of time it's upscaling, and the upscaling, it's kind of hit and miss sometimes. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's okay.
But it's just the
Sometimes not so
vibrance
much.
of it,
Yeah, yeah.
and it look, and you go, "Oh, that was filmed with video," because it's got that sort of like shiny kind of
yeah, well, it's the
effect
frame
to
rate,
it.
innit?
Yeah. And she's going, "Yeah." She says, "It's like they've changed production companies or something."
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I remember when I got my I think it was my first LCD was a 720p, and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be great." This is going, and then exactly what you said, but you get some things with like extreme kind of contrast, and you can see the banding. And, oh, this is
Yeah.
not very
Yeah.
good. And then then we went to 1080p on the last one, and that was better. But then when you get to 4K, it's just that's pretty good. I've seen some 8Ks in shops and stuff, but
I think I'm freaking out, Dieter.
yeah, you're moving.
Yeah. I have to get used to it myself now. So I thought it might follow my
why do you
hand.
have a moving camera?
I have no idea.
It works better on his OnlyFans.
No, it's when you see
That's
like
not the best
Noah
joke,
jump, it'll zoom in on him.
But come on, Robbie. OnlyFans is also used actually by musicians, so it's a bit boring.
Yeah, but it's mostly used.
Yeah. It's mostly used for the
Not that I would know. I mean,
adult
I
only
don't-
content, allegedly, or so I've been told.
Yeah. That's the rumours I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
My adult films are only on Pornhub. It's the minimum
what's
amount of advertising profit that makes. And anyway, more fun news.
Oh.
Aramis.
I have acquired this thing and wasted most of yesterday on it. Well, I mean, spent time sensibly.
You got a dust sheet on your A6.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good because otherwise I thought that's gone a bit fuzzy. I need to get
No,
dust sheets
it's
for all my stuff.
it's this very good adaptive blur technology.
Yeah. I don't want to-
It blurs out things directly, Andromeda size. It can't blur out anything else.
Yeah, I need to get some dust sheets.
Oh, Dave in the chat is saying he's too old to see the difference between 8K and 4K.
Oh,
I wouldn't
do you know,
worry,
I s-
mate. Ty's
I s-
Ty's got an 8K, and he says, "Well, there isn't anything that supports 8K," and he says, "Basically everything is 4K anyway." So that's probably why you're not seeing much of a difference.
Honestly, on the 4K computer screen here, at this distance, I can just about see the difference without glasses. But if I want to watch a film and put feet up and move back half a meter, I can't see the difference between 1080
Yeah.
or 4K. And then normally on a TV screen anywhere else, I don't get the point beyond 720 or even 540. I can't see it without the glasses.
Yeah.
I don't
Mind
want to
you-
wear them
mind
when
you-
I want to enjoy a film.
Yeah, but if you make the TV 65 inch, there isn't anywhere in the house I can go where I'm far enough away from it to not see the difference. That's the thing, because it's such a huge bloody thing. Because oh yeah, 65 that'll be good for a laugh, and then it arrives and I'm going, oh, that's a lot bigger than I thought it was in my head. I should have used the tape measure.
Well, I think I'm 28 is my screen here.
Mm.
Was not the best idea. Should have gone for 32.
I used to have a 40-inch Panasonic thing here on the side.
Yeah.
It just It was too much. It was just too much. It was nice when you bring up a nice big Logic project, but it was too much. So I put that downstairs and used it for the PlayStation. It was a 40-inch 1080p. But
yeah, I'm looking forward to using this Sony Bravia for the
PlayStation
PS5. Get the old 7 out, Gran Turismo 7 out.
That's just had
Kick Ty's ass.
an update, hasn't it? System updates had 1440 added to it as well as a resolution. So yes, now I'm going to start saving for the VR because I think that's going to be quite good, but that's not going to be out till next year, so I've got a bit of time.
And how much is that going to be?
Don't know at the moment.
Not even
Money.
ballpark.
Well, what was the last one? The last one. Probably the thick end of 400 quid because you had to
Is
buy
it?
the headset, which then also came with the additional processor box,
Yeah.
and you had to also buy the PlayStation camera because that's how it picks up, that's how it localizes the headset. So the camera looks because the headset's got a number of colored lights on it, so that's how it finds you and tracks you. But the new one has none of that. It does it all internally, and I don't think it's going to require an extra processor box because it'll all be done within the 5. So
Gotcha.
yeah, and the controllers are better as well. They're a lot more like the Oculus controllers rather than just the Move, which is they're just like like lightsaber handles with a little coloured ball on top.
Yeah.
But no, it's good fun. I mean, there's a lot of good games on it. But yeah, I have to say.
Well, what makes me laugh is we get this super duper television set up, super duper amplifier and speakers and all the rest of it. What's Fiona want to do? Play her Wii.
I couldn't believe when I bought that it only connected either via composite video or SCART.
Yeah.
And even SCART was, it was just
Was
bad.
it component SCART or just composite SCART?
There was a component option, and that was the best way to do it. But even then, it wasn't great.
Yeah.
Because for the PS2, I can just remember on a CRT with a component input that properly did it. It looked gorgeous. On anything else, after you've seen it on a expensive Sony CRT with component, you just felt maybe it's better left in the past.
Yeah. No, I actually when I got the Wii, and then the next TV I bought, I made sure it got a component input, and I connected it up, and I was just like, it's not that much better than just sticking it through the SCART. But yeah, it's a shame because the Wii was actually a kind of a nice little thing. So anyway, look, I've got to shoot, but I will be back. But I've got to go and get my little girl from this thing. So I will see you hopefully in about an hour.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right, dear.
Take care.
All right. Ourselves.
Bye.
Bye.
So, yeah.
So is this new unit then?
Yeah, that's the Erebus.
Sounds all right.
The fun thing, it has a nice dirty delay in it, but you can really.
Yeah, it's nice. So how much is this little puppy then?
This, how much did I pay for it? About 400, I think. 300 or 400. I can't remember. It was 3 days ago.
Yeah, but it's like with a lot of these things now, I'm going, where were these bloody things 40 years ago?
370 I paid for it.
Bloody hell.
It's like, yeah, and I only bought it when I realised, you can't buy that pretty much anywhere anymore.
Oh.
Then the local store came out, they still had one. Then it turned out they didn't, and then I found one cheap on eBay. It was just like, yep, I'll take it now.
Yeah, just
I always
grab it,
wanted.
yeah.
I wanted one. I didn't realise they stopped making them. Just get it quickly.
Yeah, it's very hard to work out which product's going to have the most longevity these days. Because these things can disappear almost as quickly as they turn up.
Yeah. And I mean, this is already it's version 3 already. I mean, version 1 they stopped making because I think version 1 was just DIY, but there's still some components they could no longer get.
Yeah.
So then they eventually redesigned it as version 2 and made it commercially. Then that ran its course, and then they did version 3. And now apparently they've run out of components again.
God.
But there's going to be a new DIY version soon.
Yeah, we'll probably see more companies doing this actually. Until this chip thing is finally sorted out and everybody's caught up.
No, I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
No. Not at all.
I mean, the grey market is still quite big. There's still many companies in China that make a decent living from just buying whatever cheapest product they can get that has the components you want and desoldering them for you,
Yeah.
and then putting them on your PCB.
Yeah. So, like today, I needed an open frame transformer for a what was it for? It was a Pro 1. And normally I'd go to RS and go, yeah, there you go, blah, 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 blah. All the rest of it. So many volt out and all this. But there'd still be, you know, when you click on panel mount transformers, there'd be like 980 different types available. And when I went to RS, put in the various specs I need, and there was only one available. Only one type. I went, oh, okay, well, I'll have that one. And I clicked on it, and it was like, oh, it's 50 VA. It's about the size of a bloody house. And it's like, what? So where's the no transformers available? Are you serious?
Well, you didn't want transformers, did you?
Well, it's ridiculous, isn't it? You go, right, there's chip shortage. All right, okay, but transformers? Why?
I mean, at that point, you probably have to go try and find one of the companies that actually makes them in the UK. Or,
Yeah, these are RS own.
yes, but RS pretty much no longer makes stuff. Well, from the person
true.
I know working there,
Yeah.
they're changing. They're going to become a software company, and
Yeah, because they already started doing that thing.
well, no, because they realised that selling radio spares that's no longer going to cut it in 10 years' time. So they're very strongly investing into what their software department is doing, which sort of came out. Well, it comes out of their own stock management software, and that's sort of what they're trying to do eventually. That you will have a industrial control and stock management software that could then also automatically order all the components you need to repair from RS. That's sort of a longer plan. But yeah, fancy software that detects all the problems with your industrial setup.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's just worrying. You know, because Rapid are going that way now. and I'm buying more and more of any of the bread and butter electronics that I have to get off eBay. I'll be honest with you, this can be a bit of a, shot in the dark as to what turns up, when it does show up.
Well, I mean, for me, Mauser has sort of become the main source, whereas in the past, RS, I would normally, because it always used to be quicker. Mauser, I mean, it just takes a week to get the stuff from Texas.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. I'm really going to miss the next day delivery. Actually, I can remember I'd sometimes getting the stuff turn up at the door the same day I ordered it, for God's sake. We get really lucky.
I mean, as I said, at university, that was great with that account. Then if you were naughty and bought on the EEE, so the Electronic Engineering Department's account, where that was really naughty, some people would get really angry for any student to do that. But then you would definitely get, if you order before 11, you would have it by 6 p.m. in the evening.
Yeah. Yeah, it used to be useful, but actually it's not so much of a problem now, because I noticed over the last, say, 2 years now, I used to do a thing where, I contact the customer and say, your Poly 6 is ready. And they go, oh, can I pop down this afternoon? And I go, yeah. And they come down, collect it, and off they go, all happy. Now it's like, I should be able to come down probably end of the month. So the speed of parts arriving doesn't seem to be such a problem now. So, but it's like I did 2 CS80s. When was it now? Oh, holy mother! End of June. They're still here, waiting to be collected. And that's quite a footprint in my little workshop, I must admit. I was really looking forward into perhaps doing some manufacturing, and I'm just like, no, so disillusioned by the availability of the parts now. I can't see the point. So I know Adam with his 002, 003, he could want to put them into production as much as he likes, but I don't think he'll be able to get the parts in place to be able to get anything out of any use to him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, or even if you were trying to set up contacts with one of the mixed factories in the UK or in Germany or in the Czech Republic, I doubt they would care too much. They have bigger clients.
Yeah. Yeah.
From on here, from the company that Axis and Kemper and Waldorf use, they're very much at their capacity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it? You've got certain parts of the everyday infrastructure is completely collapsed, and everybody's going, ooh, we'll get by. Yeah, okay, mate. But I mean, because it's even affected, like, if it's affecting the larger companies as well, you go, the little guy's got no fecking chance. And it's a real shame, because Adam's 2 synths sound really, really good. I was all ready to grab a 003 off him. Go, oh yeah, I'll have one, mate. But
yeah, I mean, sadly, probably his best solution is either go down the DIY Eurorack route to try and get it out, or try and get a company interested. But even then, any company that would be interested, they would have the same problem of trying to manufacture it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, he's been clever. He's kept the thing essentially under his hat, really, in terms of what it is, you know, how it's done and everything. So, I mean, he could sit on it and hope for the best.
Whatever the clever thing is he does with the oscillators.
Mm. But I mean, even if he wanted to make that Euro rate, it's just the same problem, just a different format.
Yeah, but I mean, what is Rob Keeble? Is that his name? AM Sins, who did the design for Moog and ARP stuff for
Yeah.
Behringer and for VCS3.
Yeah.
He's he always seems to have been doing all right, because just by getting front panels and circuit boards made,
Mm.
and then buying build modules from him. That's always been a interesting business, from what I heard, of like small series and very quickly sold out, because he just tries to do as much as he can, but he's
Yeah.
ultimately one person who getting a commercially assembled is low on the priority, and doing it yourself is too expensive to be worthwhile,
Yeah.
or not for the price he offers his stuff at.
Yeah. I had a chap who said to me the other day about, he says, "Oh, you know, you're ever going to do the anaglyph?" I went, "I don't think there's enough parts in the world to build one."
Well,
be honest.
you could probably build one prototype.
I wouldn't mind building one. So you know, there it is. The concept works, or find out if the concept works, because a lot of it is a bit, you know, flip a coin. It just seems a bit, I don't know. Everything for a reason, I suppose. Probably not supposed to build it yet. I would say Dieter, most of it, simply because of what it is. There's because the original design was using through-hole anyway, which is getting thin on the ground regardless of whether the factory burnt it to the ground or not, isn't it?
Do you want an OTA? No, you didn't want an OTA.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, the stuff you can get it, you can find it, not in any massive amounts.
Well, I mean,
and
there's
it's
some companies.
overpriced.
I mean, but there's some small companies that, like, what is it, On Transist, or some very weird company that makes a lot of historic transistors again.
Yeah.
But they don't make a lot, and always the lead time is a long time. And also, like the 1,000 that Mauser buys, you need to get in quick, because all the people who want those weird old ones then suddenly have
Yeah.
bought them up for like half a year or a year.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I got an email from a little shop up in North London that said that they did have CA3080 op amps available, but they did this mail shot, and I emailed them and said, "Yeah, can I have 10, please?" I went, "Oh no, sorry, they're all gone." Yeah, that might have something to do with the mail shot you did.
What's 13700s, Dieter? They are harder to come by. It is getting hard to through-hole 13700s. Are a lot more expensive than they used to be,
Yeah.
and you have to wait for them at times.
Yeah, the BC108 to the rescue. Yeah. Yeah,
Well, I mean, if everything would be using really well-designed circuits where you don't rely on the idiosyncrasies or saturation characteristics of any component, then you could just drop in any equivalent transistor. But no.
Yeah, the 13700 is kind of, yeah, all right, they are kind of the same, but when you're trying to repair a Polymag, there just isn't the room. Do you know what I mean? It gets a bit fruity after a while. And I don't know what happened at Moog, but they go, you know, this polysynth of ours, I think what we should do is we should pick one particular chip and cram as many fuckers you can possibly get in for no apparent reason.
Well, maybe if I got a good deal of a rep of
Yeah,
whoever made them at that time.
yeah. Oh, you meant for the anaglyph. If I was to tell you that there was quite a few 13600s in the circuit design of the anaglyph already. Yeah, I know where you're coming from, my man. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, they're in there. I wouldn't put 3080s into an anaglyph. Jesus Christ. I've seen what you did to the Polymoog.
No, clearly what you want to put SSM 2030s.
Yeah. Which, weirdly enough, I've got more of than I have of 3080s. Weirdly enough. How weird is that? I mean, bloody hell.
But, well, I mean, come on, Uli, remake the first generation of SSM, the 2030, definitely. We want those oscillators.
Hmm.
And the envelope clips were also annoying.
Oh, no, don't want to redo them. They were wanks with legs. They really were. Because you could take 3 2050s and put them in and get completely different envelope times.
Yeah, but that's why a Prophet 5 Rev 1 sounds like a Rev 1, right?
Yeah, but it does it on the Rev 2. But on the Rev 2s, what happens is there isn't enough trim. You can have one and put it in, and it won't work in any of the locations, and there just isn't enough trim for it to work, and there's nothing wrong with it. You have to put it into the right Rev 2 for it to work. I mean, come on. Do you really have to make it any more fucking difficult than it already was?
But that's why you love Rev 2 so much.
Oh, mate. Do you know what? I've got 2 here at the moment. One of them's Dave Spears. And he didn't tell me he was bringing it. I wonder why. He just turned up at the front door with the Prophet 10. And he goes, oh, yes, it's just a few bits and pieces on that one, please. I went, yeah. And this. And I went, is that a Rev 2? And he went, yeah. I went, oh, well, okay, but what's wrong with it? He says, oh, we turned it on and a load of smoke came out from under the keyboard. I went, oh, fuck. Oh, my God.
That's where the smoke's supposed to go.
Yeah. Dave, you will not get out of this house alive. I'm hoping it's just a tout gone or something like that. I didn't say whether it was. I didn't ask how much.
What one of the big ones in the power supply.
Yeah, well, they're not even that big, are they? What are they, 2.2s at 35 or something like that?
Are they using tantalums as the main smoothing?
In the Rev, yeah, no, not main smoothers, no, but they have touts across the regulators. All the regulators, so there's 5 touts in there.
Why? Because
they still have the 2 smoothing capacitors that the
the standard electrolytics.
Yeah, the size
the standard
of
aluminium ones.
Yeah, German sausage capacitors that they put in there. But no, I think there might be a spurious little tout somewhere on the voice board, on the power rail or something like that, and it's just gone, good night. But I didn't ask him how much smoke came out from under the keyboard. If it was billowing black smoke for 20 minutes, it's going to be more than just one little cap.
Well, it might have just been one tantalum that caught fire and then set the rest ablaze.
Well, then it can't be repaired, sorry.
No, you just buy a Rev 4.
Yeah.
Put that inside.
Yeah. Will they notice? I don't know. Will they notice that? I don't know. Okay, that's weird. Look, it's only got 5 volt coming out of this power supply. What's going on there?
I mean, for me, the main thing with the Rev 4 will just be anybody who's played a Pratt Reed keyboard will appreciate the Rev 4 for having a Fatah keypad.
Yeah, Christ, tell me about it. Yeah. Oi.
Well, I mean, at Martin's Museum in Switzerland, where for stuff being played so rarely, you're just, particularly if it's a weirder thing, and it's like after the winter months when there are fewer people, you definitely get to the point where you realise, oh,
Yeah.
now that key's moving again. Thank you, Brad Reed, for getting stuck again.
Yeah, I know. And when because when I rebush those keyboards, they come out pretty well on, the OBX, XA, and 8. They come out. No, not on the 8. Sorry, on the X and the XA, and they come out pretty well on the mini Moogs and stuff like that. But when you're doing a Prophet 5 Rev 2, for some reason, every key wants to stick. Every single key. Oh, what's it? Prometheus saying, what's so bad about the Rev 2?
Well, we got started with the keyboard.
Right, let's start at the plug. Start at the mains plug. The cable perishes, and you will eventually have bare mains cables and it will electrocute you. Then we get to the power supply. All of the power supply, every component, it's designed to explode and be a pain in the arse. What else is there? Then we get to the digital board. Oi. Yeah, we got chips piggybacked on top of each other. Flying leads all over the board. Various revisions that they've done. The EPROMs are next to impossible to get. Because I think they're 30 volt EPROMs, aren't they? On them ones. Some stupid voltage they use.
Well, whatever EMU used in the early 70s is what they've used in the late 70s. So yeah, there would have been something early, slightly annoying.
You make synth pyrotechnics sound like a bad thing. It's all right if it's not your keyboard. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, some of them are spectacular. What's the most spectacular one we've had? Quadra. Bloke dropped in a Quadra. He goes, yeah, it's not working properly. So we go, all right, we'll see what's going on with it, shall we? And put a mains cable in, turn it on, and it just went bang! Lots of smoke. And it carried on smoking for quite a bit. Then flames started licking out from between the sliders. Like, no, turn it off. Yeah. So well, there's quite a lot wrong with this actually, my friend. Yeah. Synth pyrotechnics is fun. Thank God it wasn't my one. Yeah, what else is bad about the Rev 2? The tune button has no LED in it. So you push tune, and if there's a problem with the tuning, you just stand there staring at it for hours, waiting for it to come back.
Well, you just press the tune button, go for a coffee, and then you come back and try and play it.
Yeah, that's true. It can be a bit steppy as well. It's not the world's highest resolution.
Excuse me. 64 steps on your knobs. Does it even use 64? Was that only, or was it Rev 3 that?
I mean, some of them sound like they use 8. It's all right.
PPG was only 32 on all the analog panel.
Mm.
And Rev 3 was definitely only 64 at the end.
Yeah.
So again, a MIDI resolution of 128. It's just like, whoa, who needs that much?
Yeah, I mean...
How could you possibly need that much on your cutoff?
The demucks on them used to keep packing up as well. Bloody things. Let's see, the DACs, they're not... I mean, most of it's about parts that are very, very, very difficult to get hold of about the Rev 2. That's one of the... when somebody brings in a completely dead Rev 2, you go, oh, God, here we go.
Well, it's just going to be expensive.
Yeah, but sometimes you just can't find the part you need anywhere. And you wait. And they're phoning you up saying, how's me Prophet 5 doing? You can't say, oh, it's sat there for the last 4 months, haven't touched it, mate, because we can't get hold of the parts for it. Doesn't hack it. You've got to say, yeah, we're getting there slowly or whatever. So, and that's the problem with them. You're going to be stuck with the bastard for minimum 6 months. Yeah. But it's only got one voice that's not working. Yeah, you want it back? And I mean, the good thing is, like, because they say, oh, well, you know, parts for a CS80 must be hard to get hold of. Yes, that's why I bought a lot of CS and broke it up for parts. But that's because you could afford to do it. Couldn't afford ever to do it with Rev 2s. They were always more expensive than they should have been. And now they're ridiculous. What, they bet 10k now? 11k? For a Rev 2? Even though the new Rev 2 16 voice exists. What's that tell you?
That's a Matrix 1000, basically. Or Matrix 6.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, all right.
It's Prophet 08 and Rev 2 Modern 1. They're used for PA 397, which is a CEM 3397, which is used in the Marion MRS2 that Tom Overheim did, which is basically just a slightly improved 3396 that the Matrix 6 and 1000 used.
Yeah.
Which is, it's a fascinating chip. Just two DCO wave shapers, filter and some other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, sometimes these machines, they just have I don't know, there's something about them. You know, so... I mean, I get I'm always taking the piss out of the Rev 2s, but I get it. I know why they're sought after and why they're popular. But the amount of pain that they are to own, might just be better to go for a Rev 3 and be done with it.
What, Rev 4 nowadays?
Oh, Rev 4 nowadays, because even the Rev 3s aren't particularly cheap, are they?
That's like, or the dual manual Prophet 10. It's like, and it looks imposing, and like the only thing it has for it is when it has balanced outputs, 2 manuals, and the stupid sequencer that I never managed to get to work in the hours I've stood in front of one.
Yeah.
It does sound like a Rev 3, but it's basically a bit more chaotic and unstable. But then again, on a Rev 4, you just leave it in Curtis mode and just dial it back to about Rev 2 on the vintage knob, and it must sound close enough at that point.
Do you know what? By the time you put it into a mix, surely it will. Do you know what I mean? You know, and it's really... Yeah, but it's not like anybody's going to listen to a track that somebody's done, right, and go, oh, do you know what? I don't think that's an original Rev 2. That somehow cheapened this track. You know, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. See, what makes me laugh is, you know, we've got like things like there's a CS50 up for sale for about 10 grand. Okay, based on that, the amount of spares that I have here for CS must be getting close to £250,000 quid. It's like, it's getting ridiculous. You know, it's like, what? I used to buy CS80s for £500. Yes, people, £500. And then break them up. Oi, I'd know.
Well, man,
Mad, isn't it?
I can remember Martin in Switzerland telling me about buying a whole bunch of broken Roland KX3Ps and other stuff, and taking them apart in hotel rooms in the States, and then shipping over the boards or just the components that he wanted out of them back in the 90s for like no money.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, it's madness.
And then just putting the carcass in the hotel bin. It's like, here, have a KX3P without boards.
But this is it. I mean, you know, when you got this, with hindsight, yes, I would have bought up everything that was coming in if it was up for grabs. But there again, I might have got caught with something like, I don't know, 50 bloody Logan string melodies or something, you know. So
Yeah, but that would be 50 of the 75 functional ones in the world.
yeah,
Then you have a market cornered.
yeah. But I mean, the octave dividers in them are readily available because people went to the trouble of remaking them, didn't they? So who's it used to try to remember who it was that did them? They used to buy all different types. Electric Druid was doing all the different types of octave divider chips for all the different string synths and stuff like that. It was brilliant. You just send me 5, thank you, and they turn up and whack them in.
I have a weird feeling I might need new BBDs for the Rhapsody, unless the string sound is supposed to be that much quieter than the rest. Well, I mean, it still sounds fine. It's just quite noisy and quieter. So they're probably, the chips are bound to be 50 years old. 50-year-old BBD. That's not going to pass a lot of audio.
Yes. Was Andy in the chat?
Brooksy.
Yeah. Is he knocking around? Yeah, it was, got funny enough, when I did Andy's Pro 1, it was suffering from all the usual things that Pro 1 suffer from.
What, shitty front panel components and the really shitty power supply.
Yeah, when you got you get like the shit build up in the pots, the shit build up in the switches. It needed the caps changed out. Get rid of any naughty looking tautalums. But it always suffered from that thing where I've had this where it's actually come from other techs who couldn't get it. So we can't get this in tune. I won't name any names because it's not something you do. But this particular tech didn't know that you have to calibrate the DAC to 2.5 volt before you can get the VCOs to actually stay together across the keyboard.
So is the keyboard in the Pro 1 actually digital?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, it makes sense that they just reuse the same keyboard technology they already have with a proper 5.
Yeah.
Rather than building an analog one.
Yeah. When I tell you what though, when that controller chip goes, because I think the sequencer's lumped in with that on that chip.
Oh yeah, of course. We have a sequence and a actuator. Yeah, doing that in analog would be stupid.
Yeah, it makes sense that because it was speaking directly to the keyboard.
Well, I mean, it's more they probably. Is it using a Z80 or something simpler?
Oh no! It's just oh Jesus Christ! What is it now? I'm trying to remember. It was a weird number. But it's a little 20. I think it's a little 24 leg jobby. But not a CPU in the normal sense of the word, you know what I mean? Yeah, good question. What camera am I using? Do you know what? I can't remember the name of the bloody thing now. I know it's a twitchy little shit. So what? Might have the name here. Some smart AI tracking thing. I'd have a look at the name, but probably the camera will turn away and I'll never get to see the label on the side. You think the software would tell you what it was, wouldn't it? Oh, wait a minute. I think it's called an Ozbot. No, come on, Andrew. We want to see your stuff in your face. I really must get back on the vape. This is not good. Yeah, it's an Ozbot. Is it called? Was it called Tiny Cam or something? Yeah, Tiny Cam. Andy might accidentally eat his mic. It's too close. It must be quite.
Might be tasty.
He must be quite a ravenous eater. He must get very hungry. Everybody has to stand back out of the way just in case they get caught up. Oh dear. Oh, I thought we did. Hang on. Well, we can ping you another one. Hang on. There you go, fruit bat. So, oh dear, that's gone horribly wrong. It's like, oh,
No, it's because I'm modulating the delay time with the LFO,
oh,
and I just changed the delay time, not realizing that it doesn't seem to be perfectly 1 volt per octave. The control with and the CV input. So terrible. Who would build such a thing?
how could that be done?
How
There he is.
how could you be so?
Oh, take a drink.
Well, take a drink. I don't have a drink. I have a drinking problem.
Funnily enough, I think I've finished my. Oh no, I've got a bit of coffee left. Oh, thank God for that. Mm. Oh dear. Do you know what? I've had £1 for every time I heard a synth
How's
do
that
that.
one?
There you go.
Sorry, is that working, that one?
No, it
Yeah.
doesn't require a smartphone or anything. It just seems to do it. Although it seems to have stopped doing it.
Can you hear me?
I can
that's
hear you
working
perfectly.
proxy.
Right, okay, sorry, I didn't know
It's
that.
all good, mate.
Can I eat my dinner now?
Yeah, go on then. What you got?
The clue's in the name.
What? Chicken fillets.
Yeah, it's proper junk from Asda that I
Frickin-
picked up earlier. From
Okay.
the 6 breaded chicken fillets for £2, and from there we've got to get rid of them quick. So I've cooked them quick. So
Yeah. Well, my one is a play on heavy metals.
yeah.
No, it won't track hands. I've tried it. It's weird. It doesn't seem to follow Hans' face.
And what if we bring hands closer?
Oh no, even with close up, it doesn't seem.
Wow.
It's almost like it goes. No, that's a cardboard cutout, mate. I'm not that fucking stupid. What,
Hey, when are you going to get Mr. Timmer to join us in one of these streams? That'd be ace.
mate? This hasn't been an ongoing thing now for about 8 months, right? I've got him to say yeah, and I'm trying to now tie him down to a date. There was a date he said he could do, but it was already being booked to somebody else.
Oh,
But the thing is, it would actually be quite a coup, because I don't think he's done another webcast that I'm aware of.
well, you're
Yeah.
telling me. It wouldn't be an interview. It would just be a load of people
No,
being
if-
sarcastic about him.
if we're coming on the Spong show, that would be amazing. That would be just really random.
Yeah. The thing is, he's got a fantastic sense of humour. He's a really, really funny bloke. It'd be really good to have him on, just like,
Yeah,
let
exactly.
go. You know what I mean?
Perhaps that's not an image he wants to project to the wider world.
Well, yeah, it's because you never know who might be watching. You know, some celebrity magazine gets it or something like that. It'd be all over bloody LA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Famous Hollywood musician found out to be human. Shocker.
Yes. Shocker. Ken, if you haven't mentioned it already, what is that thing to your right with the shiny? It's got a white box. Is it a timber wolf?
That's a timber wolf there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here.
Is that a timber wolf?
This is a Timberwolf.
Oh, yeah, big kudos. I was going through. What on earth is that thing?
Yeah.
Are you enjoying it a lot?
I played it once when I plugged it in, and I haven't really got around to touching anything in here. It's so sad and so wrong.
Oh.
Have I asked Jonas to go on PSN? What, Jonas Blue, as in Guy Jonas? Is that, or is there another Jonas? Yes, I have asked him. Yeah, we got more chance of him coming on now because he's been doing the whole Ibiza whoop 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 whoop, thing. Been out there doing his DJing and that, so it'd be good to get him on actually. He's got lots of nice analog stuff as well.
Yeah, Matt.
No, do you know what? Hands and tied together, that would be a force to reckon with. They would turn on us.
But I mean, Hans seems actually like a nice person, unlike Ty.
He watches these,
But Hans or Ty?
Go on. Turn around, Bryce on the
Ty.
spot, and we know what will happen.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you what, if Hans did a studio tour, it'd be the longest show we've ever done. Christ, it goes on and on.
No, I think if he did the small London studio, then it wouldn't be. I think what would be more funny in Santa Monica would be to do a storage closet tour.
Yeah. Oh Christ, yeah.
We have a System 700 here. Should get that out.
Yeah, one of them.
PPG modular. Should get that out.
Yeah, it's like when he did.
CS80 in here, the X1. What else do we?
Well, when he emailed me, he goes, do you know what? He says, we've just taken the CS80 out of the cupboard. I went, sorry, cupboard? He went, yeah, well, we've got to keep it somewhere. He goes, but he says, we took it out of the cupboard. He says, and I haven't used it since, what was the bloody film?
Gladiator.
Well,
No,
Black Hawk
no.
Down was heavy CS80.
No, it was Batman Begins. He said,
Okay,
we used it on
used it
Batman Begins and we put it back in the closet. He said it was in one of the smaller music rooms, where he'll send a minion, go write me something. And it's been in the closet, he says, and it's been in there. And he says, and we dragged it out to do Blade Runner 2049. He said, so we dragged it out. He said, the guys, lump it across and bring it into my room, and we set it up on a stand and plug it in, turn it on, give it 10 minutes like you said I should. Played it. He said, perfectly in tune and all working. I went, yeah, and? He goes, aren't you impressed? I said, no, it's a KSR one. This is my surprised face. He goes, well, you sneaky. He goes, you big-headed bastard.
Well, it is. Probably better than his experience of CS80s in the early 80s.
Yeah, this is it. So it was quite funny because there was when Robbie did the PSN that had Manny and his mate, doing the GS1 thing, was it? Was it
Well,
GS1? No, the VP one. The VP one.
Reinhold.
That's right.
Yeah, and he had Mr. Composer on there as well. And I'd come into the room early, which is unlike me. And I got into the room early, and Robbie goes, he says, this is Kent and everything like that. He goes, oh, yes, no, I know all about it. Hans has told me all about him like that. What? He goes, oh, yeah. He says he was showing me his System 700. He goes, look what Kent done to this. Look at it. It's like you can eat your dinner off it. And this is the CS80 he did. Look at that. Ooh. I go, wow, that's good to know. Lovely. Thank you. It makes my job worthwhile.
if you've seen pictures of Reinhold's CS8, considering he toured that for 2 or 3 tours, that thing looks spotless. But when he sold it to what's the main Logic developer, Gerd Lengeling, he sold it to him when he went to Hawaii.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he obviously, yeah, Reinhold famously bought that new with the advance from the record company.
Yeah.
Or his share of the advance and some extra money. But that's like the first Nina Hagen band record. It's quite interesting for that because you only have a CS80 Mini Moog as the synths. But
Yeah.
you hear a lot of raw CS80. And actually not too bad. It's like actually it's very well integrated and not like raw CS80 standing out in a bad way. It like
Yeah.
actually works with the sort of punky attitude of the album.
Yeah. Because I must admit, Raw CS80 can really stand out in a bad way.
No, but then also on some of the early Toto stuff, like the second album,
Yeah.
that's a lot of rather raw CS80, and that doesn't stand out too much.
Well, it did. There was an ELO concert, 81 or 82 or something like that, and Matey Boy is playing a CS80 live on stage, and it's in, I think it's the track Telephone Line, and there's this little CS80 bit, which is literally just, hey bud, it's just a CS80 on its own. So that, like, all the music like gets quiet, and he goes dingy dingy ding like that. And it sounds fucking dreadful. It's like, oh man, that is horrible. What an advertisement for the 80. It sounded like, oh man, it sounded like somebody plucking earthworms. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh god, you know. Just made this huge, impressive machine just sound like it was dog shit coming out of the audio sockets. I think it's on YouTube, and I avoid the video as often as possible, trust me. So how you doing, darling?
Moi, not too bad. I won't be on long. I've got a day trip to Bewley tomorrow with a boy, so
Oh, yeah.
yes, I've got to be up fucking early because I've got to be at Exeter early. He's driving us up, so
Sunday drive, eh?
yeah. Well, I suppose it's practice for Sheffield, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, don't do a Fiona.
What's that? Oh, what?
Leave,
handbrake?
leave the handbrake on, yeah.
No, I won't be doing that. But yeah. So, just
How
going up
is that you're cleaning the disc of a brake?
Hmm?
Well, you want to clean the you want
Oh,
to
yeah,
clean the
they
brake
were
disc
cl-
occasionally.
Yeah, no, they were clean. They were orange and a bit smoky. There was smoke pouring off the wheels and people beeping her, going like this, and she's going.
Oh, fucking hell.
And she goes, oh yeah. She goes, it was all right. In the end, I pulled into a lay-by and threw cold water over it. I went, no. I said, did you hear any cracking noises? She went, yeah, a few. So, I mean, that joke has stuck forever now. You know, so she go, all right, I'm off down the tip. I go, handbrake. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Big fucking neon sign just behind this steering wheel. Is your handbrake off?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to her, she's driven cars all her life that have a handbrake next to the driver's seat. Yeah, it's not a handle under the dashboard that you pull out. And
Oh, is
then
it like a fucking umbrella job?
well, it's technically, you know, it's Chrysler, it's technically an American car type of thing. So it's like even the Mac 1, you release, you know, you put the brake, the handbrake on with a pedal, and then you have a pull release to release the handbrake.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. And she pulled too hard one day. She just showed me the handle through the window. God. See, now we got the new problem we got is the front tyre won't stay up. And they've done everything to try and stop this thing leaking. They said, no, we can't get it to stop leaking. We'll have to put a new valve in it. We go, all right, cool. Bonsoir, monsieur.
Gentlemen, how's it going?
Well,
Lovely.
Well, as it's
Just go-
transpired, what we found out, she took it to KP Tyres today, and she says, look, we've got this leak, but while you're here, can you pump it up? And I went, yeah. And he come back to her after about 10 minutes going, no, we can't pump your tyre up. He says, your valve, all the thread is stripped on the valve because you've been winding stuff on it so long it's worn out. He goes, what we got to do now then? It's new tyre and wheels. Yay! So I'm looking at Wolf Race. How you doing, Andy?
Hey, I was just watching a video Jade Wee put up from NobCon. I was looking for Manny because she walked around the entire room, but I didn't see Manny anywhere. So he's there somewhere.
He's probably behind a modular stack somewhere. Just hiding.
Well, he was doing a talk on, I think, yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So was Mark Doty and a bunch of other people.
Oh, okay, cool.
Paraphony.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
They were joking about one
Paraphonic.
side of the room is going to be polyphony, one side's going to be paraphony. So
Yeah. God.
Change his middle name, actually.
Paraphony, something like.
I remember saying to Mark actually one day, saying, all right, one word. He goes, go on then. Quadra. He went, yeah.
Right.
He says, no. He says that's paraphonic. He says, and it's got a dual synth. I go, right, okay then.
You have a duophonic lead synth, you have a monophonic bass synth, you have a paraphonic poly, and then you have the paraphonic strings, right?
Yeah. I said, but the thing is that because it's got a polysynth and it has individual filters and envelopes, it's polyphonic. So
But it doesn't have for the polysynth.
Yeah.
For the
The
polysynth is paraphonic.
Oh, do you mind? No, I'm not thinking. No, it's not. What the hell am I thinking of? What am I
the
thinking?
quadra idiosyncratic phony, something like that.
Yeah. It's like Quadra's just sort of like the bastard. No, there's one. Which one is it? Feckin' hell.
Well, it's
There's a
kind of like
Dryden.
the realistic Moog, the MG1, where you have the polyphonic organ section but a monophonic synth section.
Yeah.
Well, that's basically a Moog Liberation.
Yeah. It is. I think it is actually the Liberation. It's actually a Rogue, isn't it? Is it a Rogue?
No, the MG1, the concept, which is
MG1. Yeah, thanks.
It's a Rogue
Which
without
is-
the organ section. Organ
yeah,
section wasn't in the Rogue, so.
Yeah.
it's
Liberation
it's a
was
pimped
with a
Rogue.
handle.
And it's also missing the Rogue also didn't have the what they call bell tone,
The ring modulator.
but I played it before. It's nothing special. I mean, I didn't miss much with that ring mod.
Yeah, I think because in my
I
head
mean,
I see MG1 and I see Rogue, and I'm just seeing two versions of the same dog shit.
And black foam issue too. Had the black foam problem. So
Oh, mate, tell me about it. Jeez on bread. But I've had polymokes with that as well.
oh,
Oh yeah. Oh joy. Bloody horrible. I think it was some of the it must be later models or something. They put that bloody foam in it.
I think that destroys the sliders.
what was the point of that,
Yeah.
by the way? I mean, it makes it hotter, right? It's
No,
Well,
it's
I
supposed
think
to keep dust out.
Well, it wasn't even that. I don't think it was even that. I think what it was that somehow it looked empty and cheap if you could see the gold
God.
reflection of the sliders through the front panel. Because if you take all that stuff off and then put the front panel back on, it goes, it looks a bit empty. So yeah, I got this black gauze stuff from Fiona's dressmaking kit. She's still asking me, where's the black gauze for my dressmaking kit? And then you just cut out sheets and put the slots in it and then put it on and then put the front, put it back into the front panel and it looks great as long as you can't see the sliders through the hole.
I would say that's about as dopey as the old PC keyboards. They had to put like lead weights in them to make them extra heavy.
Yeah. But this is it. I mean, it didn't keep dust out. Yeah.
Sorry, I've just got to fit the giggles.
Go on.
I'm amazed Robert hasn't actually said something to me, because in German, ficken is a rude word.
Yeah.
And I only just clocked it. And then we've got Matt the unclothed, and ficken and unclothed definitely sort of go together. I don't know. Honestly, I just looked up at the screen now and saw that. I went, "Oh, Andy, you've not done that." Yes, I have. You didn't say anything.
When you originally came on, I was a bit confused, and then I what?
Honestly, it really was just in my own head a spoonerism with chicken fillets. I'd not given it any thought at all.
But it still earns extra points because it's still a joke, but in a foreign language. So respect.
Yeah, completely unintentional.
Yeah. Excellent.
But now everybody knows the German for to fuck. There you go. It's not that difficult, is it?
Oh, it's almost like the vowels been shifted when we moved towards the west. How uncommon is that?
Yeah, quite.
Yeah, well.
But if it's already you, what would it be in Welsh? Can't go any further beyond the you.
Oh, no, that's a different language. That's a different language.
Yes, but many words.
It's even a totally different branch of the Indo-European language. It's in the Satem branch, not the
yes, but the tasty thing of modern language is that they cross-pollinate, and that you still have the vowel shift westwards.
I remember my nan speaking Welsh. I didn't understand a fucking word.
No.
We've got a three.
Yeah, it's actually a different language.
Completely, yeah. But there again, Gaelic. There was another one.
But that Welsh and Gaelic are related because, well, they're obviously on the Celtic branch.
Yeah, they couldn't understand each other. So
no, they're not necessarily mutually intelligible.
No, because I had my nan sitting at one end of the table talking Gaelic to my mum, and I had my other nan the other end of the table speaking Welsh to my dad. And it was like, and they're going, no, not getting any of this, not a single word. I have no idea. And I know it was sort of like something about my mum and something about my dad from either end of the table. Apparently, they were a great disappointment to their parents. Oh dear. Yeah.
Well, it looks like I'm doing fucking shuttling synths around on the 8th of October. I'm taking Robbie's DX up.
Yeah.
Paulie's asked me to bring back a bloody Emax rack.
Oh yeah.
Yes, somebody's given him an Emax rack that's coming back from fucking Sheffield to Birmingham.
Oh, have a go at on it when you get it back.
Well, I don't live in Birmingham, so I'm just
Oh.
I'm dropping Paulie home.
Have you considered moving?
No.
Is it worth it for him to Max? I don't know. Is it a Mark 1 or Mark 2? See, this is the thing.
I have no idea.
Isn't the rack just a Mark II, basically?
Just Paulie said to me, well, as you're dropping a keyboard off, is there a chance I could bring a synth back with me? And it's like, yes.
Yeah, mate, every fucking phone call I get is, oh, you know that string synth I'm bringing down next week? Yeah. Well, can I also bring down a couple of other keyboards? It's like, I only sort of like planned for you bringing one. Fucking hell. And you can't really say no. So especially with the price of petrol now.
No, that's it.
And sometimes they just bring down a couple of little bits and bobs with the main one they wanted to bring down. Other
bring
times,
down
not so
more
small.
303s for you, right? Just give you more 303s than 606s for the collection.
Well, I still have here, I think about 9 303s and about maybe 6 or 7 606s. And the owner's labels have come off them. Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter, does it?
Well,
Give them that one.
the thing is that now it's a question of what I have is when somebody finally does come down to pick these up, for some reason it takes them forever to come and collect them, is I have them all laid out on the table and go, can you identify your one? Bloody, my labels won't stay on them, bastard thing.
If Kent ever advertises a garage sale, mate, it's gonna be everyone.
Mate, tell me about it. So
If some of those things have been in your possession for over a certain length of time,
doesn't matter.
No, because you're a business. We've had
Yeah.
this conversation, haven't we? I know we
Doesn't
have,
matter. Yeah, it
But
doesn't
you
matter.
have to prove
I-
that you've tried to contact the owner.
Yeah, you have to
And
prove
even
that you had to contact them 3 times.
even then, if I need to recoup my costs, as it were, you know, although that doesn't mean much when it's like 5 years ago,
No,
because
storage
you're not
rates
supposed to
are not
take
cheap.
inflation into account at all or anything like that, right? So even if I sold it and recouped my costs, the rest of the money has to go into an account and remain there until the dawn of time. And I can't do anything with it. And I said to Fiona, I said, "Look, if I did that with everything that's been abandoned here, I'm going to have this bank account sitting there with, say, 4 or 5 million quid in it. That's just going to piss me off. I'd rather it all be sitting in a shed somewhere, covered in cobwebs."
Oh. You could,
I mean,
the money could certainly
but-
just take the interest off each year.
Yeah, I mean, at that point,
Yeah, well, the good thing is that because when I talked to the solicitor about storage fees, oh my god, Princess Diana would have loved that. It was such a fucking minefield. It was ridiculous, right? No, honestly, she'd be hopping about all over the place on that one, and they go, "Oh right, yeah, well the storage charges." They have to be informed that the storage charges have been imposed, and then you have to inform them each month what the storage charge is now. Okay. No, forget it. Just forget it. It's too many things. There's just too many things down there. It's ridiculous. I'll be doing just paperwork every week.
well, but I thought Fiona does that for you, so it's fine.
Yeah, but even Fiona's struggling as it is with what we got, so...
Oh, you know the trick, don't you? Rent out everything that you can't identify, and when somebody comes looking for it, say, yeah, I've just got to acquire it for my storage, which is at the other end of the country,
Yeah.
and get it back.
Yeah.
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 Robbie, get 50x1 down.
Yeah. What has happened in the past, though, and it's been quite useful, I must admit, is especially if it's a unit that I couldn't repair for one reason or another, and there's a few of them, because some of them were like, "Really, you want me to try and repair this?"
What? Well, Aldorf Wave, Andromeda, what else is on the list of?
Yeah, exactly. It's stuff that's like, no, mate, it's not going to. But they don't. I think they subconsciously they know that it won't be able to repair it, and just don't bother getting in contact again. But then an Andromeda comes in, for instance, and one of the big knobs is missing on it. Yep. Plump. There you go. You also got a knob, mate. There you go. That'll be 10 quid, please. So, and if they ever did come back for their Andromeda, 8-10 years on, they go, "Oh, the knob's not on it. Oh, that must have come off somewhere." Okay. Now, this £12,000 storage fee. Let's get talking, shall we? So,
Well, I mean, yes, you are prime real estate, Leafy Surrey.
yeah, but it's not the prime leafy Surrey area of Surrey.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
it is still Leafy Surrey officially, so you can still
No.
charge Leafy Surrey prices.
I tell you what, you get the leaves, but you don't get any of the hoity-toityness in this area. This is the oi you, fuck off area of Surrey.
Isn't that positive? I mean,
Yeah, no, not really. No, the leafy area of Surrey to which you refer to, which is on the other side of Epsom, where you get into Ashted and Leatherhead and Godlingham, and I can't even pronounce half of them. And it's all very, I say, yeah,
but would you care to come for a cup of tea, Ken?
I bought Veronica another horse, the kind of thing,
And lots of Russian accents.
Actually, it's ridiculous, actually, yeah. We just bought a new horse, yes?
What have they reached Surrey?
Yeah, I mean,
I thought they only went north. I thought they only went from Hampstead onwards.
the more south you go. The more south you go in Surrey, the higher the amount of Porsches. It's ridiculous.
It's the South's answer to Chipsy Norton, isn't it?
Yeah. But there you go.
Chipping Norton is in the south.
Well, Well, we got where Epsom Downs is, because I can see Epsom Downs from this window here, and it's the kind of the barrier between the plebs and the hoity-toity on the other side of the downs. And that's the end of that.
Let's all murder Robert with a ring modulator.
Is he dead yet?
It's quite enough. Which ring modulator's that then, Rob? What are you actually pissing about with?
It's this lovely thing.
Oh, it's... Oh, you go... Ooh.
Matron there. It's the business out.
Is that the... Which one? Which version of the Erebus is that you've got
It
there?
is
then,
a version 3.
The version 3. Has anyone seen any sign of the new one that can be rack mounted? That can be Euro rack mounted. That they had at Gearfest.
That's the new DIY one, which is supposed to be this month or next month.
Is it? It's coming soon. Yeah, it's just to snap it together, though, isn't it? They're making them so you don't have to solder it and stuff.
Oh, sorry, Neil. Yeah, it is. It is of the new kitchen.
What? Oh, thumbnail. Oh yes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And Siri is
Didn't
loving the
recognise it.
chairs. Yeah, she's loving those chairs, mate.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't your chair, that was Siri's chair. And you happen to be sitting in there as well.
Every chair is Siri's chair.
Well, I'm used to a cat where it doesn't matter how many sofas there are, wherever you're sitting, you have a cat's way.
Oh, I could be halfway up a tree, but if I'm eating something, she'll be dead behind me. Yeah, well, it's very posh, but that's Fiona's neck of the woods. She was demonstrating the tap to somebody that come in. It was like, yeah, it does look sparkling water. It's filtered. Yeah, it does. I do that is get hot water. I go, yeah, oh, she'd do that to me. She'd get hot water.
Have you got one of those ones that gives you automatically boiling water?
Yeah.
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 My brother's had that in his kitchen. I think that's a health and safety hazard.
Yeah. Rubber gloves would be required, and never do it from any particular distance. Do it really close. Trust me, really close.
I would be just really worried being hammered with some maids that it's not going to go well.
Yeah, hand over a glass of water before bed, and then scald in your throat.
You got mates, Robert? That's amazing.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll stop now.
I mean,
he's looking too hard. He really is.
Yes, it is surprising that outside of this world, I also have some people I occasionally see.
I don't.
Oh.
Oh, mate. I don't know.
So. Oh, plinky plinky. Plonky plonky.
What are you playing, Robert?
Still the Erebus.
Oh, yeah. I like my little Erebus. Is that a V2 or a V1?
No, it's a V3.
V3, ooh.
Big ones and VPs.
It's getting very professional now.
I think mine's a V2. Got it used.
They blew up our chip shop.
Is that I'm assuming that's the internal delay.
Yeah, but it's been. That was doing the annoying pitch modulation earlier. I was using the third oscillator to control the delay. I was trying to remember what I did yesterday, but it was a really lovely, gnarly sound, and I couldn't get that. That's the way it is. Either you take photos or make notes, or you forget it.
Yeah, take a picture of it.
Can't be bothered to do that. then I would have to send that film off to be developed.
Oh. Don't you have a darkroom at home?
Or to be fair, at the moment I only have a black and white film in the camera, so yes, actually, that one's easy enough to develop at home. But no, I don't have a dark room apart from this room.
Very Art Nouveau.
So, you've never upgraded since the box brownie, have you?
In type.
That's illegal now.
Stop it, Ken.
Yeah, political correctness gone mad.
Is that also known as the Sable Cam? Is that the...
Yeah, it's the one when the pictures come out the front and it says, "Can you see what it is yet?"
Dear, no.
Oh, mate.
Dear.
You're out of tune, mate.
Fine, I'll get a test tone up. Or open the tune up. Let's hope this doesn't push too much other stuff.
See, I'm fixing synths remotely now, see?
Thank you for not charging the usual £10 an hour.
It's $27.50. Thank you.
You're selling yourself short there, Ken. You could charge at least 30.
Oh no, not when they see the quality of the work. That's where it all falls apart, mate. You know, the sellotape. You sure? Yeah, no, sellotape. No, everybody uses it. Merry Christmas, by the way.
Just throw in some free black foam with every repair.
Robert, thank you.
Fine, I'll mute myself.
Sorry, that was about to be torture.
No, if I was
seen, was it Funeral in Berlin where they do that to poor Michael Caine, where they subject him to sound torture in that?
I mean, at the was it Odessa?
Is it the Odessa? Oh, I thought it was one of the Berlin ones.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of political stuff, is everyone still freaking out about that Spitfire guy?
Oh, Christian Henson.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the tweet. I don't know what
yeah.
it's about. And
They're losing lots of business.
yeah, it's. Do you know what? It's dodgy ground because on one side you're going, yeah, Spitfire didn't do it, but also
no, it's funny. They're losing business from both sides now. They're losing business from the people. Just he tweeted as a
Transphobic stuff.
yeah, coming in support of she who must not be named and what is it, Gary Lineker? Well, that guy.
Oh dear.
Transphobic stuff. Basically, half of the U.S. Political system.
yeah. Mind you, I mean, shouldn't there be more debate and stuff rather than just sort of like council? Because otherwise, get ready to rumble kind of thing.
I think they just figured that the tone was basically that guy was beyond debate.
Yeah, let's say it wasn't in it was all like very suddenly of like I mean the normal drunk person, like rather than trying to even soften anybody into it, it's just like a very Boris approach, put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, it's very easy to. I think I've done it. I must have done it myself, where I've said something innocently in a post, and it's very, very upset somebody a lot, because just wasn't thinking. But because this is so specific, I don't know. Funny old thing, isn't it?
What's more funny about it is how they're now losing sales from both sides. People complaining about on the transphobic side, complaining about Spitfire's cancel culture, and people on the other side complaining about Christian having said that. Just like I feel bad for their CEO at the moment. Well, he is not having the greatest of times.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is, people say, "Oh, I don't have freedom of speech anymore." Yeah, of course you do. You say whatever the hell you want, but there are consequences for shit that you do. So,
Yeah.
you know,
I mean, anybody who like shouts cancel culture, it's just like, as a company with a not insignificant amount of non-cisgender people working for them, I could imagine that if the CEO wouldn't have taken direct action of like taking him away from the public eye.
he's taking a break for a while. So what does that mean?
Duty.
Taking a break.
Well, it's the normal. You're not sacked, but you're not working for us at the moment. Yeah.
I mean, in certain time periods, he'd be in a re-education camp, right? So.
Not with these issues. That's more if you're on the other side of these issues.
No, I know, but I mean, these days it's the flip, right? So.
Yeah.
I just follow my mum's advice. If you can't say something nice, don't fucking say anything at all.
I didn't hear my mum when she said that. She said she did say it, but I said, "Oh, I must have been watching Doctor Who or something." Sorry.
Yeah, if I wasn't listening, my mum followed it up with bang.
Yeah.
I learned with enforcement.
Yeah. Oh, if I had £1 for every time I got the "you little feck" bang straight in the ear hole from my mum, mate. And we used to freak people out because my mum's Irish accent was very strong, and I had none. And we're talking to each other, and there's people who kids come home from school with me and stuff like that, and they're going, "You adopted?" It's like, because I could barely understand what my mum's saying, you know what I mean? So no, nothing like that, mate. Oh, mate. Although there's an area that does bother me with all of this, is that there are things that are funny, you know, when it comes to jokes and being humorous and stuff like that. And there are things that can be funny about, say, the gay community or the straight community, the black community, or the white community, or the Muslim community, or the Christian community. There's all these different things, and comedy was always sort of like an observation thing. It finds quirks and things like that in life, and that's getting destroyed. Some could say no. Some could say, yeah, well, you know, it's no great loss, but I don't know.
But I think it's got more to the point. Poke fun at yourself first, and then if you want somebody making derogatory black jokes, then it should probably be the black person rather than anybody else. But also it's very easy to be misconstrued. Otherwise, so is of course the safety net.
I told a joke once on Facebook, and I got fucking all over the coals for it. And I'll tell you what it was.
Go on.
I said, you know, they do say that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Except a stroke, which leaves you dribbling behind the telly. What?
Yeah.
I got ripped a new one for it until I suddenly put up, well, hang on a minute, you can't tell me that I can't make jokes about this because I fucking had one.
Yeah.
Do one.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, if you can rip yourself.
Yeah, we see, like 9 times out of 10, a lot of the angst and conflict that's generated is by people who are the you know, the
The
sort
part
of
of the
like,
joke.
I'm standing up for everybody, brigade. How may I help? You know?
Hmm.
And it's like, fuck off. Thank you. You know?
Well, honestly, a couple of days ago in the car park at my favourite supermarket, Lidl, whatever it's called. Honestly,
Well, there's a joke in itself. Come on.
When I was, yeah, and I was big, and this big black bloke, and he was going to get into his car, and we're going to go, and I just went, he went, no, and he just said, no, after you, Whitey. and I just stopped and gave him a slightly askance look, and he went, oh, I shouldn't have said that, should I? We both sat there, we both started just laughing our heads off because it was like, only because this guy was towering over me, and I just gave him this little look. And he went, oh, I shouldn't have said that, should I? We just laughed, you know, because we were killing each other with kindness, and then he said, yeah, after you, Whitey, and I thought, we just had to laugh. I thought, well, where do you draw the line? I mean,
I think the line is drawn individually, isn't it?
I think, yeah, it is. But it was not in any way him being rude or it was, anyway. It's a different thing altogether. So
yeah. But I mean, there's different forms. You know, because you got like like the Working Men's Club's 70s kind of comedy. That's a different kettle of fish altogether.
It's also in the delivery as well.
Yeah.
What about goodness gracious me?
Yeah.
Going out for an English. And go. Yeah. Give me the blandest thing on the menu. And I'm going. I can handle it. You know. And I'm going. You know, it's like. And you just you go, hang on a minute, and you laugh because it's inverted, isn't it? It's this, and it's the polar opposite. You know, load of Indian guys going out for an English in New Delhi. It's just funny, and I used to love that. You know, Bobby.
Hey, Robbie.
Well, old Rab, who works up in...
sorry.
He used to work in... huge, tall Indian guy. And Jim McKenna used to work up there. And he said it was like this huge guy, big turban and everything like that. Really impressive bloke. And, he worked on the Moogs and stuff like that. And he never tell anybody to fuck. He would kill themselves laughing.
You're gonna have to go back. You're gonna have to go back and read that
the cliffhanger moment
just before the punchline.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, what he used to do, he used to shout across the workshop. He used to go, "Get it right up you," like this, right? And he had a customer in the shop said to him one day, "Oh, you can't say that. It's disrespectful to Indian people." And he looked at her and he went, "What? Excuse me? Hey."
Oh dear.
I got told off by HR once because somebody came into our office. We used to share an office
Only
with
once?
HR. Only once. And
That's all it takes.
we used to share this office with HR, and somebody came in to ask for something, and I gave them whatever it was, and they said their thank yous and goodbye, and I just turned around and said, "Thank you, come again." A poo from Simpson, and they weren't Indian or anything like that. And the HR guy looks over at me with like daggers, and I'm like, "What?" He says, "You can't say that." I said, "What do you mean I can't say that?" "You can't say what you just said." I said, "Why not?" It's like somebody coming up to me and saying, "Hey, Robbie, mamma mia." That's just, it doesn't offend me. It's just a phrase. Or no, you can't say that. What if one of our Asian employees heard you say that? And I'm like, I'm sure they'd probably laugh at it because it's a poo from The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Well, he got cancelled too, by the way. Remember that?
Exactly. Then a poo gets cancelled a little while after. So.
No, but that's more actually by the voice actor himself.
Well, yeah, exactly. But
being uncomfortable after doing it for...
But being
you have to do it for 25 years or whatever. He's uncomfortable.
Well, no, he
no, but
he saw the way it was going and he fucking pulled the plug.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
yeah,
He's a
which is a more than reasonable thing to say to do in that position.
Yeah, but I mean, if it was left to you, that you could only do comedy that was based within your own culture,
Oh God.
your
on.
own
Jimmy
ethnicity,
Jones.
what- yeah, and he'd go, oh, funny thing happened to me on the way to the bank. Blah, yeah. Oh,
An Englishman.
anybody else got a mortgage?
A vicar, a priest, and a rabbi. Oh, no,
A
can't do that.
mortgage?
Yeah.
What is that? What is that you're talking about? Owning a home? Oh,
Yeah.
You must be a comedian.
Anyone here been shopping? It'll get bland very quickly, I tell you.
Put diesel in my car, fill my tank up to 116 quid still. And it's coming down, but it's still 116 flipping quid.
God, how
You know
big's
what?
the
I took my
tank?
car up today and it cost me 37 quid.
My lawn
Is
is
it-
so tall.
Is it like have you got a 60-litre tank, Robbie? In that? Is that must be
65, I think.
65 litres. Oh right, wow.
I think that's what I actually put in was 65, and I was down to I was down to fumes. I was down to my last 20 miles on the tank. So yeah, I just put it was. I could have probably squeezed another few quid in, but
In the Mustang, that would get it off the driveway.
yeah, I know.
Wouldn't it start it, would it?
But yeah, I had another bloody bloke out here the other day saying, he goes, "Oh no, I tell you who it was. The very last person who asked me was Dave Spears." And he goes, "Come on then, start it so we can hear it." I said, "Give us a tenner."
That's what you should do. You should put a little box outside saying, "Want to hear it? 10 quid for."
Yeah. Here a
That'll pay
real
for the week's
Mustang,
fuel.
£10. Yeah.
Tell you what, you talk about the price of electricity and fuel and shit like that. There's going to be no Christmas light displays on any houses this year, are there?
Oh,
That might be a relatively good
They've
thing.
already started turning
Somebody
around here.
outside with a fucking lighter in the air.
They started turning the lights off, street lights off earlier. I mean, they turned them off at midnight anyway, which I think is daft. But especially
Yeah.
because they went round and changed them all to LED bulbs to save money, and then they still turn them off at midnight anyway.
I've been doing it round here for 5 years, 9 o'clock.
9.
Go on.
9?
How does anybody? I mean,
Well, if you guys are supposed to have CCTV coverage, how do they do it without lights? They're not night vision cameras, right?
CCTV around here.
God knows.
So
mate.
you just take an Arri portable sun with you and just blast whatever with 200 kilowatts.
Yeah, mate, I tell you, no, it's getting stupid now. They even turn off the one in the alleyway here. It's like, in the alleyway?
That's ridiculous.
Really? Holy crap. I mean, I wouldn't walk up that alleyway, never alone some lone female late at night.
Do your police have the body cams like here now? Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
no,
yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Wearing bricks on, they still have to wind him up. Man, yeah.
There's a hilarious guy who's a YouTube channel from Atlanta. He's a famous mall cop now, and he has some of the best body cam footage you've ever seen. If you can handle it, with just crazy people doing crazy,
posted
terrible things.
Before, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing.
It's tasered.
That's the famous one, but he's done tons of other ones that are just like, wow, this is nuts. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's going back to the early 1800s now. You go, oh, I'll nip down the shop. There's a full moon tonight. It's getting ridiculous. Actually, I'm glad we've done all LED lights in the house now. Got rid of all those 100
I
watt
did that
bulbs.
a few years ago.
Yeah.
Everything's
Bloody
LED.
things. Yeah.
The nice mercury filled energy savers when they crack.
Well, you need to get your mercury vapor into your system. Because make sure to inhale as much as possible.
Yeah, just turn yourself into the Mad Hatter.
It's funny how I can hear everyone talking when Rob's talking because he stops playing his bloody keyboard. He'll stop when he talks, but not when anyone else does.
I can talk whilst playing as well.
I can also do that.
Oh, you have control.
So,
Yeah. Well, I can also do...
What?
I mean,
What?
I've got the kick from studio here. Bloody hell, there you go. That's what I was talking about. I keep thinking the camera's still
Which
up there.
camera? What's that?
That's that
It's a
CMI
fog
that's
light.
in
Oh no, a fair light.
Okay.
But that's the one that's costing about $8,000 and is not booting up.
So $4,000.
Looks like a serious frame, right?
It
At
is.
screen.
Ooh. Ooh.
Save your money. Do what I did. My missus bought me a computer for our anniversary. Stick a controller and a screen on it. Quasar Beach. Cost me nothing.
Indeed.
Oh,
what's the processor and the Fairlights?
84%. 84%. Click on it. Click on it.
There's nothing to click on. It's terrible.
Lonely ladies.
Hang on.
Somehow I don't think lonely ladies go around doing that.
I didn't have YouTube open, so where are we?
Robbie, what's the processor in the original Fairlight?
Which one?
Just the original one, and then
Well,
they're probably
yeah,
similar.
Series
to
1.
that, right?
Series 1, Series 2,
6800.
Series 3. 6800 in the Series 1 and the Series 2. 6809 in the Series 2X and the Series 3, but the Series 3 also ran 68,000s as well.
Oh, so the first one wasn't even a 68,000. Interesting.
No, the 6800 for the Series 1.
Oh.
Remove.
It's interesting that they only, but even the 2 was still on 6800 and not on
I always thought the
09s.
Mark 1 was a cotton reel with a pencil and an elastic band.
And a mouse.
And a mouse. Yeah.
I mean, that's basically a 6800.
But this had lots. Well, now it had 2 of them, didn't it? Running in, so like multitasking. So one, it was very clever the way they used it. Also, very clever the way that Tony Furs used it, and then they pinched.
Mm.
But when did Tony first start doing that? 74 or
74,
earlier?
75, yeah.
I mean, at that time, a 6800 was a hot processor.
It was a Apple Silicon of its time.
Or to be fair, if your choices were into the Motorola, and the Motorola was a lot cheaper, so of course the 6800 was the preferred one.
It's just pornography. That's what it was.
Here we go. Spice it up.
One more. Bloody hell. Go away then.
All right.
That last one.
I was going to say, you saved me saying something then, Robert. Thank you.
So is that a new one on your left shoulder there, Matt?
Do you know, Robbie? That's also really uncanny because my next question was: Can we have a guided tour, Matt? Can we have a guided tour of all the inscriptions?
You can have a guided tour of most of them because I'm not. There's one I can't show you. No, I've got a new.
Not the one on your knob that says "this way up."
No, it's
or Wendy,
but
but
knob with a £50 note that the wife can blow as much money as she wants.
but does it have a picture of the Queen on?
My first one is on my right shoulder. That was a little snake's head.
Yeah.
Then when my son was born, I had his initials and date of birth done on that shoulder, but it was done so badly that it's just fucking bled and faded. Can't read it now. I had that done the year Violator came out. Hang on, I've got to work out the order of them now. Then I had that done, which is a copy of one of Dave Garn's. Then I had the word devoted in devotional script, and I had violator or violated down there. I don't know if you can see it. There you go. Had those done at the same time. Then I had my son's name, initials and date of birth done again. Because the song that he associates with me is Home by Depeche Mode, I had it done in the script of the single.
Top tune.
Then I had that done when Martin Gore released, what was the album?
MG.
Was it MG? Yeah. MG. That's from the Europa Hymn video. And the woman
You got
who
a
did
knob on your wrist then?
actually saw the tattoo. A friend of mine posted it on her wall, and she went fucking nuts. and I'm quite pleased she saw it because she died last year. Jan Fenton, the woman who did all the animations and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I had that done, which is another Dave Garn one.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of months back. And then
Do
I
you
had
like Depeche Mode?
a little bit. Little bit.
Just
I
a
mean,
casual fan. Yeah, it's a.
Yeah.
I had at one point one of the biggest collections of Depeche Mode vinyl in the country.
Really?
My son's got all that now because he's nicked all my fucking memorabilia. All my t-shirt. I mean, he nicked my devotional t-shirt, the one I got from the Palace gig in 94, 93, 94. Yeah, he's got all my stuff, and he's now expanding that with all the singles, re-releases, and the 12-inch.
Are you buying the 12-inch box sets?
He's getting the latest one, the Playing the Angel one, for Christmas.
They're getting ridiculously expensive.
160 quid pre-order, that one.
Yeah, my friend that got me into Emacs was the biggest Depeche Mode fan I ever knew. He was before the internet. He had every bootleg video, every album, every mashup, re-release, whatever you want to call it, and of course tons of samples of it as well. So
I've got all the Alameda samples. I mean, you can get those anywhere now.
No, you haven't.
Have you got them?
No, he hasn't.
Right, Facebook PM. Where is it? No, like I say, yeah, I've been into Depeche Mode for Dreaming of Me, I think. Hence the Gretsch guitar. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, I'm having a version of the bird female from the Walking in My Shoes video on one of my legs.
Mm-hmm. I've got the limited 12-inch of that, I think.
My son's got all my. Yeah. I had about 4 versions of that. One of the ones I did have was there was only 150 copies made for DJs. It was a white label of Behind the Wheel.
Oh yeah.
I had one of those, and he got that as well. But yeah, I had a load of stuff. But he sort of nicked it all off me.
Have you ever heard the 5.1 mixes?
No, that's one thing I never got hold of.
Yeah, I almost missed out on them, and then 2 places at the same time, different shops, were selling off batches of them, and I managed to get one batch from one and another batch from another for quite a hefty reduction in price. But they are stunning. They really are. It's just a shame they stopped doing them now. You know,
have you ever? Well, it was Alan Wilder that was doing all that, wasn't it?
No, he had nothing to do with it.
I thought he was involved in all the 5.1s.
No, I don't think so. It was all kind of done some way after, but because they did Playing the Angel in 5.1. That was their first ever one, I think. And then they did the whole back catalogue stuff. And then what was after Playing the Angel? That was
Sounds of the Universe.
Yeah, Sounds of the Universe. So they did Sounds of the Universe. They did a big box set, which I got downstairs. That got the 5.1, and they did it separately as well. So they were like, okay, well, we're going to carry on. Which is cool. And then what was it after that? It was
it was the Ben. It was the last of the Ben.
Wasn't Delta Machine? Or was that after?
Yeah, it was Delta Machine. It was the last. That was the last Ben Hillier one.
Yeah, and Delta Machine, they didn't do a 5.1 mix directly. You had to buy the Live in Berlin box set to get the Blu-ray with the 5.1 mix of Delta Machine in. So they were still there. And then when they did Spirit, just abandoned it altogether, which is disappointing. So there's they kind of. I hate it. You got to do it or you don't. You know.
Yeah.
So do you have any tattoos of the spin-off bands like C'est Déjà Vu and Camouflage?
Have I got any of those? No.
Yeah.
No.
Camouflage really a Depeche Mode spin-off band?
Well, they're copies of them, basically.
One of my friends is the main keyboard player and programmer for a band called The Devout, which they tour the UK a lot, and they're really, really fucking good. Keith Trigwell, he's on the PSN.
I know him.
He's done some stuff talking about how he recreates the sounds for the bands, and I forget which song it was, but he was talking about a bass line they did, and there's 5 separate sections to each bass note. And I met him last year. He came down and I met up with him, and he was telling me all sorts of little bits and pieces. And I was like, fucking hell, you know. First, it was just staggering stuff. Hopefully, he might be up in Sheffield.
Cool.
And Keith's lovely.
Cool.
Do you have
Introduce us.
do you have Arturia's V collection?
Me, I
Yeah,
have V Collection 7, I think.
What version of the Jupiter has that got in there? Is that 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I think I've mentioned this guy before. He's up in, I was going to say Blackpool. I think it's right that area.
Mm.
And he's released on eBay recreations of Speak and Spell and The Broken Frame, as well as he's done the first Yazoo album and Human League's Dare.
Rio from him.
Yeah. Oh, you know the guy. Yeah. Seriously, get if because he's done these he's done all the multi tracks in MIDI. Every single patch is recreated in the Jupiter 8, the Arturia Jupiter 8, and seriously, it's as good as the original. It's just
when I
unbelievably
bought
good.
Rio, because I mean Rio was what Rio was the album that sort of got me fascinated with the JP8. And when I saw that he'd done that, and I bought the V Collection, that was the first thing I did was get hold of these files for it.
Yeah, they're really good. And that's like 20 quid an album, basically.
Yeah.
But his recreations of those, stunning.
Hello,
It's
David.
cold there, mate.
Cleo, David.
Is it chilly?
Nice hat.
Is that a little feather in the? Oh, there she is. There's the star.
Cold there, mate.
She is. She is a star.
Oh.
Yeah.
She makes
Three
me a
star for show.
What's that in your hat, Dave?
What is it on my hat?
Is it, oh, it's just a bubble.
No, it's
I
a
thought-
pom pom.
Same thing. Bubble, pom pom. Bum billion bum.
Can I ask a very broad...
a copy of the Gore fucking Mohawk.
It looked like kind of looked like a rubber there for a while. I had it like the little.
It's been a long while since I've seen one of those. But
They
They don't call it Jimmy hat for nothing. Yeah. So
But it's also a pom pom.
you could ask a question, Andy.
they don't call it Jimmy hat for nothing.
Forgot.
Yeah, really cool lighting.
I was going to ask you. You mentioned Rio, and that brought something into my head. Matt, you mentioned it. I've got this courtesy car at the moment, following the incident, and the DAB in it, the digital radio, is a pain in the bleeding arse. Couldn't I get the usual things? I couldn't. And I'm scrolling through the crap that's out, and I found one called, brace yourselves, Heart 80s. And I thought,
God.
oh, that'll be all right. I like 80s music, of course I do. And I switched it on, and I am not joking. I was rechristening this Heart Shittest Records of the 80s. I mean, it was non-stop awfulness. I mean, you'd have Whitney Bleeding Stewpot, followed by Bananarama, followed by Rick Bleeding Ghastly, followed by the Pointer Sisters, followed by all, and then it was just
Sounds like a
dribble,
good
dribble,
night to me.
dribble. No, it was honestly, it was the
I
worst.
mean,
It was
it's
horrible.
80s, but
And then, just as you're about to switch it off, on comes Rio, and you go, oh, thank heaven, something worth listening to. And then you get dribble, and you're just about to switch it up again. And they played Blue Monday by New Order, and I'm thinking, oh, actually, it's not so bad then, really, this. And then you get dribbled. And then, one thing that, having listened to this for like 4 days, I thought, I'm going to keep listening. I'm going to really make...
Yeah.
There were certain records they kept repeating. They absolutely love whatever his name is, Pete Caterer, whatever his
Pete
name
Cetera.
is. Yeah, he's on all the time with Chicago.
Glory of love.
It's just minging. It's
so
absolutely
bad.
minging.
Hard to
Right, and then
explain.
I realised that there were some of the songs of the 1980s which I actually quite liked are really awful. Right, I'll give you an example. Right, you ready?
Yeah, sing it for us.
Living in a Box.
Brilliant track.
I absolutely loved that in the day. They played it, and I just thought, What a crock of shite that is.
That
It's
album
just
was really
rubbish.
good.
Well,
They
I don't
were
know,
playing
Robbie.
at
That
Let's Rock
record sounded
today.
awful. I hope they're better than it sounded on bloody Heart 80s because it sounded terrible. I don't know. I'm sure I used to like this song.
Yeah.
You know, oh dear. So please, if you're listening, everyone, and you want good 80s music, listen to Radio 6 because you'll get an awful lot more of it than you will on Heart. It was just rubbish. It was just
No,
terrible.
any of those, it's like shit song, tons of commercials, shit song.
Yeah,
Do you guys
it
have
really
satellite
was
radio
bad.
out there?
And just keep you
That's
interested.
our youth, right? That's what we did.
Do you guys get the Sirius satellite radio out there? Sirius XM?
No, we don't get serious. No.
No.
Because they have a channel called First Wave, been on forever. It's really good.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
I mean, there's loads of channels on, on DA, depending on which system, which region you're in. It depends, what they carry on DAB. And we don't actually, because you guys have like satellite radio in your cars, don't you?
They even have Richard Blade on there doing his old shtick. The guy never goes away. He's always doing his.
Richard Blade.
Yeah.
He's done. He said a few things pissed me right off recently.
I'll bet.
Well, following the death of Fletch, when he posted up a private text message from Martin, it was like, "Oh, fuck off, mate. Nah, you don't do that.
No.
You don't do that." And it was like,
It's like telling people about the conversation we had with the Queen, isn't it?
well, it's like Patsy Kensit posting pictures on fucking Instagram from Fletch's funeral.
Oh, for fuck's sake, no.
Yeah. He was like, nah.
No, some things you just don't do.
That's it.
Oh.
Anyway,
Beef flavour.
lovelies, I've got to be up early in the morning because I've got a long drive. So I'm going to love you and leave you.
All right then. Fuck off then.
Good to see you. Take care.
See you later.
See you
Nice
later.
to see you in all your glory.
Quite comfortable.
Have a safe journey, Matt.
Good day, cheers.
See you later.
So yeah.
Right, let's find out where my missus is. Oh, she's on her way. Nearly home.
What are you playing now, Robert?
Don't encourage him.
Well, he already started. I was just curious what that was.
Look how mischievous.
She's trying to call Ty. He's summoning Ty. So
He's like, his little brain is like, how can I irritate him?
He's immune.
make some
I'll
musique concrète live. There you go.
It's really hard trying to do music concrete live. Maybe with something like a Morphogene or
What was it?
Phonogene.
Yeah, Morphogene or
There was a whole seminar on that at Sinfest in 2019, wasn't there, Robbie, with all the tape recorders and the tape loops and all that after you?
Yes, there was, yes.
I didn't
yes,
actually
but,
stay for that one, I'm sorry.
Doing that live properly is actually not possible. Doing it live with other ways is complex, but
it was
doable.
loops, really. Yeah, it was. I mean, actually taking the tape and cutting and splicing it, obviously that takes time. But
Yeah, well, or even using something like a Morphogene or Phonogene to try and do that live, it is still requires a lot of skill and trial and error.
yeah, you can't do SP44 live. You have to do a few tweaks before you can use the samples. But
that's why we're all waiting for the live, and we can't wait to get our hands on that little sample track thing when it pushed back to November now. I saw. Did you see that as well, Robbie? Did you get
I
that?
did, yeah.
That's what I'm doing my Clio sampling. I've been waiting for it. All right, Clio, practice. It's first
she's
thing.
gonna climb up. Then she's on. The pressure's on. So
I'd rather they put out a machine that actually worked rather
Yep,
than
me
use us
too,
as
quite
beta
happy to wait.
testers.
No,
Quite
yeah,
happy to wait.
it'll be cool.
Are you subbed as well, David? Are you?
Yeah,
are you,
Yeah.
I think a lot of us are, aren't we? Because yeah,
I really needed something like that.
I'd
so
forgotten I'd spent the money, so it'll be like
Yeah,
a Christmas
Get
present.
Exactly.
What? I ain't got nothing.
I
the
thought
screen
about
is really small, though. It's gonna be hard if you need glasses.
It's gonna be
It doesn't look too bad. I mean,
I don't think.
one
I
of
think
those
it'll be
things,
all right, actually, Annie.
I do.
It's not going to be, what is it? It's sort of like.
Jeez, lick me.
Kind of like the Teenage Engineering Mixer, very small screen on that. Right?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's about 100 times bigger than that.
Yeah, and actually, you'll agree, Robbie. Well, I think you will. That little screen on that little thing is actually quite clear.
Oh, it's very clear.
It's legible.
Very fucking small.
Well, it's like the Typhon. It has a tiny ass screen on it, but it's also very clear.
Yeah.
Well, like, the one on the Micro Freak's small and clear. The one on the Uno Synth Pro is small and clear, but it is kind of small. But at the same time, how big does that screen need to be? But with the Sample Trek, you've got a sequencer on there. There's quite a bit of detail, so hopefully they've got it right. But there's only one way to find out. And fingers crossed it won't be too long.
Fiona's a weird one.
Well, yes, you must be.
Exactly. exactly my point. Right. She went into Epsom today. I said, "What are you going into Epsom for?" And she goes, "Oh, I'm going to go and get a picture frame because I bought a painting."
Why do you keep licking me?
To go in, to hang in the kitchen. And I go, "Oh, okay." I go, "What painting did you buy?" She goes, "Oh, it's on the side there. If you're interested, you can have a look." She goes, "I think it's really for you more for me than for me." I go, "Yeah, okay." So I opened it up and have a look. I went, "Oh,
Profit Rev
and
2.
and this is a proper painting on canvas, right? Check this out."
Oh, look at that.
Ooh.
What is it?
Star Destroyer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so it is.
It's an SDS,
yeah.
I'm going,
Coming out
yeah,
of
it's
the
a real bloody paint. And I go, in the kitchen. How? Well, what's the connection? She goes, "Well, I thought you'd like it." I went, "Okay, lovely, thank you." Like a real one, but
Wouldn't we all?
yeah.
Jeez.
Just stand on the bridge with my hands behind my back.
It's
Right,
funny.
I'm just
It's
gonna-
funny how the Star Wars guys never did that with an atmosphere until they had effects budget to do it. They could have
Yeah.
used the Star Destroyer any number of times, anywhere, and you never saw that.
Yeah, well, I remember with the early light waves, as soon as you went anywhere near clouds and stuff like that, it's like, okay, we're going on a 4-week holiday. We'll be back soon.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, per
I'll be back in a
frame.
minute. I've just got to go and let the missus in. Unfortunately, she wants to come back in the house.
Well, you put her out in the garden most nights.
That's out in public now, Robbie.
That's it. Yeah. Back in a sec.
Yeah, especially if they have those interactive particle systems. That's really crazy. Have you ever seen Real Flow, Kent?
Yes, I have. Yeah,
That's insanely good.
yeah. I mean, even the version 1, when it,
Yeah, way back when.
yeah, when they showed the first versions of it and what it did and how it interacted and stuff like that, you're going, whoa.
Basically, if you guys haven't seen Real Flow, if you ever saw like movies like The Perfect Storm or basically Titanic or anything with oceans in it, it's all particle systems with this incredible software that does very realistic fluids.
Yeah, so if you want to run, say something, what was that bloody film? Day After Tomorrow,
Yeah,
where the tidal wave goes into New York
sure. Yeah,
and the way it goes round buildings and stuff like that.
it's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost talked those guys into giving me a student license once many years ago because I couldn't afford the real thing.
Mate, it was always going to be a pricey thing to get involved in, wasn't it?
Well, Houdini is the really crazy one, but it's also hard to use too. So
I used to use things like Skybox and stuff like this. Like, fucking
yeah.
hell. Really?
Well, did you ever use Terrigen? That was a really fun one. Right around the time Bryce was popular, Terrigen made more realistic.
Oh, it was much
virtual
better, wasn't
landscapes.
it? Yeah. No, Terrigen I used to use quite a lot just to do backdrops for my windows, stuff like that. You know, and it was like.
And I had some friends who gave me some USGS data, so I was able to import into stuff and get real height maps for real objects and real places and stuff. Then I 3D printed some of the stuff. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I have a Yosemite Valley height map. It's pretty cool.
The only trouble is, Andy, there's 3 other people here going, what the fuck are they talking about?
Well, I know, but hey, talk about sense all the time. We can talk about some other shit.
Rob will know because Rob knows everything.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how much CGI's got involved in, actually.
He's got Yellow Submarine on his wall. Probably everything.
Oh yeah, look at him.
CGI, my interest in CGI is limited.
No.
But, well, actually, I quite like CGI when I can't see it. Like, think about Vertigo, first use of CGI. Who thinks that it's computer-generated imagery in a 50s film?
Really?
Yeah, all the spirals and the opening credits. Great use of leftover equipment in Bletchley Park.
See, I told you knew everything.
The first real CGI thing is the scene from Wrath of Khan with the probe that creates the what the hell is that damn thing called? The not Doomsday, but the
Genesis.
Oh, the Genesis device.
Yeah, the Genesis probe. Yeah. And that whole animation where it flies around the planet and the mountains form in fractals and stuff.
Yeah.
That was the first long form animation in any movie at the time. CG animation.
Have you ever stop framed that particular scene?
A little bit. It's pretty rough.
It's pretty.
Yeah.
It's pretty like 2 cardboard
Well,
boxes.
they were on a budget for that film.
Yeah.
But I mean, Tron is quite interesting. The opening logo that like one company spent half a year on.
Mm.
Then,
had half the cast of Babylon 5 in it. Well, they didn't know it then. Yeah, but it's come so fast now, and it's so fast. It's
well, now it's just too easy to use CGI, and people just do really crappy CGI. Just because they can. It's like, oh, we don't need real stuntmen. We don't need this. We don't need that. Let's just do everything fake.
Yeah.
But I think it's great when you use it and you don't notice it.
Well, that's the rare moment, though, right? I mean, it's.
But like when you're trying to regenerate some sort of film set, and rather than classic matte paintings, you fill it intricately, or there's something on location which you can't remove for a period accurate thing, so you just touch it up later digitally, and nobody will notice. That is, in my opinion, great use of the technology.
Yeah, digital de-aging is very popular now. So Tom Cruise does not look like that. No, he really doesn't.
Tron Legacy did some great digital de-aging to Jeff Bridges.
It's a little too uncanny valley. It's not quite there. It was good, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it was 10, 15 years ago.
I know, but I mean, it was cutting edge. But Gollum is still one of the best things I've ever seen, and that was a long time ago.
They did some good digital de-aging for Peter Cushing as well, because he was actually dead.
Yeah, he looked uncanny valley too. That was not good. And Carrie Fisher, they got her face wrong. The proportions.
Oh, Box
right.
back.
Yay! Haven't you found a
yes,
girl
of course,
yet?
Carrie Fisher too. Yeah, you're right about that. And I forgot about
it. Didn't look good. Yeah, it was weird. And she was still alive at the time. They could have had her stand next to it and do a better comparison instead of just winging it.
But like Gladiator, that for its time gets away with it really well.
It did, but then they had that weird tinting where every time they showed Rome, it looked really weird. I think that was mainly because they couldn't make it look realistic without making it kind of color graded that way,
Yeah, quite possibly.
Yeah, but so I think that's one thing. If you're not paying too much attention on it properly, it actually gets away with it.
I mean, T2 and Jurassic Park still hold up, and they're really old.
But like T2 holds up because it doesn't look too realistic, and Jurassic Park, you don't know at times is with stop motion or is with And I think why Jurassic Park held up because it was really well animated, because it was the stop
That's the
motion
big-
animators
yeah.
doing the actual animation rather than early
It's just
CGI
like with
animators who had no fucking knowledge how to animate.
Yeah, it's just like with samples. You can have the best samples in the world, but they're not played well. It sounds like shit, right? So if your performance is good, you can get away with a lesser quality render.
As regards to Gladiator, who knows what it really looked like? Most of it was painted. You know, we have these ideas of these lovely marble statues.
Yeah, the
all
painted
nice and
statues,
white,
exactly,
and they
yeah.
weren't. They were all painted, really.
The Egyptian ones
So-
too, yeah. Right.
Yeah, but first we don't know what it looked like, and secondly, that would be uncanny valley if those statues would be painted, because it's not what we know it.
So it would make people uncomfortable.
Yeah.
They would look at it and go, that doesn't look realistic, because all they know is a nice white marble statue, when in
Yeah.
reality, she might have had glorious pink robes on and blue eyes. And,
yeah.
and
See, you can't show Venus de Milo with arms. What are you talking about?
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, so there comes a point where you have to just you have to suspend your disbelief, don't you? And go, well, okay,
Yeah.
it looks good to me, and
Yeah. Well, otherwise you're not going to enjoy anything really.
it's that first battle scene in Gladiator. I think I watched that again and again. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, that's
what
cool.
they did with that is absolutely stunning. I know there've been ones since, like the obviously the ones in the Lord of the Rings films are actually quite impressive too. But I don't know, it just feels like. you're there.
What's
It's
great
really-
about that is just the dirt, the weather, it being all a bit rough and shit.
Yeah, it's,
that makes
it's
it.
horrible.
Well, the cool thing about Lord of the Rings
Beautiful.
is they were using that massive engine to do some visualization, like previs stuff, and they realized the engine was so good, and you could set bots with behaviors that they would actually react to stuff around them. So when the soldiers decide to retreat, sometimes they're doing it with AI. They're not just being told to do that. They kind of collectively. There've been some games that do this too, like. There's a Japanese warfare one that was pretty interesting where if you're losing the battle, your men will start to leave because the bots have realized their numbers are dwindling too fast and they run away, basically.
Yeah.
So the massive engine was amazing because they could actually, and then with good quality models, they could actually fly the camera through them, and it was some of the most amazing footage, for battles.
Yeah. On the other hand, you can do it totally differently. Like, I know it's perhaps a bit naff, but I went to Harry Potter World with school and English department trip, and talking to them there about the way things were done for the Harry Potter films, like Ollivander's shop, every single box. It's not CGI. Every single box was made and labelled and put in place. The newspapers that are there, it's not just a piece of paper. Every single page is printed. It's mental. The detail to which they went
Oh, yeah.
to put in order to, and I think you can see that in the Harry Potter films.
Yeah, it feels real, right?
There's something really beautiful about it.
Well,
I know-
in the first four films, afterwards it just becomes CGI mania and darkness mania. Oh, do you want light? Oh no, we can't afford the light. We spend all the money on the props.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know what's
I think
fun
you're
is
being
that
cynical.
it's
The thing
touristy.
gets darker.
The
You're right.
the
It does get more CGI.
Diagon Alley and all the stuff they did at Universal Studios Florida is
Yep.
pretty impressive. You feel like you're in the goddamn movie.
Yeah.
But also if you walk Diagon Alley in Leavesden, that set is quite crazy. But
Yeah.
it's also how small it actually is. But actually, I don't know if it's positive or negative, but in the films it looks wider than it really is.
Well, everything does, though, doesn't it? I mean, even like the Great Hall set, it looks really, really big on the screen. But when you're actually there, it's really quite small. It's a much smaller space than you're imagining.
But it feels like the right size when you're in there. It feels like the size it could be for like a great hall at a big posh school, or if you like a college in Oxford or Cambridge, it feels sort of what it should be. But obviously, also the first two films they used a lot of locations in Oxford and Cambridge. But, the first film is just a cinematography mess of like
Yeah, all sorts of bits. And it
No, but if you do the classic cutting exercise, film school exercise, where we clap every time there's a cut, you clap a lot in the first film, because they basically, let's say the cast was a bit inexperienced, as you'd expect.
Yes.
But the first film is definitely cutting mania.
But I think
By the third film, it got
I only
quite good.
mentioned that really as a means of saying that sometimes with the films, it's worth them investing in actual reality rather than it all be. Well, they did actually say, all these boxes could have been duplicated with CGI. However, we chose not to do it, and I think that's all the point I was making.
No, but also 20 years. I mean, the CGI in the first film that doesn't hold up well. The brick wall transformation. When I saw that film again, 10 years ago, it was just like, Jesus, this looks terrible.
But there were that technique was used in other things. I've seen bits in other films where I thought, oh, that looks like that. So it's obviously
No, but you just
I don't think it really matters. I mean,
but like,
anyone seen Jason and the Argonauts recently? That's, do you know what I mean? It's the technology that you've got. So,
Well, Harryhausen was pretty much untouchable.
Yeah,
That guy was
Harryhausen was
amazing.
like the bollocks,
Yeah.
mate. He really was.
yeah, but honestly,
I mean, the guy who did King Kong, God, what the hell is it? Ellis? My brain is fried. Famous guy who did the animations for that and Mighty Joe Young. It's pretty good stuff,
Yeah.
for especially how long ago it was.
Yeah.
But
that's what
Harryhausen
take-
was just insane. You
Well,
can make
that's the
even a
point I'm
shit
making.
movie just fun to watch.
Yeah, exactly. They are fun to watch. They're great to watch. When you're watching those, you don't worry about the fact that those skeletons don't move very realistically wielding their swords and things. It doesn't matter. It's actually fun to watch. But it's of its time. Well, it was even beyond ahead of its time when it was done. And I think all of these films are. But then you look back 20 years ago and you go, it's a bit ropey, that. Ooh, a bit dodgy. Ooh.
Yeah, but that will happen anyway because of the way, as you make advancements. I mean, if you watch season 1 of Babylon 5, it's like, you got stepping lines around edges where there haven't been anti-aliased so many times.
Yes, but what was the format that Babylon 5 was created for? Interlaced analog television.
Sorry.
So if
Yeah.
But the
If
HBO
you-
Max redos are really nice. They've up-resed it and it looks really good.
Yeah, but you see, because it
but
was-
then if you watch it to however many lines, NTSC or PAL equivalent format was at the time for transmission, and then you add a fuzzy CRT in front of it, where you can see your 3 color lines.
oh yeah,
Then it doesn't matter, does it?
yeah, but the software actually wasn't really capable of doing that great a line at the time because this has been made using Lightwave 3.
Well, the
on
original video
Amiga.
toaster, yeah.
Yeah, on Amiga 500s in a cupboard.
Yeah.
And
No,
literally,
but-
you had low anti-aliasing, mid and high was like just really 3 pass. It was nothing.
Yeah, they couldn't even do radiosity, I don't think.
Yeah.
They
And then because the Babylon 5 team were working very closely with Lightwave, and they push and develop. So the second series was better. The third series was better again. And then they were also able to improve the story and be more outrageous with the story because they knew that the software was going to have more of a chance of being able to do half the things they wanted it to do. So by the time you get to the end series, it's looking pretty good considering, And it was all filmed in an old shower factory or something. Bath and shower, bathroom factory, and it still had all bloody bars and.
Oh yeah, it was
all
the
over
Hot Tub Works.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and of course they used to come out at lunch, and all because it was on an industrial estate, and all these people coming out of their factories to have lunch, and there's Vorlons wandering around and stuff.
There's also like a garbage dump nearby too, so that was nice. There's
Yeah.
some kind of funny smell out there.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, because it was great because you'd get Lightwave and you'd get all the B5 models lumped in with it. So I've got an original Series 1 Babylon 5.
Well, they had for these a lot of these websites got shut down, but there was a site for it called Star Wars Modeling Alliance,
Yeah.
and it was a bunch of guys putting up free models, really, really well made from scratch of everything, even the most obscure little dumb ship or structure in the Star Wars universe. And the site disappeared a long time ago, as far as I know, but it was impressive stuff.
Was it
Was
moisture
it shut down, or
evaporated?
did it just disappear because people stopped paying for the
It
subscriptions?
most likely was shut down, but I'm not positive. Maybe somebody bought
they
the
did.
library
They
or
did.
something.
Yeah, they started actively going after these things, especially when there were because when Star Wars, the whole Star Wars franchise thing, was outside interest from other companies and stuff like that because it was going to get bought up in one way or another, and we know who would eventually get hold of it anyway. And that's when it started. Yeah, well, that'll have to go, and that's an infringement, and that's an infringement. But it was all pretty much. I mean, like with Bab 5. I mean, when it started out, it was pretty open. You know,
If someone's doing it for themselves off their own bat, is it still an infringement? I mean, have they taken out? I suppose technically they do own copyright on the shape and design of every single starship, Star
they used to
Destroyer,
put in the
X-wing fighter.
You put like a
TIE
fair
fighter.
use kind of not for sale.
There'd be a little text file. This is a free to use. Blah de blah. No profit.
It's just like
all that.
game emulators. You can't sell the ROMs and you can't sell the software to emulate. But if you put it for free, they can't get after you for putting the emulator out there.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I did a ISD that I went. What was the name of the bloody site now? It was a proper Lightwave site, and I put up an ISD model on it, and it was gone in 10 days. It was being pulled.
Yep.
Mind you, it was a fucking good model. Mind you.
Yeah.
I still got it, but my God, I spent months building that fucker. Because that was the other thing I used to love about it, was when you were in the modeler, you could, mesh up something like a bolt, and you had literally looks like a rivet on the screen, yeah, and then copy and paste them and put them onto a panel, and keep pulling out and pulling out. So even if you got something that's nearly 1,000 meters long, there are rivets holding all the plates together.
Yeah.
Even though you can't fucking see it, especially when it whizzes by and stuff like that.
Well, there were crazy details in those little Stuart Little movies, the little mouse with the human clothing on.
Yeah.
His the eyelets of his shoe had reflection maps on them.
Yeah.
For the room, it's like, what? You never even saw those, right?
Yeah.
So.
And
the woven clothes. That was the first time they had really good woven clothes in CGI.
Yeah, and 99.9% of the audience never see it.
Never saw it. Even if you did it on a close-up, they wouldn't pay attention anyway.
But you sense it when you're watching.
Yeah, but if it wasn't there, you go, this doesn't feel realistic. Yeah.
Yeah, subconsciously you pick it up.
Yeah.
It's like with PlayStation 5 and Gran Turismo 7, and you do a comparison with the ray tracing on and off.
Yeah.
And if you look at the bits that they've told you, this is you can now see the reflections in the chrome around the headlights.
Yeah.
And you can see the impact of the light, the interior lighting on the leather.
Yeah.
And you think, but then when you just put them side by side, one just looks like the real thing. The other one just looks a little less.
Yeah, less.
You can tell. You're subconsciously, you are picking up on all of these different things.
Yeah.
And it just gives you that sense of realism.
Or like, what's Detroit Become Human, where all these subsurface scatter for the skin. That was so amazing when that game first came out. And it was like, wow, this actually looks really realistic at this point.
That's why I haven't done a lot of human animation stuff, because everyone is an expert, right? So if you don't make it just right, it looks like shit.
Yeah.
And even someone who doesn't know anything about animation will call you on it. So
yeah, well, I remember when I started going out with Fiona, and I was still quite heavily into CGI. I mean, stupidly heavily. And I said, well, look, we'll quickly set up a scene and all that sort of thing. I said, so right, say for instance you're going to have a moon, right? How big is this moon going to be? And she goes, we just do a ball. And you went, oh no, you don't do a ball. No. What is the
Oblate
diameter?
spheroid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What diameter is this moon? And she goes, oh, I don't know. Say same size as the Earth. I go, right. Here we go. So about, let's say 12,500 miles, right? All right, sphere and everything like that, and then put it up in the scene. And she goes, but if that was 2 foot across, it wouldn't make any difference, would it? Or yes, it would when you start having to get close to it.
Yeah.
Because your bitmap's got to go around that. So if you zoom
stretch
in,
it.
that bitmap's got to stretch, otherwise it ain't going to work.
Yeah.
And she's going, oh, this is mad. She got actually into it. So what she hated was the waiting. The waiting.
Well, and she only knew how bad it was years before that. So
Yeah. And you used to do this thing, like if I did I used to like building a ship or something and making a scene and then doing a nice close flyby. So if I did like an Earth Destroyer from Babylon 5, because they're lovely and detailed, and it'd be like, yeah, it's about a minute a frame, blah, blah, blah. But then it'd get really close and it would go, and it was like, oh, how long's this got to go? 12,000 hours. Yeah, but it will pick up after the camera pass and as it goes into the distance. But this is the slow bit. Fucking hell.
Well, that's what's cool about the really good game systems that came out later, where they had the dynamic scaling of the actual CG models. There was the company Shiny that made like MDK and a bunch of other really fun shoot 'em up games, and they had this one called Messiah, which is a crazy detailed game, and you could have like this character walk up to you, turn on the overlay mode so you see the tessellation, all the different facets of the model. And you watch it dynamically change as it goes in and out of camera and close and far away from camera. And it's insanely detailed models, but the rest of the background was pretty basic because it's scaled down.
Yeah.
It's very clever.
Yeah. Yeah, but it all led to, if it wasn't for, things like, Babylon 5 and stuff like that, we wouldn't have, RTX 3080 cards in computers and shit like that now.
Somebody prod Robbie is falling asleep.
No, I'm still.
But wasn't NVIDIA founded by one of the guys from Silicon Graphics?
Wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Probably. I actually went to my time card when I was a contractor for a while. Just before NVIDIA launched, they had some kind of an opening day party at the same building. And I saw the famous fight with the Anubis character and the other character in the ring. That was their first real demo they had. I was blown away by these graphics, and I didn't know who they were at the time. And then, like a year later, all of a sudden, NVIDIA.
Sorry, just look at the
Yeah.
bot.
Yeah.
Only Putin didn't find a girl with us.
Oh wow! Interesting.
What you mean? Donald Trump
That's
did?
insulting.
Yeah, clearly.
That's insulting from a bot.
That is pretty
That is so
specific,
funny.
isn't it?
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Wow.
Why are we laughing at the sex bot?
I would imagine Julian Clary didn't find a decent girl either. So what? What?
Oh dear, yes.
Biden did.
No, it's Hunter Biden, right? It had to be Hunter Biden.
Careful.
Oh dear. Oi, 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 oi. Political sex bots, yeah. This is welcome to the new age.
It's a new trend, Bert.
Yeah.
They have to up their game, they got to get political. So
It's a new world.
It's when they start saying things about Liz Truss is when you want to start.
God, it could be like Christian from Spitfire didn't find a girl,
So can you guys explain her? I don't know anything about her.
She likes to change her opinion, and you don't need to know anything about her because whatever you might know might not be true 5 minutes later.
She's a weather vane.
If you've ever seen Morph on Take Heart, that's pretty much it.
But has she been in the game a long time, or is she fairly new?
No, she started out in university, and she was a Liberal Democrat, which is
about as far away as you can get.
Excuse me, the Lib Dems were in a coalition with the Conservatives.
Yes.
And they got a lot out of, apart from tuition fees, they got a lot out of it. I mean, it did kill the party as well, but we ignore that part.
Totally. she was a Lib Dem in her youth at university, and she even at one of the Lib Dem conferences. So for our American friends, you've got Labour, who are in kind of more like your Democrats, and you've got Conservatives that are like your Republicans, and the Lib Dems are somewhere in the middle, fence sitters. They often call
like libertarians, right?
kind of thing. They're
Like
the Gretsch.
Republican light.
There used to be a party called the Liberal Party, and then there was a bit of a breakaway, and they formed this thing called the Social Democratic. Was it
The SDP, the Social Democratic Party.
Yeah, and then
There was a breakaway from the Labour Party, though. Don't forget, Robbie.
Well, it was a bit of both, wasn't it? Because Steele came over from the Liberals, and
Steele
what's her face?
didn't. No, Steele didn't. You mean David
who
Steele
am I-
didn't join the SDP.
Who was? It was Barbara. No.
Yes, there was. I
Anyway,
can't remember the names now.
there was this kind of breakaway, and then eventually they merged with the Liberals. Now they're the Liberal Democrats, so they're kind of a wishy-washy, sat in the middle. David Owen, thank you.
David Owen. Yes.
Yeah. So there's
David
this-
Owen, that
anyway.
was it.
So she was one of them, and all the way through the leadership election for the Tory party, people were playing this video of her at conference, bemoaning the monarchy and saying, we she wanted to abolish the monarchy.
Oh, that's ironic.
Isn't it just?
I didn't know that. I didn't realise
Yeah.
that at all.
Oh yeah, she
After she just murdered her.
and she said
A politician,
Shirley
two-faced.
Williams, thank
Are you
you.
Careful,
sure?
Rob.
And yeah, she said, she's got on camera saying things like, I don't.
David Owen,
it's
Roy
not that I don't
Jenkins,
like-
Shirley Williams,
That's it.
and
The Gang of Four.
Forgotten.
Yeah.
Whoever the Forgotten one is.
And yeah, so
Toto.
but then of course she's changed her tack on that. She stood in front of the nation the other day and said the Queen was the rock of our nation and all this kind of stuff. Hang on a minute, it wasn't 20 years
Well,
ago.
to
you
be
were saying
fair, what
you
else
wanted
could
that.
she come out and say?
Well, you also go where the money is because there are plenty of people here that work with Fox News and everything else, and you look at them like 15 years ago, and they were about as liberal as you can get, but they went where the money is. So it totally changed their tune.
But but then that's just one example of many examples where, like, she campaigned against Brexit, and then as soon as Brexit happened, we should see Brexit as an opportunity. It's so she's a flip-flopper, she's a weather vane, she just goes where,
Right.
Half the
Op-
fucking
opportunist.
Conservative Party did that.
yeah, exactly.
Didn't
So
Of course.
yeah. But it's between her and this Rishi Sunak, it was two arses, two cheeks of the same arse.
No, two arses. Yeah.
Two arses, yeah. Maybe, yeah. So, and the leader and our new prime minister was elected by 160,000 disgruntled old white people, basically. That's all it was.
There's a
And-
basis for a government.
Yeah, isn't it?
So they went
Watery
for
tarts throwing scimitars out of a lake. There's no basis.
Yeah, basic
Yeah.
government.
so,
right,
so
yeah.
clearly they went for the white person, of course.
Well, of course. I mean, to be honest, I was a little bit glad that they got her in because I think that she will fuck up a general election, and I don't think she'll command that much enthusiasm. I mean, the Tories. I think I'll be
Yeah,
surprised.
Yeah, but who is waiting
If she
in
goes
the
to the
wings?
country now,
Well,
they
she
might
won't.
win.
So she's
She
not
won't.
strong-willed
If she
like
waits 2
Thatcher.
years,
She's-
Well,
they
the
won't.
thing is, there was all this talk about, maybe she should go to the polls early, like Johnson did, to get a mandate from the people. But then the other day before, on her first PMQs on Wednesday, before the whole Queen thing happened, she said, "Absolutely not. We're going to see through this term to 2024."
Well,
but of course,
what did
this is
Theresa
Liz
May say?
Truss. This is Liz Truss. She will probably change. She'll probably see now. She'll probably see her moment at this. This last week or two.
She's had a good moment.
This is her Tony Blair moment, because you remember with Tony Blair and Diana,
Yeah,
and he handled that perfectly. I mean, he was already in. He'd won a landslide, so it wasn't like he needed to
That was 2 years
convince
later.
people. But yeah, he managed that so well. He kind of crystallized the zeitgeist. The feeling, the emotion of the people at the time, and everyone's sort of like, yeah. So I wonder if she's thinking about it, because she is an opportunist, and I wonder if maybe
Yeah, but she's not very good at it.
Once the old deer is a little bit cold in the ground, or the cellar, wherever they're going to put her, maybe she might turn around and say, yes, let's have a general election, because she might be on a... But if you believe the polls at the moment, Labour in the lead, but as Kent was just alluding to, you know, it's the least worst option at the moment is the current version of the Labour Party, because the infighting has just torn them apart, and it's just...
Who's the black lady?
Which one?
She's Conservative.
Who was standing for the Conservatives? What was she called?
Kemi Badenoch.
That's right.
She was more of a centrist.
She can be a little bit...
Well, she was a bit both. I mean, Tugendhat was the only one who was the clear centrist, and he was in the back. So he was the only one who was different, whereas everybody else was involved with the previous 2.5 governments. So actually has really no excuse to say this was shit. Like,
really?
No, you've all really went for it.
Oh, not centrist at all. Grace is saying. Maybe I'm thinking. Might be somebody else I'm thinking of then.
Kemi Badenoch is one of those people you think, really? Okay.
Yeah,
because
Well, are other people doing that whole switcheroo thing because it's where it's popular or where the money is? Or...
Well, it's like any politician, you know. You're not there for the good of the people most of the time.
Of course,
most politicians. Let's say,
I will be
most
honest with you. When the leadership race started, I didn't see Liz anywhere in the top 4 even.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, what, Liz? No. And then
Are the other ones that bad, or is it?
No, but clearly that is what all white men want.
Yeah.
I know,
Really,
but Penny Mordaunt wouldn't have been worse. I mean,
they're all like I say, they're all the same.
Well, she's just had a moment, hasn't she? Penny Mordaunt.
Well, exactly.
Had a moment as well. So.
I mean, we had that funny moment in '88 when you had like Jesse Jackson
morning, by the way,
and all these crazy people running, and there's this big pile of losers, and it's just like they're all awful. You can't choose any of them. And
well, at the moment, I mean, whoever got in to run the Conservatives, I mean, basically they were going to be inheriting this sort of like very sick baby's nappy of an economy. And pick through it again. There's not much to fucking work with here. Yeah,
you know,
I don't.
Liz
I
Truss has
don't
got
not
a horrible
envy her.
job. In the same way that Theresa May had a horrible job, I don't envy her either. I think I don't think she'll last very long. She's just got to try and do what she can, really. But yeah,
hopefully it's no more than 18 months.
I don't think
until the general election.
I'll tell you what, you can do quite a fuck up in 18 months.
You really can.
Oh yeah, we live in hope. But the thing is, like I say, you know, is Keir Starmer an electable leader of the country? Because that's obviously what the general election will all be. It's not about anything other than
never taken to him.
I mean, he can't be worse than any of anything that the other side has to offer.
Well, there was that about Boris,
he's
but
the
we just found out
least
there
worst
is.
option. But I think, as in terms of what he has done to the Labour Party,
what's happened to Hillary Benn? Can we not drag him out again because he's the best prime minister we never had? Please, let's have Hillary Benn. I like Hillary Benn.
Towards the end of his kind of tenure,
Israeli,
he was
Israeli dragging him up. Yeah.
I think his father would have been a bit ashamed of his behaviour and some of the things he was saying in Parliament, which because his father was an absolute legend, but. No, I don't know. I mean, the Labour Party has swung backwards and forwards since. Well, I think once Tony Blair stepped down. Yeah, I mean, since Tony Blair stepped down and Gordon Brown, it was just like, that was a whole debacle. And then
they could just dissolve and split up into neoliberals and
yes, but then
the left-wing
party.
That
would just guarantee the Tory
that would guarantee
party.
a Tory government forever. It's unfortunate, but I think the only way we can get rid of the Tories at the next election, unless Labour really do turn it round and win over the people, which I just can't see it happening, then we've got the best we can hope for is a Labour Lib Dem, maybe Green / SNP coalition, and we go from there. But it's
Yeah, now more than ever, that Monty Python election night special episode is just brilliant. The very silly party, the slightly silly party, the guy with his feet coming out of a box. It's just the funniest shit ever, you know.
What do you mean, silly versus sensible?
Slightly silly candidate.
It would be frighteningly realistic
Steve,
now.
As Steve Elbow said, we do have to get rid of first past the post, but the only way we're going to get rid of first past the post.
Bots are back.
Yeah, go on.
Hey.
The only way we're going to get rid of first past the
I'm
post
glad
is
it's
to
still
get
84% though.
is to get
Is
a
that the
party
first
in that
past the
supports
post
it.
number?
But even somebody like even most of Labour don't support proportional representation because they know that it will dilute their share of.
Yeah, absolutely will.
So
It'll damage Labour more than it damages the Tories. That's the sad
probably,
truth.
yeah,
At
probably.
least they're
but-
colourful.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's a shame Sean Locke's left us. He would have been ideal.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
the thing is like all the sensible people that you would want in positions of responsibility, like Martin Lewis, Andy's his doppelganger. he would make the most excellent Chancellor of the Exchequer because he absolutely understands, finance and people's needs, and there are so many, but they're too clever to be stupid enough to put themselves in that position because they know that it would just be, they would be on a hiding to nothing.
Yeah, they won't be allowed to do what they think they should do
Exactly.
because there'll be far too many agendas at stake.
Yeah. So
Can't we put computers in charge? Wagyu, what a great idea. Haven't you seen Terminator?
I don't know. How long would it take the computers to work out that we're a bunch of twats and need to be
Or
exterminated?
as
Oh, yeah.
SEO head, Stephen Fry for Prime Minister. What a great
absolutely.
idea.
That's not bad.
well, do you
idea,
remember
is it?
that
Stephen
Simpsons
Fry for
episode
King. Oh,
when they take over Springfield? The intelligent people take over Springfield, so everyone with an IQ of over 150 is running the town of Springfield, and they think they've created this wonderful utopia, and then
surely over an IQ of 100 in Springfield would make them
quite.
in the intelligent bracket. But
that's
What's that
quite an
now?
interesting episode. It's a clever one because then Stephen Hawking makes one of his guest appearances and saves the day. So yeah, it's rather good.
hooray.
Yeah, as much as you want leaders to be better, a bunch of super high IQ guys running the thing would also be very bad because they have their own set of issues. So,
Mind you, it
I
must
think
take
we've
a
had this
certain kind of personality to want to be prime minister.
yeah.
Which is why when you get somebody eventually in charge, no matter where they're coming from, somehow you're getting the same kind of rehashed shit in your face every
This is
time.
where I think Corbyn went wrong. I mean, I'm a big, fan of Jeremy Corbyn. I'm not going to lie. By the way, Martin Ware's podcast this week is an interview with Jeremy Corbyn. It's very, very good. But he didn't really want to be the leader of the Labour Party, and therefore I don't think he really wanted the job of Prime Minister. I don't know whether that's why he messed it up.
That was more his own party, the neoliberals working against him.
But
Yeah.
when you think that I saw him in Norwich attracting crowds where they're at this venue and they couldn't get everybody in, and he was doing that all around the country. So there was clearly support for him and his ideas and his principles and everything. And yet somehow that didn't turn into an election. And obviously the Labour Party, the right of the Labour Party, which sounds like it's just a bonkers thing to say, but the right side of the Labour Party fucked it up, which has now been proven in the that report that came out a little while back.
Yeah.
But equally, Corbyn scored a few own goals in terms of his management of certain things, and
Yep.
it set the Labour Party back yet again. It's just memories of Michael Foot followed by Neil Kinnock and John Smith was the one that was
Nice
going to
beer.
turn it around.
Lovely bitter.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
if you talk about greatest prime ministers we've never had, John Smith
I
would have
agree.
been a fine
agree with that.
prime minister.
Yeah.
But
He was such a decent man.
yeah, and he was right.
Taken from us too soon.
Yeah, and he was right in. I say in the middle, but he appealed to both. The sort of people that were further to the left of the party, and those that are further to the centre of the party. He appealed to both equally, and he commanded that support. And I think, it was just had he not fucking keeled over and pegged it, he could have been a great one. But there you go. He's the Brian Clough of the political world.
A segue into completely changing the subject.
Go for it. Let's do religion.
Oh yeah, come on in.
Oh,
What do you
boy.
wanna say? Oh,
No,
okay.
let's not. Please, let's not.
Why are we sticking with Labour?
Sorry, come on.
Come on then,
We could be
come on
talking
then,
about
Cadmium,
anti-Semitism. What?
When?
No.
How?
No,
But just don't invoke Godwin's law. So
Yes. Anyway, Kent, you were saying.
Yeah, just change the subject to anything, basically. Because this razor blade here is looking really attractive at the moment.
Why? Do you need a shave?
Yeah, always need a shave.
Oh, I do. I'm stubbly.
The dog goes to lick me, gets stuck. Yeah,
well, it's like licking another dog. You're a furry, so it's perfect.
Oh dear. Somebody asked me if I would do a demonstration of the Timberwolf.
Don't.
Yes.
I'd rather talk about politics and
And I said,
religion.
I'd rather you ask.
Robbie.
And I said, I'd rather you ask me to do an impression of a Timberwolf.
Actually, I'd like to hear what kind of sounds you get with it, because it is possible, but very rare to get good sounds out of it.
Well, anybody wanting to
Yeah.
hear this Yamaha drum machine I have here, or other exciting things in between?
What one have you got?
What is it, the RX-8?
All right, yeah.
Like the worst of a bunch.
Got an SR95 here.
I haven't
I'll
seen
get
the
the
RX-8.
DD10 out.
I don't know whether to get a rhythm out of it or put a video in it.
So, shall I try and fire up the WSA1 and see what it does today?
Ooh.
But some days it
Wait.
doesn't work.
That CS80 hasn't been on for 2 months. That could be interesting. Go on, Hans, give us a tune.
You are, mate. I'll play it.
Yeah.
Does he still have his neuron? Do you know?
Hands?
Yeah.
Well, the last pictures I've seen from the Santa Monica studio, it's still in the
Still there.
in the same spot it's been for the past 15 years.
Never turned on.
Too afraid to.
I mean,
Well, it's most of the stuff in the main room anyway.
Black Hawk Down, he pretty much used the crap out of that.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'll have to go check that out.
I mean, Black Hawk Down is Neuron, a lot of the scope.
Is there real obvious
synchrotron.
neuron too, like really weird grungy sounds, or is it?
The whole soundtrack is a bit weird.
Yeah,
So
I vaguely remember
anything
it,
that
but
anything that sounds like more normal synth stuff is probably from the Scope platform, the synchrotron synth he was very fond of at the time.
Yeah.
And then there's also a lot of CS80 in there doing weird shit.
yeah.
Well, like he said to me, he told me he'll use one or two hardware synths. These days, maybe one or two as a theme instrument, and then the rest of it's out of the box. It's good enough. Don't need to go mad, because it all ends up being replaced mostly by orchestra anyway. So.
Yeah.
Unless it sounds good and go, right, I'll leave that in.
So he generally doesn't use like good libraries and stuff. He'll have an orchestra just do it.
Yeah, well, he'll do it in library, and then go play these bits, sort of thing.
How many PCs did he have in his Giga Sampler farm? Was that 30 or something?
No, it always changed, but I think Giga they eventually got down to about 8, I think. But
I just remember seeing a picture of this like wall of Tower PCs.
Yeah, but when they moved to its own system, I think that the last stuff that Mark Weary wrote for Sound on Sound, where they still had all the old Gigas, all the Giga stuff on new systems running, it was like just a few, like 15 years ago, top of the line, €1 rack mount servers.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, Giga was limited to 32-bit.
True. Ooh, there's been a Mandalorian teaser trailer.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, if you think when he started with the 760s in the 90s, mid 90s, there's like 24 of those.
So it looks like all round Grace's place for a good old show. It's on Saturday.
Oh yeah, no, we're just checking the dates and things, and me saying I've been lazy and done bugger all. Yeah, it sounds silly, but we do, between Grace and myself, we'd have to check when Grace is actually back in Sheffield and when there's time to sort of slot in going around and doing some stuff. So next weekend, actually it might be slightly mental. I mean, I said on Ramsey's, what am I doing? I'm going to Derby. Yeah, I'm going to Derby on Thursday to do EMOM with Jim Glue, and then Saturday, Grace and I have chucked Saturday afternoon and evening in for doing another thing for Hardware Jams, because we've not done that for a bit, so that's chucked in. And then Sunday, Hardware Jams have got a live session. No, that's not true. A studio session booked in Leeds. So there's a number of people who are involved in Hardware Jams going to this studio in Leeds to meet up and just do something. I don't know if you've ever seen any of the ones that were done from either Brighton or London. The folks from Hardware Jams in the south of England did a meet-up, and they did some really good stuff. And even one fella came over from Germany to do it. Raphael Dreschler came over and did some stuff. So there's something similar happening on Sunday the 18th. I've still not got the details of exactly where this studio is, but the plan is I shall chuck a few bits into a box and fly up to Leeds. There's a possibility that Grace might be with me. I'm not entirely sure whether we're still looking at whether Grace is going or not. It depends on when her tour bus leaves or something. So it's actually going to be bloody busy next weekend. It'll be mental. Oh, I hope I've not got loads of marking to do, because it won't get done if I have.
Oh man.
Oh, Grace has just said no, can't make it on Sunday. Well, at least we know where we are, Grace. So that's actually helpful. So we do the Saturday, and then I'll bugger off to Leeds on the Sunday, and we'll see what happens.
I looked at one of those, what do they call them bloody things? Ian was going on about it. He's got one. Those harp things.
L'instrument?
Is it?
Yeah.
And I saw one come up on Facebook. They were advertising them on Facebook, and I mean, I wonder.
It's kind of a guitar layout on it, so if you're familiar with that, then it's okay. But I didn't like the firm pads on it.
Well, the interesting thing about this was, like, it shows you how my mind works sometimes. I'm going, that would be something nice to learn how to use. I'll go and have a look, and then go, they're how much? I probably wouldn't practice it, would I? No.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
Moved on. It's like,
Well, you did with the Rolly. Well, or did you practice it because it's keyboard based?
yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
And I like the feel of the Rolly better than the instrument, to be honest. But
yeah, but I mean, you've got something that you can recognise. You can follow it.
yeah.
And I was looking at the little, the white and black tags and everything. I'm going, what the fuck is going on? I don't get that. So I thought, well, if I can buy a synth and then spend nearly 8 months getting around to actually turning it on and trying it out, I mean, do I really need to get that? No, not really. That would be silly. And that's not like me at all. Pfft. Isn't that right, Noah? Don't say yes. Bloody hell, whose side are you on? You're not getting any more of those bloody razzles now. Git. Still,
Don't
there you go.
call my favourite doggy Git?
Oh, yeah, did you hear that? Favourite doggy? Yeah, you smug bastard. There you are. With your curly ears and your button nose.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure Razzle was a naughty magazine.
It was.
Because
so how would I know that?
I know of a particular house in where I used to live in Doncaster that always had once a month his Daily Mirror would also have a Razzle magazine. And here's me, like a 13 or 14-year-old school kid doing paper rounds to pay for my Poly 800, which I bought on the Never. Because
Poly 800 is now my favourite synth after today.
Yeah,
Keeps
these
on
ones-
giving.
You know, you get Woman's Own, you put it in the paper, and it goes. You know,
Fiesta.
all these others. Razzle, and I go,
Yeah.
because you would, wouldn't you? Even as a teenage boy that's not particularly that way inclined, you'd still have a yeah. Anyway, so I'm sure they probably weren't supposed to do that, but the news agent probably just didn't give a shit. So in it went,
Yeah.
and I delivered a
Who,
razzle to number 44 something Gardens every month.
I thought you were going to say there was a house in Doncaster where they always used to do the photo shoots for Razzle.
Well,
So
who knows?
they
I
didn't
mean, it
sh-
could well.
You
it
never
could well.
know,
All
mate.
the Reader's Wives may well have been all done in
Oh,
Doncaster
Reader's
for all I know.
Wives.
So they didn't ship
Whenever-
the magazines with their special cover, like the Playboys used to have a cover, so you wouldn't know what it was.
No,
No, not
no,
then.
Wanna wrestle?
absolutely not. No, it was
Wrestle.
just there, sitting on top of the pile of newspapers, and it was my job to make sure I put the right magazine inside the right newspaper, so it went in the right letterbox.
And don't look at it while you're there.
Yeah, don't get it mixed
Yeah,
up
right.
with Mrs. Smiggin's
Yeah.
Sunday supplement.
Yeah.
Oh, Siri want to wrestle? Does she? You want to wrestle? No.
I used to have a paper round on a Sunday. We used, you know how big the Sunday papers are, and there was one woman who used to have an Observer.
At times, and
Yeah,
and
Times
Sunday
and like
Telegraph.
well, one of the smaller ones. Yeah, and she had a massive bundle, and she had a letterbox like this.
Yeah, and,
and she
complained when
always-
the papers got ripped.
Yeah, exactly. So one day I went and pulled my bike up, took the bag off, got the papers out, and then just got like 4 or 5 pages through, 4 or 5 pages through, for about 5 minutes, just putting all these papers through like 4 or 5 pages at a time. Never complained again.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Job
I
satisfaction.
did actually. I had people like that, and every Sunday I would ring after there'd been the complaints that you've ripped all the newspapers. I would ring the letter. I'd just ring the door, and then
Oh,
they'd
yeah.
grumble.
Yeah.
They well, this time on a Sunday morning, I said, "Well, you grumbled about me destroying your newspaper. Look at this. How am I supposed to get that through there? I can't. So there's your newspapers. Right, thank you. I enjoy doing paper rounds. I really did enjoy doing it. You know, it was.
What for the fun supplements?
Yeah.
Well, clearly, yes. Yeah.
Well, you guys probably had that phenomenon of finding like
quite-
porn in the forest or in some weird
Oh,
area that wouldn't
absolutely.
you weren't
No.
supposed to find it.
Rites of passage. Yeah, it's stuffed in a hedge somewhere.
But
I had
they're
a-
also
well,
weird rites of passage, Robbie, because I'm looking at this going, people are supposed to be interested in this, and I'm looking at this going, this is.
It's like
pretty
somebody's older brother would, you know, pass. It was like a passing down of, you know, something.
Yeah, because I would go play basketball in the mornings of this team I was on, and on the way to practice, take this little alleyway near home, and there'd be
weird.
some
In
shit.
the vain hope that you might find something.
No, I mean, just one day it just happened to catch my eye, and then every day I went through there, I checked. I go, hey, there's more stuff here. So
You'd found the porn tree.
yeah, it's the
the magic
instead of like-
ringing porn tree.
instead of like Google Drive, this is the original Google Drive. It's just an alleyway.
Little naked fairies dancing around there.
I remember finding my old man's little porn stash because he had an office at the restaurant, and I used to go and sit in. It was kind of like a lounge affair, but he's got his desk, and he had one of those old radiograms, you know, those big units with, you know, you lift up the lid and there's the old turntable, and there was a big tuner with a massive, great, you know, bronze effect dial type thing on it, and in the middle was a little cupboard, and if you slide the door, and it was kind of where you put your LP records. But I remember going in there one day, and I found a little pile of magazines, and I opened them, and I thought, okay, and that was about aged, I don't know, 6 or 7, I think I was. Yeah. And
Because
never told
I was
anybody
about
it.
6 or 7 when I was finding magazines down the river here. That used to be the place, and of course, because you got the 3 schools, and of course that was the big school, the high school. And of course, the weekends and summer and stuff like that, and you play down the river, and you're going through the bushes and stuff like that. And we found some magazines. I think it was 7 or 8, something like that. And there was all these magazines, and it was of naked men with big hard cocks, and I was like, I remember turning to my mate and going, "Look, they do porn magazines for women too."
Well, they do.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they
That's
do.
true,
but
but-
this was then there was other men together. Look, oh, really? Is that possible? Can you do that? It's like, wow,
Hey,
I
speaking
didn't
of
know
that,
that.
do you know one of those little funny conspiracies about The Shining, and people analyzing all the different shots in the movie and stuff, and in the opening, Jack Torrance is looking at a Playgirl magazine in the Overlook Hotel, waiting to meet that guy. And not only that, but the Playgirl magazines, people researched the cover, and there was an article in there about child abuse, and the whole story of Jack Torrance was a kind of creepy child abuser, not just a drunk. But it was just all these weird ties to the movie from a Playgirl magazine.
I've never spotted that. I think I've only seen it twice. I remember, it's one of the very few horror films that has actually really horrified me, where I just simply could not watch any further.
Yeah, horror didn't bother me growing up. I'm a fan, but it never bothered me. But The Shining did bother me. It was great.
Yeah, it's because it's not horror. It's psychologically playing with
It's
your brain.
everything. Yeah, it's a little bit of everything.
Horrible.
In there. Yeah.
It's really, really.
And really well
Is that
shot, an amazing score, and just all that Wendy Carlos stuff.
Is it another Is it a Kubrick film?
Yeah.
The Shining. I think, it is, isn't it?
Oh yeah, big time.
Definitely one of Wendy's greatest
the
scores.
The score it's disturbing. Everything about the thing.
I mean, just the beginning is just a basic cover of Deus Irae, but it's amazing, right? It's just
Absolutely.
As in the Verdi.
yeah, it's a famous dun, dun, dun. It's a famous trope used in a lot of soundtracks. Exactly, yeah.
Days of doom and wrath impending, Sybil's sword with passions blending, and I'm getting on one now.
Yep. Or Brooks, if you actually want to make a fun analysis on vertical nodes, get the score for Sweeney Todd, and try
Sweeney Todd
to,
and Verdi's Requiem.
No, get a score for Sweeney Todd and just have a 4 note for Dies Irae written out, and then. Yep, but swing your razor. Da, 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 da. But the whole score is Bird Pies in London. It's Dies Irae backwards.
There's a really good podcast from Australia called Art of the Score, and these guys break apart all these famous scores all over the place, and they find Deus Irae in everything.
But literally, Sweeney Todd has sometimes famous and said many times when people figure it out.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, that's the whole thing. There are 3 melodic ideas in that.
That's fascinating. Yeah.
I think he said that there are only 3 melodies in that show, and the rest is inversions, retrograde inversions, pure retrograde, and developments of them. But he said there are only 3 melodic ideas in that show.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's interesting. I mean, I hear the Rite of Spring in a lot of film scores. Yeah, almost. When I listen to even Star Wars, I reckon that the first music that they put on it,
Star Wars is definitely.
I mean, John Williams stole from everything, right? So
I reckon the Rite of Spring is all over Star Wars.
The planets, Rite of Spring, there's all kinds of stuff in there.
Yeah. I mean, you have a lot of the close harmony woodwind stuff in Star Wars, of the more gloomy stuff. That's very much Rite of Spring or Neptune from the planets. That sort of.
Well, the Imperial March is basically Mars, the bringer of war. So
it is.
Yeah, and the opening is Erich Wolfgang Korngold's King's Row Suite.
Yeah, the King's one is the famous one. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, well, Mars, 5/4 classics of its time, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do you do a march in 5/4 time? Ask Gustav Holst. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's incredible. It's amazing. Because most people, when you say 5/4, all they think of is the one I can't think of now.
The Halloween theme is 5/4. It's based on a drum pattern. Yeah.
Oh, come on. What was I trying to think of? Not the Invincibles or the Untouchables. That thing.
What? Mission Impossible.
The Mission Impossible is what I'm after. Yeah, Lalo Schifrin.
But Mission Impossible is 3-3-2-2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
That's 5/4.
Yeah,
1, 2,
yeah,
3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 5, 4.
yes, but Mars is strict 3-2.
There you go.
There you got Kent going now.
Yeah, I can't remember it now.
Remember it better than me.
Like, Andrew Lloyd Webber did a good use of 5-4 in Sunset Boulevard.
Join me.
Who's microwaving dinner?
I blame Andy.
Me, sorry.
No,
It's
that's-
actually, it's actually,
That's actually
actually,
yeah.
it's actually the best sound you
Andy.
can get on the Timberwolf.
Well, it's like that pocket calculator song from Kraftwerk, right?
Yeah.
Press it down a special key, it plays a little melody.
Those Texas Instruments calculators are really, really expensive to get.
Oh yeah.
Wenn ich diese Taste drücke, spielt er
I had a friend that had the really fancy programmable one. They actually make music on it, and there's some tones out of it that were kind of interesting. You could do synth stuff on it.
I'm still looking for the one that Pet Shop Boys used for 2 divided by 0.
What we speak and math, or
No, it was a Sharp speaking calculator that Neil bought for his dad, and before he gave it to him, they sampled the sounds off it. And I've actually got some. I managed to rip some samples of a guy that was demonstrating it on YouTube. But I originally thought it was a speak and math, but it wasn't. But it's this. I forget the model number, but it's a Sharp Elsie Mate or something.
Somebody tracked in a really weird device like that Vangelis used on a couple tracks as little background blips and bleeps.
yeah,
Very lo-fi device.
that is on See You Later. That was some arcade game, but
Yeah, some guy had it on did a YouTube video, and you could find it on eBay for a while. It was pretty rare,
yeah,
but
yes, See You Later, my favorite album from Vangelis.
Do you know what? The looks I got the first time I played that in the front room.
What? See You Later?
Yeah. Especially where you got there. This man is a professional singer.
We think his voice may develop. I think more when you have years passing by, we see how, we see how. But when it's like really depressing, but
Yeah.
that's when I'm more got the weird looks. 'Cause like,
Yeah, but then there's the B-side.
don't you get John Anderson on the B-side as well eventually?
Yeah.
Yeah, towards the end.
Yeah.
Here's my place. What's that a different album?
Don't know. There's something. There was a, I think there's a track on. Memories of Green is on See You Later.
Yeah. That's the one. Synthetic was talking about with the blips from that arcade game.
yeah, with the little.
Which we then reused for Blade Runner.
That one.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pogue. I'm now going to go to bed. So goodbye. Nice chatting with you. Yeah, I can't believe it's gone midnight. It's stupid o'clock. So yeah. Anyway, glad the pub was open. See you all soon. Well, see what Mr. Wiggly's and Jamie's tomorrow. I dare say, in the usual place. So,
Indeed.
Schlaf gut alle und wir sehen uns morgen. So good night,
Ja.
everyone. 0, 0, 2 divided by 0, 0.
Divided by 0, 0, 0.
Well done, Robbie. Good night, everyone. Take care.
Take care, lads. Look after yourself. Ta-da, mate.
You know what's really fun is Paul Schreiber's module with the Speak and Spell chip in it that he hacked with the knobs, and because he used to work for TI, and so he knows the chip inside and out. And some of the stuff you get out of that module is amazing. With the not just slowed down and sped up speech, but just breaking it with these little hack knobs and stuff to purposely circuit bend it without breaking it, and it's really fun. I don't think it makes the module anymore, so it's kind of hard to find.
I thought you can still get modules with the same chip. Maybe not by Paul Schreiber, but
The word has he's retired anyway. He's gonna.
I think what is the SSL Scat Talker? I think that one uses the same chip.
It's the only downside of owning a Rolly. Dog hair. every single
roller.
dog hair in the planet will stick to her eyes.
Just need your tape roller out. You're good.
Yeah. Have you ever tried cleaning one while it's still on? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it's pretty funny. Yeah.
Yeah, that is funky.
You should record that.
Yeah, I keep doing things but never record them. Idiot to myself, I really am. Which one of you just farted?
That's right, Kent. Blame the dog.
But the thing is, it's quite funny because when one of them really lets one rip, and you go, "Who farted?" and they all wag their tails and go, "Right, great. Now I can't tell which one of you did it."
And they've wafted it around.
They waft it around everywhere now. It's like it's everywhere. Was it me even?
What was the name of that calculator?
The Sharp LCMate EL620.
Yeah.
That's a bit specific, isn't it?
That's the only one they had that did all that.
They did a couple. I think there was one. There was a slightly different one, but yeah, Neil Tennant said that he bought his dad one of those for Christmas or something, but they sampled, because it just there's actually there's a video on there. That's where I sampled those from. This video, because I can't find the calculator. When it does turn up, there's some of them are going for stupid money.
I still have my realistic talking alarm clock from years back. It's pretty cool.
Mm.
You could just not have to open your eyes, hit the button, and hear the time and go back to sleep. It's very cool.
Well, that's low note priority.
And I had a really good talking Japanese watch when I went to Japan the first time. That was fun.
My parents bought me a Casio. I can't remember the model number, but basically it was a LCD digital watch, and it was a Casio, and it had a big bass guitar image, and it had 7 different alarms, one for each day of the week.
Oh yeah.
And it also played Happy Birthday on your birthday and Jingle Bells on Christmas Day. And it was just amazing. And again, it's one of those things that, it's an old watch and you grow out of it and you get something else and you toss it into a box. And I think I might actually have the actual watch without the strap somewhere, but it's probably scratched to buggery. And if you look for it online, it's now considered, one of those kind of classic collectible.
Yeah, on that trip, I went to this store called the Watchman in Hamamatsu, and it's like the more watches you've ever seen in your entire life that are fun, gadget, weird. They had the solar system watch, diving watches, the Dick Tracy FM microphone watch.
Mm-hmm.
They had all kinds of other stuff. And I bought this one that was like a super alarm watch. It had like 3 or 4 different alarms on it, and it would ramp up and get extremely loud, so there's no way you could ever sleep through it. Had this little speaker thing on the front of it that kind of stuck out, and it was very loud.
This Casio one had a feature when you went through the menu. I say them on the menu, the options. You'd press this button, and it would go. It would start off. You go dun dun, and then you press it again. It would go dun dun. And you press it again. And go dun dun, and you get to the top of the scale. And then when you went to go back to the beginning, it would go beep.
Yeah, that's great.
And it was really fucking annoying to a lot of people, but I loved it.
That's funny, yeah. I also got a watch that had a built-in lighter. It was pretty funny.
Oh, bloody hell. I remember my first ever digital watch. My dad bought, I can't remember what make it was, but he bought me a plastic one. He'd got the fancy gold one. This was in the days when digital watches literally just come out, and you had this red piece of glass, and to see the time you had to press the button to light up the digits. And he got me this black plastic
proper LED one.
Yeah.
In the 70s.
And he brought me this plastic version of it because I was a kid, so I'd probably I'd break a decent one. And it had a strip of that kind of blood red, translucent plastic that went across the middle, and I lost it. And so basically, I had this lovely black kind of plasticky watch with this empty strip in the middle with the little LEDs that would light up when you press the thing. It just didn't look as cool, but I was gutted about that. I never really went. I kind of loved watches and then went right off them. And then since I've got this one, I've kind of got back to wearing them again. But
I remember those old retro
Dick Tracy,
calculators.
Jesus.
Those old retro calculators had the red LEDs in them. They're hilarious. Had one when I was a kid.
My uncle had the little Sinclair. Yeah, one of the Sinclair. I forget which one it was now. It's a white one. It's one of the
Try
early
and find my
digital
Nixie
calculators.
watch again.
But who needs them nowadays, eh?
That's interesting.
Anybody want a broken headset microphone that is utterly terrible with the cable coming off? Yes, no, no.
You're
You're
really
not
selling
selling it, are you?
No.
I'm really overselling it, aren't I?
Yeah. Go. Ooh, must have one of them.
Just rebranded as
anybody
Lo-Fi.
want the disgusting levered case to go with it? And a old foam piece that is falling to pieces. Vintage foam, may I add?
I dug out my old AKG, was it C444 headset mic a little while back, and the wind shield had all crumbled away. That was a good little mic, that.
Yeah, that foam didn't last well back then. I had the headphones with the foam just falling off the headphones. The orange foam, all disintegrating.
I used to use that little AKG when I was playing the drums. It was much better than having some boom arms sticking the microphone in your face.
Let's try and take this apart.
God, there must be one of these calculators for sale somewhere.
It's funny watching Stranger Things and all the crappy tape decks and stuff they had back then that I used to use. This was cool stuff back then.
It was.
Or the sports Walkman, the little clamp so you could get it wet.
Yeah. Yes.
What's up, Pop? Oh. What's the matter? What? Are you asking for more chocolate? You've been a bad girl.
Although one thing kind of bummed me out, I had one of those semi-pro Walkmans for years.
Oh, yeah.
Not the really long one, but the shorter one that was black.
Mm-hmm.
Did all kinds of recordings. I used to sample from my SK1 on there and a bunch of other stuff. And then years later, put the tapes in another machine and realized it was always recording slower. I'm like, how is this a pro machine if it's going to play it slower? You know, it's like, it should be consistent.
That's what JJ used to use. He used to have a recording Walkman.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah.
No, you've had enough, honestly.
He was on stage in Ipswich this afternoon.
You can stare at that jar all you want.
Him and Ian Peer with 2 laptops. Hardly riveting, but...
Are they doing a greater tour or just some local stuff?
No, this was it's a festival that goes around the country every year called Let's Rock, and it's basically 80s legacy acts. So you know, they have there's almost like they have a house band essentially a lot of the time, and so the house band learns all the songs by the artists, and then you know the artist will come on stage. It'll be so and so from obscure 80s band that had one hit. Although this a lot of the time they do get some big names. So what do they have? Art of What, which is basically JJ's, because they can't use the name Art of Noise.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Heaven 17, ABC, OMD, and topping the bill, Adamant, who was apparently absolutely brilliant. And I don't disbelieve that, because he is to this day still brilliant to watch live. But they do these festivals, and it's just like lots of sad people of my generation go along wearing costumes that they think make them look like they used to look like in the 80s, but they don't.
Well, we had the Lost 80s concerts here for a while. I was going around, and they were actually really good.
Yeah, they're probably the same sort
like
of thing, but
Terry Nunn still had the pipes and still looked amazing. And Flock of Seagulls were perfect. I mean, it was really, really good performance. When in Rome is hilarious. It's just the 2 guys and just singing over backing tracks. And they all look like Pitbull because they were bald with these shiny suits on. But the guy who really was amazing was the guy from Wang Chung.
Oh, yeah.
He did some Wang Chung stuff, but he also played guitar for several other bands because they didn't have full bands. for the whole show, and he's amazingly
Is that
talented.
Jack Hughes?
Yeah, he's amazingly talented. He did a lot of different
Oh
shit.
yeah. Well, they're still going. I mean, him and the other guy, the bass player, they're still touring as Wang Chung. But also Jack's doing some solo stuff as well, which is kind of good. Yeah, I love Wang. I'm a big Wang Chung fan.
I mean, To Live and Die Late is my favorite of theirs,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, it's a great song, great album as well, great film.
yeah, soundtrack and just
Yeah.
and also that twist, right? It was one of the first movies to have that twist
Mm-hmm.
where the protagonist dies. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah.
What did that happen? What is going on here? Yeah,
The hero dies. Yeah,
yeah.
he just spoilt it for everyone now.
Well, I mean, come on.
I mean,
Spoiler
can't-
alert for a
can't-
movie that's 35 years old or 40 years old.
Can't be as terrible as Psycho, where you're killing your main star half an hour into the film.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is a really. I just got about a year or so ago. They just put it out on Blu-ray. We did a 4K scan of the original, and just spruced it up and put it out on Blu-ray.
Yeah, Willem Dafoe plays a good bad guy. It's great.
Yeah. It's William Friedkin, isn't it? Exorcist.
Well, he had to outdo his other car chase in French Connection with that backwards freeway chase. It was hilarious.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah.
You can't outdo the car chase from French Connection, though.
He kind of did with To Live and Die in LA. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Knowing that they had no permits for that, and
Well,
the
that, yeah.
graphics
I mean,
were
sure.
real. It is just impossible to outdo.
He did
the
something
insanity.
similar, like with permits, or with To Live and Die in LA. He just kind of went and said, "Yeah, fuck it, let's do this." Kind of a maverick approach, but
Well, if you watch it carefully too, you can see where they faked it a little bit. There are parts of the freeway going the wrong way that you normally,
yeah.
they coned it off and stuff.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
But any film that has a car chase that goes into the waterways, I just love that. It's just great.
Oh, that's classic 80s. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also Starsky and Hutch, they sort of started that, going into the waterways in Bay City.
Didn't
Yeah,
I thought there was a film did it before that.
Definitely. When was second season? Like,
I mean, even
70?
Greece had a scene shot in those
Well, yeah,
waterways.
Greece,
right?
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Yeah, weird.
That's still one. If there is such a thing as having a bucket list, having a drag race down an LA waterway is on my bucket list.
I've driven by those a million times. I never found one that was open. So apparently some
No.
of them are open, but
You want to borrow the Mustang?
yeah.
That's the car to do it in, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
I need to go back to LA.
You don't want any of these stupid bloody ground hugging sports cars because you'll run over a shopping trolley and it's fucked.
Yeah.
This is true.
But you got to have that throaty engine sound. So
Oh yeah, you've got to do that. Yeah. Or take a mini down a water pipe. It's one or the other, isn't it?
And that's another one I want to do. Circuit of the Fiat factory in Turin.
What, in the Mustang?
No, in any car, I don't care. It's still.
What?
I mean, it's still open.
What, on the roof?
On the roof.
Yeah. Not flat out, mind.
I'd love to do that. I was going to go there a few years ago. We went to Turin for the day,
Yeah.
and I said we're going to go to the factory, and we just got waylaid, and it was just too late to go there. But
Yeah.
because the building is no longer the factory, it's like a big shopping centre and everything, but you can still go up on the top, and the track is still there. Brilliant. I think my dad went many years ago. Yeah, that's another box tick.
Absolutely.
Because you know the bit, because we're talking Italian job, you know the bit where the coach over the cliff.
Yeah.
So that is my family's neck of the woods.
Oh.
So you can go from where my dad was born and up the SP460 to a place called Col de Nivolet, and just before you get to Nivolet itself, which is there's some glacial lakes, you go around this corner, and that's the corner that the coach is going that on. because I mean it's only about 50k out of Turin, so they just went up there and filmed it all on that bit of road. And of course, then you get loads of cars stopping there because they want to take their picture with it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But
that's
don't go
what
up
they-
there in a 6-wheel coach.
Indeed, full of was it gold or cash? I can't remember now.
It's gold, wasn't it?
Gold.
It's,
Yeah,
it's
the
gold,
gold bullion.
yeah.
but they steal from Versailles. Well,
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think to tie it down or anything.
Ah, wait, I've got an idea. Very good film.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, Nürburgring. I wouldn't mind doing the old Nürburgring,
Uh-huh.
but I'd have to do it with it when there's not many other people on there because I wouldn't be confident.
Well, there's 3 particular places where you've got to be careful, isn't there? Because they're the ones that they always have those webcams stationed.
Yes. Yeah.
There's that classic one, you know, the one with the dip. And then that bend, but they think they can accelerate through that bend
Yeah.
and end up in the sand trap or fuck it up somehow.
I saw a car the other day. You know, you see these cars with the Nürburgring sticker on the back. You know, so it's
Yeah.
like the. And so I'm trying to think now what it was. Basically, you know that most of these people have never been to the Nürburgring. They just stick the sticker on there, and makes it look good.
Yeah.
But somebody had got this sticker on there, and it got the track outline of the Nürburgring, but it was like something never been ring or something. Yeah, because they're taking the piss out of me. I thought, oh, that's quite clever actually. I'll put one of those on my car. But yeah, it's one of those little badges.
Was it? I left my gearbox in a bush in Nuremberg.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da.
Oh, here we go again. Fucking
Along with an adult mag, right? You got to put something in the bush with it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
What's this one? Oh, I'm
Perfect
assuming then
Match.
Putin must have found somebody.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Can't argue. Well, it's very successful. Must try it. Let's click on it now.
Yeah, everybody click with that.
Yay!
Well, I love how they got smarter with the bots because it used to be just a name and then the thing you delete is the website. But you're just deleting the comments and then the website is still there in the name. It's hilarious. You know.
Well, they're all
yeah,
reporting now
well, I
to get
think more
removed.
interesting, why does YouTube allow those names? Clearly, there should be something where it should scan the name and detect things.
They did put a space in there, so it's not a proper URL.
Yeah.
Yes, by putting any .com or into a chat room.
Yeah,
with
YouTube
default
doesn't care.
rules,
Obviously, look at their algorithm for the filter
get
suite.
killed.
So they don't care about anything.
That's quite a different thing. Checking for some text is trivial. Doing some audio hash comparison is actually a lot of effort comparatively.
I think they just don't care.
They're making money. Bollocks to it.
They're too big. They're too lazy. They don't care.
Or they'll probably offer it. Oh, if you buy our gold star service, we will.
Well, this is one of their
filter
side
them out.
businesses.
Yeah.
They're actually running these things. Yeah.
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 Did you get any weird stuff this week, Kent?
Syphilis.
Yeah.
Well, I mean
Say-
that's expected, but you know.
Well,
it's
yeah,
the-
but what I was going to say is that
Yeah.
in what department? 'Cause, you know, it
Well,
covers a lot of area.
generally
That's
since,
broad,
but
yeah.
anything
Well-
anything is good. So.
Have you ever gotten tetanus from one of the things you've gotten in? One of the sins?
I've only ever got tetanus once, and that was from a Datsun 120Y. So, from my panel beating days. Yeah, that's the only time I ever got tetanus. Now, have we got anything weird in? Noah, have we got anything weird in? No, do you know what? It's been very bread and butter lately. D50s, O1Ws.
What do you do on the D5001Ws? What's the?
Do you know what? It almost irks me to the point of stupidity. But you get a D50 and go, right, okay, and what's wrong with it? Oh, it needs a new backup battery.
Oh.
You driven down from North London from me
Yeah.
to fit a backup battery in it, and then you drive it all the way back, and we do a minimum charge of 85 quid, and you knew this.
Wow.
Yes. Okay, give me some money. So, actually, when they do things like that, I get so, I can't do this. I go, like, look, 20 quid now, fuck off and leave me alone.
Yeah, it's even funny if they gave you a K2000 and say, hey, I need the backup battery changed. And it's that compartment at the bottom
Yeah.
with AA batteries.
Yeah, no, I have had backup battery changes very similar to that.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So, yes, we do get this. The other one is, what's that one? What's the one? It's a weird thing. Oh, that was it. This bloke put in a keyboard. It was 110. He said, "Oh, can you convert it to 240?" I went, "Yeah, no problem."
Did it have a selector at the back?
No. That does happen. That does happen, though. Yeah. I think no, it was a mini. It was a mini, and it didn't have a selector. It's quite an old one. And I converted it, and because of the nature of it, it actually needed a new coil. So I put a 240 coil in it, set it all up, recalibrated it, obviously, and all the rest of it, and gave it back to him. And he phoned me up about 4 or 5 hours after him leaving here with it, saying, he goes, "I don't understand, it still doesn't work." I went, "Well, of course it will work. It will work. What's the matter with you?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "No, I'm really not happy." I go, "Well, okay, what's wrong?" He says, "Well, for a start," he says, "I get it back, and I've had to cut the UK plug off it that you fitted, and put a 110 back on so I can use the adapter." What?
That's great.
And then you plugged it in, and it didn't work. Yes. Yeah. You only getting half the power it's supposed to get, you twat. Now put the UK plug back on it, and don't use the adapter. Oh, you didn't say. Oh, God. Kill me now. Yeah, seriously, he put it all back together again.
That's hilarious.
Right.
You know, the O1W FD I bought from a guy years ago, it was the only time I ever took a keyboard apart and took the individual keys out because it had a couple sticking keys.
Yeah.
And I was cheap at the time. I'm like, I don't know how much it's going to cost. Let me just figure this out. And I took it apart very carefully and took pictures and kept the screws in the right places and learned how to lift out the keys and found out where it was rubbing. Yeah. And got it remounted, and it's been great ever since. But it was real scary at first because I'm literally taking the fucking thing apart, you know.
Yeah, well, the funny thing, especially on things like O1Ws, it's the same on there was those other calls because they're using the same keybed design as like on the DX1, on the DX7.
Really?
You know, where you have the, you know, where you got the little metal spring, and
Yeah.
it's mounted into the key, and then it goes into the slot. Now, what can happen is where it goes into the slot, it can sit in there, but it can sit at a slight angle, so it's only actually sort of like half in the slot. It pulls the key one side and makes it sticky. You don't even have to take the thing apart. You just get like a little blade and just push it into the slot, and there you go, sorted, mate.
Ah, man. Well, I learned about it anyway, so
Yeah.
I didn't break it, so.
Well, that's a win then, isn't it? Really, when you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's when you go to repair something and then have to hand it back to them much fucking worse than it was when they handed it to you.
Well, I know nowadays I won't normally go try anything unless I find a good website where they literally do the breakdown.
Yeah.
So then I'll have all the pictures I need and stuff. So
mind you, I mean, I do have the luxury of being a long-term tech, and I've gone through the shit. So when you're on Facebook and you see somebody goes, "Oh, I'm doing a service on my, I don't know, M1 or something like that," and they've taken all the keys off the bed, and they've laid them out in exactly the same order they come off the keyboard, and you go, "You're new to this, aren't you?"
Yeah.
Seriously, mate, it's not Fender Rhodes. You don't really need it.
They're not that unique
at all. Yeah, they are not unique in any way. So,
Excuse me, those top C's are very unique.
oh, don't start. Just don't start.
I mean, if you want to talk about original, it's not the original layout anymore. So then you can't say it's the original keyboard. So
yeah. But those top C's, they just need a slap. I'm sorry. They just need a good slap. What they should do is do a little cutout in the end cheek, and just, so you can just have a normal C. It's because on a memory mode, it goes, "Oh, I've got a broken key." "Oh, which one?" "Because I've got loads of them, mate." "You're all right." He goes, "Top C." "Oh, fuck." Super glue. Because no, mate, not going to happen. Yeah, you only get one per keyboard, I'm afraid. Fuck's sake. I don't know, but yeah, no, it's I don't think I've got anything absolutely wonderful in here at the moment. Everything's, like I say, bread and butter. CS80s, OBXs, Prophet 5s, Jupiter 8s.
How's the syntax that used to be behind you?
She's going to need some work before she gets plugged in. And do you know what? When I looked at it and I go, right, it's going to need that done. Oh, that voice card has got a problem. Yeah, blah blah blah. And then I looked at the plug-in. And was it the Cherry one, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I played the Cherry one. And I went, do you know what? I really can't be fucking arsed. I'll play this one.
Yeah, it is nice.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine, no problem whatsoever. And it's really weird having a synth of that age anyway, where it doesn't matter what you do, you cannot lose those presets. You know, you leave it off for 1,000,000 years, those presets will still be in there. Because they're right onto the EPROMs, they don't put them in around.
I would say it's non-volatile, yeah.
Yeah.
But one of the EPROMs, unless the EPROMs slowly decay.
Yeah, but I was trying to be sort of like funny. So, thanks for that. He's that audience member. And you go, why didn't I bring a house brick with me?
Only you think only one will stop me?
I tell you what is beautiful about it. When they go, can you fit MIDI? All right, because they go, yeah, it's got the RJ port is
or the DB25.
Yeah, DB25, whatever it is on the back, and they go and they buy some sort of MIDI kit for it, and I go, no, you do realise that what comes out of that is actually MIDI just connected to the sockets. So you just take it out, put the sockets in, and just connect those wires to it. It's a done deal. You're trying to put a MIDI kit onto a MIDI kit. Oh, okay. I better take this back. and you go, why didn't you just fit the sockets on the back of the machine? Why do the silly little box with the sockets
they did that with later ones have MIDI.
Yeah, but what I mean is they had that multi-way plug that went into a box that had the 5-pin DINs on it.
Yeah, but
and it was just wires.
What else is on that multi-pin?
Nothing.
Running late to work.
That's all it is.
No.
Yeah, that is all it is. I don't know why they thought that'd be a good idea to just put that multi-way socket on it and confuse everybody, thinking it didn't have MIDI, unless you had what they thought was a MIDI converter box. But it was actually, all it was just the plug. Hey, Jim.
Hello.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, hello.
Well, it's kind of like the W30 that it has SCSI with
What's Noah doing there?
This is Treasure.
Treasure?
Yeah, this is Zoe's dog.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh,
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Oh, she's a sweetheart. Hello, baby. Hello, darling. Yeah, you've been upstage, dear. You are. Yeah, you have. Look. You're not the cutest one here now. Look at that. What do you think of that? Well, apart from Robbie, who just loves you to death, basically.
I'm glad you think I'm the cutest one, Kent.
Well, what can I say? I love you.
Well, the choice is limited.
That's true. Oh, dear. How is everyone?
Yeah. Clearly, we have very, very sort of like dull, boring lives. We sort of like gather here, like leaves in a whirlpool.
Indeed.
This is where we end up.
So, I've got an Argon 8 question. Has anyone installed the version 3 firmware yet?
Yes.
Have you checked it out and played around?
Yeah, I was beta testing it. It's very good.
Go on, give him a blast.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. Perform, monkey.
Oh, right. Jeez. So I've just noticed that Ben just posted episode 6 of the Meme Tune Show.
Oh.
So that's something to watch tomorrow.
Excelente. Oh, God. Don't. You're breaking my heart here.
Oh, she's a sweetheart. Nice.
Okay.
This one's called Zimmer Sound.
All right.
Some of it sounds like old virus stuff.
Yeah, it was quite interesting down the bottom end.
This is using that phaser thing.
Yeah, it's a lot like the Virus TI.
Mm.
Very nice. That's quality.
It is very, very good. There was this. Was it this? Just trying to find. There was a patch there that showed the vintagey thing. That they've
Oh,
got
yeah.
on here. Just trying to find it. Yeah, because the new patch bank's quite good as well. It shows a lot of this stuff off.
Mm.
Where is it? It's kind of an obviously named one as well.
And you guys have the Cobalt and the Argon?
Yeah.
No, I just got the
No, I've
Argon.
just got the Argon.
Yeah.
Bloody hell was that?
Take it that's the new reverb.
Yeah.
It sounds
Nice.
loads better. Sounds like a reverb.
Yeah. Yeah, really brushed up that algorithm.
Yeah.
Well, that was a bit out behind me.
This one. But yeah, it is. It's very, very good.
Yeah, it sounds excellent.
Yeah.
Was it a bag of cats to install, or did it just go straight in? No
Straight
problems.
in. All you got to do is first of all just update the modal app.
Right.
You can just do through the Mac App Store. I've
Yeah.
done it. I've just not tried anything out yet.
And then just fire that up, turn the Argonaut on. It just says you've got an update. Do it. Takes about a minute, I think, to do.
Wow.
And then you can take the factory bank. You download that separately and just dump it into the.
Yeah. And Jamie's sounds as well.
There's about 3 or 4 in there. Yeah.
Mm. Nice. It sounds really nice.
Yeah. That's, it is. That and the Cobalt are really, really good.
Mm.
Good little synths. Hopefully there'll be a Cobalt update of similar significance.
Mm. Yeah, they've got to redo the reverb and effects and stuff like that as well, aren't they? Cool.
Yeah, they've been busy.
Definitely. That's nice that they're actually sort of doing that rather than just trying to shift new boxes.
Mm.
Yeah. It's literally like giving you another sense, really, isn't it? I mean.
It's almost like it's hard to produce new boxes at the moment.
Well, yeah. So we go, let's give them an update. That's like having a new model going.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Teenage Engineering gets a lot of flack for being expensive, but they've been updating the OP1 for 10 years, and new shit all the time, and it's really good. So they haven't said, "Oh, sorry, we're not supporting it anymore." That's so you get your money's worth.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, there are some companies that could do that a bit more, like Uno or IK Multimedia. They release a few updates to fix the bugs that they missed, and then nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Well, it's like it's going to be like up until when this Roly 2 comes out. Let's see what that's like. And of course, you're sitting there going, Roly 2. Hang on a minute. Let me think. Ooh, yeah.
But when was it supposed to be this year?
It started off.
Supposed to be next month, right? Or November?
It started off for November release.
Yeah.
Then it went December. Then it went the following next year. But next year, but it was January, and now it's
back in November, right?
No, it just says post Osmos.
Yeah, whatever that means as well. So I mean, we know the Osmos is out there. Somebody's got a working one at the moment, but it's just one, isn't it?
So almost like it's hard to develop something like that.
Yeah. You'd think, wouldn't you? But what the feedback I have heard is the keyboard's really clever and all the rest of it, and it's quite responsive. Synth engine, nah, don't like that very much. That's what I've been hearing. So they may be doing something with the engine to make it a little bit more nice.
Well, it looks hard to set up, but the demo sounded good.
Mm.
Well, I mean, it is a great engine, but it is not for the faint-hearted to program.
Yeah, it's super nerdy. It's.
It is for the people who did computer music in the 70s.
Yeah.
And I think that's where probably about the time when Mike Egan started doing it. Yeah, it's for the people who like to program in Max MSP.
Well, if it's about computer music in the 70s, I'm fucked then. I'm out on a limb. Do you know what? There's a track here that I wrote, and I can't remember what key it's in. What's the fucking matter with my memory lately?
That's like every track for me.
Yeah, but I've only written one. And I can't remember what key it's in. It's like, what key did I do that in?
Well, that's what's nice about using the theory board and stuff like that. I'm fixed to a key when I set it, and I stay within that key, and then, I also write it down so I don't forget it later. But it helps keep you locked in there if you need to be.
Yeah, I'm one of those sort of idiots to myself where I think that writing something down somehow is failure. I should be able to remember it. And just lately, my memory's been like, we're going out for a sandwich. See ya.
Well, you still have to find it too. You write it down, but where'd you put it?
Yeah, there's that as well. Maybe I put it on a little text file on the computer somewhere, attached to the tune, or did I? Yeah.
Oh, but like in Cubase, you could use the notes field of your tracks.
Yeah.
To write these things down.
Yeah, but it'd be being organised, and I don't do organised. I never did.
Well, yeah, I said you could. I'm not saying that any of us here would.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, I think about doing it occasionally.
You have to be careful where you put the notes too. There was a great tech support call when I worked at Apple a long time ago. Some guy got really pissed because he had kept a bunch of his sub notes for his thesis on the notes field of the Git info box of the files on his Mac. And if you know anything about that structure, that gets purged periodically for various reasons. So he lost every note and every field on every file.
Yeah.
And he was crying because it was affecting his PhD thesis or whatever.
Oh, God.
And it's like, well, no one ever told you to put stuff in that field at all. And if you read about it, it's not a stable field anyway. So.
Yeah, well, we all do stupid things from one time.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I do stupid things all the time, actually, thinking about it. Because it's a vocation. What can I say?
Pays the bills.
Yeah. Born the fuck up. Mate.
Hello. We have a visitor.
Hello.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Hello, everybody.
Hang on. I'll have to. Might get a bit of an echo, but let's find some headphones for you.
Hello, how's everybody?
Very good, thanks.
Very good.
Perpendicular. Which is rare for me, trust me.
What do we make today? Concrete, cement. What are we making?
I thought you were going to say sweet, sweet love.
Randolph, yeah, doing some DIY.
More than DIY, come on.
Yeah, all right,
we're making mortar. That's something.
Mortars?
No, not like mortar bombs. No.
Just petrol bombs,
Yeah.
Look, see what's going on. Look, see there. See?
Oh.
That one's cute.
Look. See that?
Treasure might growl though.
Yeah. Not sure as you can see.
Look. Ooh.
Treasure.
It's a doggy.
All right.
She doesn't recognise it as a dog. She recognises her own reflection as a dog, but she wants to growl.
Yeah.
I don't think I've got any synth things to say because I'm in the middle of doing some television work that I have to finish. Well, I don't have to finish it tonight, but I should finish it tonight to give myself a reasonable week next week, and get some sleep tomorrow. So
say hola.
Go back to my television work.
Well, this one dogs pick up languages really quickly because we were talking to it. Don't know any Spanish, and we were talking to him in English, and it was like, yeah, I get the gist of that. Just point at it, and I'll know what you mean. Didn't you? Really, really quickly, didn't you?
Cool.
Yeah, she knows loads of words.
Yeah.
So you got to try not to say them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sometimes tell her to kill. Like, there's lots of builders where I live at the moment because there's lots of stuff. And every now and then she'll run over to be friendly, and then I'll just go, kill. Bye everyone. Anyway, see you. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Ta-da. So, what is that? No. Do that with your ears, don't you? Up to her. You little sweetheart. He went missing last week, funny enough.
Really?
Little git. We were tearing the place apart looking for him. And she's going, what is he? He's got out. He's got out. And I said, no, there's nowhere for him to get out. He can't even jump out of a window. His legs are too short anyway. I go, well, look, retrace his steps. When did you see him last? And she went, I saw him in the bedroom. I went, okay. What were you doing? And she goes, well, I was putting the bed linen away. I went, we better go upstairs. We go upstairs because we got this bed that opens and it's you put the linen in it. There's him.
Right. Oh my god.
Still in it.
Yeah.
I was just like, weren't you? Twat. She didn't see you jump in.
Oh. Nice.
So, what, 4 hours? He was fine. You can give him monkeys.
Yeah, it's scary because when they get the feeling, sometimes they're getting ready to pass out or pass away. They'll go find a hiding spot and just die quietly. It can be hard to find sometimes.
Oh, that lightened the mood.
Well, I'm just saying. It's a reality and it's a sad reality,
That's
but
true,
you need to
that's
know
true.
that. So
Yeah. It's like with my last lot because there was 9 altogether. And 5 of them were all the same age. And 2 of them were older and 1 was quite old. And it was like dink, dink, dink. And you're just recovering from one going. And then another one comes back from the vet and goes, oh, I'm sorry, it's, liver cancer or something. Oh, God, it was just bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
It was like, ugh, well, never again, never again. What we do? 4. So, but no, Charlie's really come out of his shell, thank God. He wags his tail, he runs around,
Tortoise in a
jumps.
previous life.
Oh, mate. No, it must have been. He has really come out of his shell, proper. And he loves telling me in the morning that he wants his sausage. We do these little pigs in blankets treats.
yeah, food is a great motivator.
Oh, mate. But you come down in the morning and it's all this wagging the tail and going.
One of my former
All this.
One of my former coworkers does canine rescue stuff.
Yeah.
And she, goes to, again, sad stuff, but bombing sites and disaster sites and all kinds of stuff, looking for humans either still alive or not alive, just to find them. Right.
Yeah.
Dogs are amazing at picking up the scent and everything, and they even go to ancient human remains sites and find stuff, and they'll pick up human remains hundreds of years old and pick up the scent. But they do this click training thing, and also this posture training where the dog, when it smells something that's a positive, it will sit in a certain way and just tell you immediately, yes, there's something right here, and it's probably that direction. And it's pretty amazing how they could do that,
Yeah.
And I'm sure that they start with food motivation and click training and stuff, and then they eventually get to the point where they're just well trained and do it without the motivation. They get a reward later,
Yeah.
But food goes a long way in all that training.
What's that, Rob?
Run over my headphone cable.
Oh dear.
Oh, not again.
Is it dead?
This is it's one thing I hate about it. It's super bloody long.
Well, no, it's too short. That's what it is.
No, for this place, it's. I want a coiled one. It stretches with me.
Those have their own problems too. I don't really like those coiled cables.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but the cold ones. Main thing actually is it's a lot of weight.
Yeah, it puts a lot of weight on the plug.
True.
Plug,
Actually, this needs a new plug on it because I think the connection's going a little bit. But I might just. I don't know whether shall I just replace the cable, which is easier. Or I have been thinking about treating myself to a new set.
What?
These are really,
How old are these? They're not like 30 years old. So even then,
these are
there
about
would be no need
15
for.
years old, I think.
Yeah, I've got at least another 15 to 20 years.
Yeah, I know, but oh no, I just felt like treating myself. He's just pissed all over my cornflakes. Cheers, Rob.
I'm saving you money.
No, you are. This is very true.
And I thought if you
I
want
miss
to
my
replace them with something nicer like 1770s or 1990s.
Well, that was what I was looking at, but
I miss my Sennheiser SD400s. Do you remember them? Boots, £9. Bright yellow sponge.
Oh.
Oh yeah, the yellow ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
The classic for every person working in German broadcasting had to have one.
Yeah.
And then, if you were important enough, you might get HD25s.
Steady. Well, I don't even know what these are.
You need some that look like those giant retro ones with the huge structures on them, like Mickey Mouse ears.
HD 600s.
But they're very nice.
They're decent. Yeah.
What I did find was that it wasn't about how good they were. It was about how long it took me to adapt to them when I got them. Because everything would sound wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Cause
Yeah.
I miss my old headphones. You know, it takes a while before you just bed into them, doesn't it? So, I get some really brilliant, expensive headphones, put them on and go, oh God, everything sounds wrong. Ugh. I don't know.
I've never had a better pair of headphones than these. They're just the mutts.
Were they
really
DT 770s?
Yeah, 770 Pros, 80 ohm.
So keep them then.
Yeah, it's what I mean. It's like during the summer when it gets really, obviously hot, and I'm doing a show for 2 hours, or this for like half a day,
half a year.
The pads, obviously they soak up a lot of moisture, and they start turning a funny shade of green. So, but it's brilliant because you can just pull them off, give them a scrub in some soapy water, let them dry, and they're as good as new.
Just get a second set so you can swap between them.
Yeah. I think I've had 2 or 3 pairs of the muffs, whatever they call them. Are they muffs?
Well, my main problem with
not
them is
going there.
Oh yeah, it can't started.
My problem with the muffs is that over time they lose their rigidity. And then the pressure just gets a bit annoying against
It's getting
the
worse now. These
Okay,
jokes write themselves. They really do.
They're losing their stiffness.
I think
Nothing
next
worse than
time-
flaccid ones, right? So
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the ones I've got grey, but if you get the darker ones, the black ones, it doesn't show up the staining so much. Oh God, here we go. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Well, how are you supposed to know when you should replace them or wash them? Apart from being the yellow.
Well, apart from
The
that,
smell.
but also the smell. When
There's
you have
a
to peel
definite
them off
indicator.
your ears.
Definite
Well,
indicator.
it's the same concept of the black belt in karate, right? It's black because they never washed the belt because it was the sweat of your work. So it's a badge of honor to have filthy headphones.
Yeah.
Oh, I should get an award. To quote that line, if they put a black light in here, it'd look like a Jackson Pollock painting.
Yeah.
A face like a painter. Yeah.
Well, that was the movie Basic Instinct, right? Where they had the luminol, and the guy's like, "Whoa, what's going on in this room?"
But what I want to know is, like, if you want these grey pads for this particular set, it's about 18 quid. If you want the black ones, they're another 5 or 6 quid. The same material, it's just different colour.
Okay.
The black
it's
items always
almost
cost more, like the controllers and stuff that I bought. There's the black one is always more expensive.
But it's almost like the grey velour is what they make in masses.
This could be.
And have been making for 50 years.
Why do they
Yeah.
always leave the lights on over at the school? What is the idea? I mean, they've
Maybe
got
they're
that
teaching someone.
got a huge hall over there. All the lights are on. The new classrooms they built, all the lights are on, but there's no bugger there. It's a Saturday, for fuck's sake.
Where I queue up for record store day in Bury St Edmunds, it overlooks the back of the library, and they
Yeah.
leave their lights on all night long.
But they've turned the street lights off.
But yeah,
Yeah, it makes
There
sense
was
to have
still
the street lights on for safety and for crime prevention, but they should turn them off in the buildings.
Yeah.
No,
there's
but they don't want people breaking into a school and stealing all the expensive stuff you can find in the school.
They're stealing all the
or
bulbs.
maybe they just leave the lights on for the burglars so that they don't make too much of a mess stealing.
Yeah,
can
they don't want to
actually
get
see where they
sued. They don't want to get sued if
Easy
somebody falls
access,
over
yeah.
a desk, isn't it?
are. Yeah,
Right.
quite.
But that's like my brother. He lived in San Francisco for a while, and his car kept getting broken into, and bums would sleep in it. So finally, he said, I'm just gonna leave my fucking car unlocked because it'll smell bad, but it won't be broken.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or buy a skip.
Yeah.
Just catching up with the chat here. What a glory hole? What? Sorry?
What?
Oh, no idea.
Wagyu says, I thought Robbie was going to say the glory hole. I must have missed that.
Wow.
In relation to what?
I don't know. Apparently, I'm oblivious to innuendo.
No, in your endo.
No, in your endo.
No, in your endo.
I missed it.
Matron, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh God! Actually, do you know what? It got me thinking. It was the other night we was talking with Fiona, and we got onto the subject of Carry On films, and we were talking about So what's the best jokes? The funny lines that you remember. And I'm trying to remember the one she was talking about. And it was the one, I think it was in a Carry On Doctor or something like that. And they had Jim Dale and Leslie Phillips, I think it was. And they had, I'm trying to remember the name of the guy, bugger. In Carry On Camping, he owned the campsite.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, him. And he goes, "Come on, let's have a game of guess the ailment, guess the diagnosis." Guess the diagnosis. And this guy's walking along, and he's sort of like, he goes, he says, "Well, look, see the way he's walking, he's clearly got something wrong with his back there. So I'm going to say slipped disc." And he goes, he said, no. He says, "See the way his arms are very stiff and the pained expression on his face. I think what he's done is he's twisted his ankle." So they go over to him as he's still walking across the foyer, and he goes, sorry to interrupt and everything, but we're playing Guess the Diagnosis, and we were guessing what was wrong with you." And he goes, "My friend here thinks that you've got a slip disc, and I think you've got a twisted ankle." And he goes, "So you think I've got a slip disc, and you think I've got a twisted ankle?" Yeah. He goes, "Well, I'm afraid you're wrong." And he went, "Ha ha!" It's like that. And he goes, "And I'm afraid you're wrong as well." Oh, so what is wrong? He goes, "Well, I thought I was going to fart." And I was wrong as well. It's like, oh man. Oh man. That's very elasticy. What is that?
That's Cheddar something. Cheddar Shred V3.
Oh.
The Argonate. Brilliant.
It's a V3 off.
Yeah. Ooh, it's a bit of super wobble.
Who let Skrillex into the room?
Yeah.
I was saying, that sounds like one from the Venom. So
I feel 10 years younger.
So about 5 then, Robert.
Yeah. Quick, pass me a pill. Look what I got. As if you didn't know. Here you go. Right, one for you.
Like that.
Mm.
This is cool.
you're all set for your next Bro Step compilation. Does the Argon have the scale option too, like the Scala stuff? You can import scales to it.
Hi, man.
I'm back.
Good
Where's your
man.
hat?
How you doing?
Has it got warmer now? You don't need your bubble hat anymore.
Nah, no. That was for effect. Pom pom.
It was very hipster.
Oh.
Low blow.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
Oh, dear.
oh, come down, come down.
Very below the belt.
I should have had it on. I was like, where's the hat? Where's the hat? And I was like, missed opportunity. It was upstairs. Oh, gosh. Who's Treasure?
Oh, you missed Treasure. Treasure's Zoe's dog. He was here moments ago. Along with Zoe.
She's writing a new script.
I missed everything. Daggone kids. You're playing a hardcore game of Yahtzee.
Hardcore Yahtzee. Brilliant.
All came down to the Yahtzee. Yeah.
What's it for?
Is that a euphemism for something, or?
No, I'm serious. It was
What,
the
the play-
Yahtzee.
They're playing for loss of fingers. That's hardcore.
Yeah. Yeah. Not with my children. I don't think that's allowed. That's grown-up Yahtzee you're talking about.
That's more the Japanese
Guillotine.
gangster version of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You lose, you cut a digit off. So.
Is this the Argon?
Mm-hmm.
You know you want to, David.
I do. I've wanted that one for a while, but I just bought the Sound Toys upgrade deal. It's like $200, so I got the whole.
The whole
I don't
Sound
think I've ever-
Toys 5.
Yeah, it's a gamble. I'm hoping they're going to add something fun. No, it's solid. You know, it's good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like what they've got is I know the interfaces look a bit dated, but sound-wise, just brilliant.
Yeah, I don't think I bought, but maybe one small one. I think they gave away. Remember, for a while there, they were giving one away a year.
Little Altar Boys always could give away or on sale or whatever. So.
Yeah, so they were doing that. So I had a whole collection of them.
Giving away little altar boys.
Well, you know.
That's a crime in most places.
Hey, it's business.
In Dublin.
At some point, you gotta.
When in Ireland?
Yeah, no, sir.
It's
part of the course.
Yeah.
Actually, it's quite good for doubling vocal parts.
Thank you for bringing that up. I've just realised I own Sound
Well,
Toys,
well,
and I haven't used them forever.
Yeah. I have the whole set and I haven't used it at all, but it's good
No.
stuff.
It is good stuff. It really is.
Little plate is like my main. If I want something to sound like a real plate reverb, just
Yeah.
little plate.
No, it's just that I'd forgotten. Oh, well, I was surprised I'd forgotten that I had
Yeah.
them.
Decapitator's really good.
Yeah. Another one. Yeah, they got cool
What else
stuff.
is the other one I have? Tremolator or Echo Boy? I can't remember.
Come here.
Yeah. Again, both really, really useful for just getting some movement in.
Or I mean, Crystallizer. I know a lot of people in my line of work who use that a lot. Like all, Rick, of course, it's like a classic Hack 3000 program. It's a lot easier to use. That's like, well, you hear a lot to make sounds, things that sound weird. You can very much hear, well, in film and TV as well, because Crystallizer, if you know what it does, you can hear it.
Well, it's one of the original designers of the algorithm started Sound Toys, isn't it?
Yeah, one of it.
Eventide.
There wasn't even two of the Eventide guys who did it?
Yeah, I think it might have been.
Then obviously Dave Durr, the hardware designer, he is Empirical Labs.
Yeah. Oh, this new reverb. It's orgonate. It's like the old one was unusable.
It was a bit gritty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a vintage.
Yes. Yeah. Bit gritty, but also a little loopy as well.
Yeah. It's never bad. It's just vintage.
I must show you my £15 spring reverb that I had back in 1982. Yeah.
What you couldn't afford a Great British Spring?
No, they were £499. Thank you very much. I had to settle for the £15 one that was in a little wooden box about that big. That I bought from a second-hand shop. It was fucking old when I bought it. Its reverb was almost 2 picoseconds or something. It went, it was nothing. It was an awful thing. I think it was probably for guitars anyway. So. Loose change. Well, if I had £1 for every keyboard that's had Fantasia on it.
Yeah.
What, like every keyboard after the D50?
Or soundtrack, some kind of soundtrack copy.
That's what eating a pie must sound like.
Sounds like some Trent Reznor stuff.
What's that you got there, Robbie? Teenage Engineering Mixer.
No, it's too big for that to be that.
Yeah, it's twice the size of one of them.
We got them, but they couldn't afford the cables for it. So
oh wow, that's the deluxe model. That's the 32 channel one, isn't it?
Yeah,
no screen,
no screen necessary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the MacTiny videos?
The what? Sorry.
It was like 15 years ago, or 10 years ago on YouTube. MacTiny.
No. That must have been around when you were born, Robert.
Yeah.
Wow, Timson.
It was a great spoof video of an Apple presentation in sort of like the mid 2000s, early 2000s style videos they did, and the MacTiny, and it was just like
Mac
like
Tiny. Oh,
yeah,
I thought you were talking about some sort of Scottish burger or something.
And it's like trying to sell this amazing laptop with only one button. For the letter A, you press the button once. For the letter Z, you press the button 26 times. and then for other punctuation, he goes like into some stupid combination and say, this laptop is great for listening to music, banking, and corporate presentations. And then you see like this image of two people trying to look at the tiniest graph on that 2-inch laptop screen.
With a big stick pointing at it.
And then at the end, you can look forward to our newest product, the Mac Tiny Nano, which is about the size of a finger.
God.
That's very much teenage engineering for me. You think that was too small? We can make it smaller.
Yeah.
I mean, the Japanese started first. They have tons of miniaturized stuff. So.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they don't have a lot of space in Tokyo or Osaka.
No, it's also cute too. If it's small, it's also cute. The kawaii culture.
Yeah, it's the bonsai approach.
Jeez. Yeah.
I always
Give
like
me a
the
nice-
K-class cars.
Give me a nice hard mixer anytime.
Japanese K-class cars. It was a government regulation that was laid down because they're just slowly running out of space. People couldn't park their big Nissans or whatever. So the Japanese government came out with this directive that every manufacturer had to make at least one car that conformed to this KEI classification. So that's how we got the Honda Beat, the Suzuki Cappuccino. They all had to do it. They had to make a K-class car, otherwise they wouldn't get licenses to manufacture.
The Toyota, where the fuck did I leave it?
Yeah, and they're all brilliant because in typical Japanese fashion, they go, that's a challenge. Let's see, we can make the best possible car with 660cc engine.
Yeah,
that's the biggest that you could have, and every single one of those is like a pocket Ferrari. I took a Honda Beat out once, and it's just like two little bucket seats, mid-engined.
Yeah,
little thing in the boot, in the under the hood. To put, you can put a sports bag or something in there. Little luggage rack on the engine cover. Targa top.
Yeah.
And fucking great, brilliant stereo in it. The subwoofer was set between the two seats, and you sat in that thing and you got the engine right behind you. It sounded amazing. There's proper Honda tuning in that.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a tiny little 2-seater car.
Well, I've driven a Yamaha 750 LC go-kart, so I can attest to how fucking fast those bastards can go. Because when you hit 180, you're going, this is pretty quick. Especially when your ass is like half an inch off the ground.
When you're in a small car and you're sat down low,
it looks faster.
Everything feels the experience, even though you're probably not going. I mean, I took this out for a spin. Down like a dual carriageway, and only had it up to like 80, 85. But out of a 660cc
that's pretty
car,
damn good going. Yeah,
bloody good going. But that's just brilliant. Sort of, if you went to British Leyland or whatever back in the day and said you've got to make a car that's 660, they would just like get a pram,
put a
motorbike engine in it, and that's it. There you go.
Yeah. That'd be a walkout first.
Oh yeah, there'd probably be a walkout and a strike.
Yeah,
but
I was in some tiny Suzuki cars in Japan. They're amazingly small.
Yeah.
Well, the SC100 was pretty sweet, wasn't it? Do you remember the SC100?
Mm-hmm.
Ex-girlfriend had that. The same girlfriend that married Richard. Yeah, she had a little SC100.
The Norwich fan.
Yeah, the Norwich fan. And I used to love driving that. To be honest, it was quite a giggle. Easy to work on as well.
Mm.
Well, on this particular one, because if you pulled away fast enough, the engine fell out the back.
I just sold my wife's last car. So a couple of years ago, she had a Peugeot 106 that was her mother-in-law's, and her mother-in-law had bought it years ago. I mean, it was Y registration, so 20, however many years old that was. Y registration.
That's 80...
84?
83?
83.
Y reg?
No, why at the beginning, not why at the end.
Oh, I was going to say, bloody hell. Classic car, mate.
No. It was something like, it's just short of 20, just over 20 years old. Anyway, 45,000 on the clock. It was, it's a 106. It's basic. There's not a lot to go wrong with a 106, but it was starting to really kind of show its age.
Yeah.
And little things were starting to happen, and I just thought, okay, we'll get something.
The walking stick was a giveaway.
Yeah. So I said, okay, look, let's try and get you something like a Golf. You can't really go wrong with a Golf. It's a solid car. Get you a nice little diesel one with £30 a year tax. It'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
Trying to find one at the right price with the right spec, with nothing. I mean, we don't want obviously super low mileage because you pay for that, but as long as it's not moon mileage. Couldn't really find one. Eventually, she finds this Vauxhall Corsa, and it's the 1.3 EcoFlex, and it's got a few extra bits on it, and it's, according to her, it's a lovely colour of blue, and it's kind of this kind of electric French blue kind of thing, I think they called it. Anyway, went to see it, and she said, "Oh yeah, I like this. And I took it for a drive, and I said, "Yeah, it seems okay." So we agreed to buy it, and said we'd go and pick it up on whatever day of the week it was. And that was the morning that I had my heart issue and was rushed into hospital.
Yeah.
So she phones up the garage, and the bloke causes a huge amount of stink. He said, "Oh, well, you're supposed to come and get it. I need it off the forecourt." Blah, blah. And she said, "Well, can you deliver it?" He said, "Yeah, it'll cost you like £100. So she paid the guy and delivered the car, and it was all a bit fraught. But anyway, so she had this car a little while, and it just starts to show some signs of things not being quite right. Like the rear demister goes funny. The air direction knob.
Yeah.
All of a sudden stops clicking into all the different places and just springs back into the middle all the time. It goes in for its MOT. Brake pipes need doing. Suspension needs doing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. So we decide, okay, that's it. We're going to cut loose. This is not a good car, really. I'm just going to get rid of it. So I put it up on Facebook Marketplace. Knocked a few £100 of what I paid for it because, depreciation. Was completely honest about all the things that were, I had all that stuff fixed because I had to get through the MOT. So the only things that weren't working were the rear demister and the air direction stuff.
Yeah.
So we put it up on Facebook. We got her a Golf. Managed to find one of those. She's perfectly happy with that. Put the Golf up on Facebook Marketplace, and within 3 days, I get this bloke from Norwich say, "Is this still available?" I'm like, "Yes." He said, "Can I come and see it?" And I said, "Yes." "Can I come tonight?" And I'm like, "Oh, what, really? Right now?" Yeah. I said, "Can you not come maybe tomorrow during the daytime? You see the car better." No, I work most of the day, so it's going to have to be in the evenings. So, anyway, he said, I'll get to Stowmarket, and then I'll get a train to you, because we're in the middle of the countryside. So I'll get a train to Stowmarket and a taxi to you. So I go over, because we parked it on the mother-in-law's drive, and I get into the car and I start the car up. The car starts up perfectly fine. I just move it on the drive so I can get into all the things. Just give it a tidy and a bit of a spruce. Turn the engine off, shut it all up, go into my mother-in-law's, have a cup of tea. Bloke sends me a message, he's going to be there in 15 minutes. So I go out, I think I'll just move the car onto the street so you can then just take it. Fucking thing won't start. Battery's dead. I'm like, it just an hour ago it was fine, absolutely fine. And this guy's, he's come all the way from the other side of the county, and he's now coming, oh Jesus, because you can't bump start a diesel. So I had to go and find some jump leads. And this is where I forget that when you attach jump leads, you have to attach them in the right order. So I didn't. And so as I'm looking, I can go, what the fuck? Oh, and the rubber handles on the jump leads are starting to melt. Oh, Jesus, whip those off.
Oh, man.
This guy turns up in the taxi, and I'm by the side of the road with the car that he's come to see that he wants to buy, with the bonnet up, with my car parked in front of it with the jump leads, and oh Jesus, this is not good. So he comes out and he's looking, and he's like, "Oh, what's going on?" And so I explained, and he was really nice about it. He said, "Oh, this it's okay, it's okay. It's probably because it's been sat on the driveway." I said, "Yeah, that's probably what it is." whatever. Anyway, we get the car started, and he takes it for a little drive, and he says, yes, I'll definitely have it. So, brilliant, okay. Things haven't worked out so bad. So we go back up to my mother-in-law's, and I don't want to take a strange man into an 88-year-old woman's house, just so we do all the stuff out on the driveway. And it's getting dark, so the lights are all the outside lights on. And he said, right, I just need to finish sorting out the insurance. So he gets his mobile phone out. He says, no signal. And I said, okay, well, what service are you on? He said, EE. I said, oh yeah, EE round here is not very good. So I said, look, hook into my Wi-Fi and you can do it. Oh yeah, okay, so he does all that. Of course, then the insurance company want to send him a text message with an authorization code. Of course, he can't get it. So he's now getting all frustrated. I'm getting fucking frustrated. And then he goes to do the money transfer because he said, let me pay you first. So he can't do that because the bank wants to send him a text message code. Or they wanted to call him, and then he has to put in a whatever. He needed a signal, he couldn't get it. So by this time, it's about 10:30 at night. He says, can I come back tomorrow? I said, yeah, okay, fine, no problem. He said, I'll make sure I'll have everything sorted for tomorrow. I'll do all the insurance at home and everything. I said, brilliant, fine. He comes all the way back. He's got his insurance, but he still hasn't paid me my money via bank transfer. So then we had to literally ride around the village until he gets a signal, gets out of his car, holds his phone and stays still for like 10 minutes while he does the whole bloody payment thing. The money eventually goes in the account. And by about 10:30, again, the second night running, he's happy and he says, have you got any, how much diesel in there? I said, you've got about a third of a tank. That'll get you to Norwich. He said, oh, is there one nearby that I can fill up at? I said, yeah, it's just around the corner. Because he doesn't come from around here, just around the corner to him is nothing. So then I have to take him, he has to follow me to the bloody gas station. And then, yeah. So I've been dreading a phone call for the last few days with him ringing up saying, your car's broken down again.
It would have been easier and less money to just set fire to the fucking thing.
I know. I knocked another 50 quid off because I was so embarrassed about the whole battery thing. I said, look, you've had a journey down today. I'll knock another 50 quid off. This was before we realised he couldn't actually pay me on the day.
Yeah.
So, anyway, it's gone. The curse of that car is gone.
Well, what was funny with the Mac 1, we saw the Mac 1 for sale and contacted. And I said, yeah, I'd love to see her. And I think, can you bring her around? And he went, yeah. He says, I can bring her around now. I went, cool. He brought her around. And as he pulled up, and I went, yeah, I'll take it. Because I already knew, because what happened was he said, oh, I'll send you a link to Custom Car Mag from fucking whenever, about 2 years ago or something like that. And it's all in there. It's a big spread, and it's there, and there's all the magazine's taken all the photographs, all round it and everything, and what it looks like inside. So I already knew what the car looked like. And so he pulls up, and I said, "Yeah, I'll take it." And he went, "Do you want to look at it?" I said, "Well, I can look at it a lot after I bought it." He goes, "Well, it's 19." I went, "Yeah." So get out the iPad. Right, who do I make it out to? There you go, mate. Like that. Boom. Done. Like that. And he's gone. I said, do you want a cup of coffee? Yeah. You all right with dogs? Yeah. Come on in. Sat in the back garden, talked about cars and shit like that, like you do. Yeah. And then come out and goes, I think it was nice doing business. I went, yeah, absolutely. Excellent. Like that.
But it's so easy to buy and sell a car these days.
Yeah.
And then Fiona goes, "Oh, I'll take you up in the Chrysler." He says, "Well, I'm going back in an American car as well." Well, what the hell is going on? I said, "Yeah, we say, you're American."
Me too. Chrysler back, right?
Because technically, my 300 seat is not for sale in America. The estate, I think it's called a.
Hearse.
Synthetic might know. I think it's called a Falcon or a Mercury or something. But it's not a
Chrysler 300.
Not a Chrysler 300 estate because they don't do it out there. Weirdly. So.
That's strange.
I've been checking out the the EV cars. It's weird how many new car makers there are too. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah.
A lot of them don't even have a car yet. They're like, yeah, it's coming. And you're like, I don't know. This is like the Kickstarter
Apparently,
all over again. You know,
the one to look out for at the moment is the Hyundai Ioniq. Sorry, the Ioniq.
6. The 6 is the one I like. They have a 5.
Yeah.
I actually literally have that up now. I was going to mention it. The Ioniq 6, that sedan is just like.
It is.
Oh man, it's cool.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the one they did before that with the kind of the angular grooves in the side, it's it's kind of like a hatch or a small SUV. It's apparently I don't particularly like the look of it, but apparently as an electric vehicle, it's one of the best you can buy at the moment in terms of price as well.
Yeah, I know. I've been looking at a few of theirs. Their cars are nice too. I know a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I mean they're
Yeah, they might be
that
the
whole
best.
thing about Korean cars is just forget it. You know, it's not
Yeah,
true.
they have some really, and they got some cool small cars too.
Mm.
Yeah, and they got a fuel cell car. I don't. Oh,
Yeah, that's the one that I
Exo.
think. Yeah, that
Yeah,
looks
it's-
good.
I mean, out the front, it's weird. I mean, there was a guy dropping off a, I think it was a Juno 60, and he's going. He says, "This is really weird." He goes, "You got like this 6 litre thing here. You got this 3 litre thing here, and then a smart car."
Smart car.
I said, "Yeah, but it is a Brabus.
There you go.
It
Makes
does
all
go
the
like
difference.
stink, mate. I tell you, bloody paddle
No,
gears.
there's
yeah.
no weight holding it back.
No, I'll tell you what, it done off fucking shift mode. Isn't it? It's really good. Lovely little car.
What's really weird with a smart is just the way it pulls you forward when you accelerate. It's just like, what? How? What? Why? How
Yeah.
does it do?
I like it when when you take the bonnet off and you pull
Well,
the
is there
little
anything
flap
down there?
and you just slide it out and it's like there you go and you just let go of it and it just hangs there on its tag. It's quite a bizarre little thing. We actually started the Mustang with the smart car. Put the
Oh,
jumpers on and started it. I swear blind, I saw that smart car shrink by 3 inches all round as I started the Mustang. The thing just went. That is a big old beast.
Oh, you look at some of the price of these cars, so you go, yeah, maybe I'll just get the OBX8 or something. I don't know.
But the thing is,
That's actually a smarter purchase. Like, how did that happen?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I bought this Mustang with complete gay abandon because if the guy said, well, actually, there is a massive hole on the passenger floor. Well, the whole pan's gone. I go, I don't care. I'll fit a new one. I'm buying this to be able to work on it and do stuff with it. I'm not going racing with it or anything. So I don't care. I'm fine with that. So, but oh man, I don't know.
When they're rusted out. Oh, they had so many cars that you could just see through the road. It was so fun.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's
my dad's
ventilation.
car was like that. My dad had
Yeah.
a car. There was a Triumph Herald.
Yeah, like a
Remember
plank
Triumph?
of wood, you put over.
Yep. And it had its outriggers completely rusted away. The floor had pretty much worn away, and he had
Yeah.
a piece. He had a
No
piece of wood.
seatbelt.
Yeah. Passenger side piece of wood because it was just a
Yeah.
hole, and then a piece of wood his side as well. Because of it was rusted, and it had these wire wheels on it that kept falling off. So we were coming back from my auntie's, and we're all the whole family's in the car. Blah, 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 down it goes, and the wheels going off down this busy high street. And my dad gets out, and goes, shit, and starts chasing off it. And there's a duck pond, and it just rolls straight into the duck pond. And he's there with his trousers up round his knees, looking for a wheel, and then hammer the bastard back on and everything like that. And every time, you go, right, we're going shopping, Saturday, and we're going shopping, going to Fine Fair in Tolworth. And me and my sister would always go, oh, fuck hell, you know what that means, don't you? You have to push the car down the garages to get it started. And if it didn't start, you have to push it back up the garages and then
try
have
again.
another crack at it. Then you park it in the car park at Fine Fair. And you go, right, load up all the car with all the shopping and go, now we've got to push the car. No, come on. Oh, mate. That went on for years.
My dad would buy he'd buy these junkers from this guy who would fix our cars. It was kind of like the movie. Oh God, what's the movie with the kid with the BB gun, where the dad's got the leg lamp that he buys. He wins in the contest.
Christmas Story.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So it was kind of like that when he would we're getting a new car, and he'd come home with this complete hunk of junk, and it was just then we would just totally crucify him for and it was just the whole thing was pretty farcical though. I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
But that was just
Well, when my dad got his second car, which was an Austin 1300. No, it wasn't. It was 1100. Austin 1100. And he's gone sound car, and the headlight fell out. Completely rusted, completely around the headlight. So that was taped on, and that was our life, all the time. And then when he died, because he was the main breadwinner, he died, and then we found out what fucking being poor really, really was. Hence, I'm like I am now. Oh, there's a Mustang. Right, fucking buying it. Might be dead tomorrow. You never know.
It's true.
Bollocks to it.
No, now you're not going to die because you're doing all this cool stuff.
Oh, I don't know. But it's like everything else. You sort of go.
Yeah, you do get a sense at a certain time where you go, if I'm going to do this.
Yeah, with my dad. My dad.
You can't really say I'll do it in 10 or 15 years. You're like, Jesus.
Yeah. I tell you what, I'll remember it till I die. It was a Saturday morning. Came downstairs. Kim went out. My sister went out into the garden. She was playing in the garden. She was about 6, and I was sitting in the front room, and I was watching my morning cartoons that they used to do on a Saturday. My dad comes in with his big mug of coffee, sits down in his chair in front of the telly, and all the cartoons finished and everything like that. And of course, it's now time for Grandstand. Sport, here we come. And he said, "All right, you're gonna come, watch the football with me." I went, "All right, Dad, well, whatever." I was not massively into football, but I used to like sitting with him. Yeah. And because you wouldn't sit, because he did shift work, he worked on the buses, so sometimes he'd come in. I've gone to bed hours ago. I go to school. He's not there because he's doing an early, and it was sort of thing. So I'm sitting there with him, and round about, I think it was about 2:30, something like that. Doorbell goes, and of course it's the milkman, and he's going to want to be paid. So my dad goes, "Oh, bloody hell, milkman," like that. And he gets up and falls over. And I go over to him and go, "Dad, what's the matter? What's the matter?" Because he was like, whatever. And I'm holding him, and he just died.
Oh,
in my head, right? I'm what, 11, 12? I'm like, like this. Milkman's still at the door. Just like that, bang, gone.
Yeah.
And honestly, it has an effect. Sort of like later on in life, and you just sort of going, when people say, "Oh, you might as well, you could be dead tomorrow," and go, "No, you actually could.
Yeah.
If you're going to do it, go and fucking do it now. Do it."
Yeah.
Just
Jackie's
do it.
dad went the same way. Just it was absolutely right as rain, and then I think it was an aneurysm or something. Just dropped.
Oh yeah, no. I remember the doctor saying his left ventricle just exploded.
Oh wow!
But he was the kind of guy. Do you remember? You know when you used to fry eggs or chips or whatever in lard, right? And then it goes all. You pour it all into a bowl, keep it in the fridge, and it goes all white inside. He'd spread that on bread. He'd done that since he was a kid. That was a staple diet, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And camp coffee, smoking roll-ups.
No, they didn't have anything like they do now where they can just they take that little camera or something. It was so easy. I walked in and they just do a little, and they're like, I was like, "That's the check?" And they're like, yeah, good. What's happening? Results tomorrow. And then I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. We should be doing this a lot more, shouldn't we? Shouldn't we just be at the store? Let me check you real quick.
Yeah.
Like you're in trouble. You should stop.
He was 6 foot. Yeah. I think he was 6'5" in his socks. Right, he was a huge guy, right? Massive guy. And he'd been putting on weight and everything. He went to the doctor and the doctor says, yeah, you need to go onto a diet. And put him on a diet of a head of lettuce and 6 pints of milk a day. That was the diet.
Wow.
What sort of a fucking diet is that?
A lot of fat and almost no fiber. Yeah.
Yeah. And wondered why he killed over 18 months later. Bizarre.
Yeah.
But that's the 70s for you, mate. You know, it's... And our doctor, I didn't know at the time, but our doctor had a nickname, Dr. Death. He wasn't a good GP, apparently.
He had good. His numbers were good for death.
Yeah. So but the other doctors sort of like used to cover for him, you know, that sort of thing.
Nah,
So-
it's stuff.
And they you know, I don't personally see it myself, but it's a good an excuse as any. But they said, oh, it was probably, you know, my dad dying in my arms and everything like that. That eventually, a few years later, I'd suddenly have this flip out and become agoraphobic. I'm still to this day don't understand it.
It's
I really don't.
Trauma.
Yeah, I just come back off holiday. I was in a different country, for Christ's sake, and then the following morning, suddenly it's impossible for me to leave the house. Of course, I was still trying to leave the house, but I couldn't stay out very long. Kept coming back, so of course I lose my job within about 2 days, and it stayed like that.
Yeah, my mom died when she was young. It changes your whole perspective for sure. So
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. My mom had she OD'd a couple times. One was really
Wow.
serious, and I remember. I think I was a teenager probably then, but I remember like the ambulances coming up. You know,
Yeah.
her being in the thing. It was just like on the edge, and then I got really weird about. Like you get people are like coming around to see what's going on, and then you start flipping out like it's none of your business. You're just like, but yeah, that stuff. It's funny because you say it just like you're saying it now. You say it. I say it like when I tell my wife some of the stories.
Yeah.
She's like, "Well, you say it so like matter of fact." I'm like, "Well, I mean, I don't really emotionally want to like think about it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
what
you're just
happened,
you're literally reading a list.
what do you want me to
Stuff.
do? Go? Oh,
Yeah.
But it does kind of mess with you. You don't really. It's all there. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And then-
it's like when you talk about it, it's like a duality. There's how you're talking about it and what you're actually feeling inside when you're talking about it. And it's two
part of
vastly
you.
separate things that never meet. Yeah. It's
yeah,
weird
it's called
like that.
survival. Is what it's called.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like
Yeah.
you don't.
This is why it's really bad when things like that happen when the children are young. They go, oh, they're young and they're resilient and they will, they'll
brush
get
it off.
through it. It's actually easier if you're older because you're already starting to carve a life for yourself and you can kind of separate. But when you're young, it really does affect you.
Well, and you think about those. That's why, like, around some of the areas where I grew up, everyone has them. Some of these real poor areas, and
Yeah.
it's just it's a freaking nightmare what some of those kids traumas they live with every day, and everyone's telling them to pick themselves up by their bootstraps, and
Yeah.
I'm like, well, yes and no. Like, you get like it's because I had a few people I hired who definitely had problem childhoods
Yeah.
when I was in my 20s, and they would come in and they would get phone calls like their mom or someone calling or something. So and so's gotten locked up. I need you to do this, or this is happening. And at first you're just kind of rolling your eyes, and then you
Yeah.
go, no, this is their life. This is what they do, right?
Yeah.
Someone gets locked up. Everybody's got to rally, and I'm like, and you're just like, well, how do they hold a job? They got this incredible pressure, right? They're going to choose their family every time, right? Because that's
Well, yeah.
and you're just kind of like, man, okay. And then it
I
happens
mean,
again. You know,
when
and you
when it comes to helping people like this, though, when they say about like you say, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and all the rest of it, and blah blah blah, that's all well and good, but it should be more like how you would teach your son or your daughter how to ride a bike. You don't put them on the bike and then go
start screaming at
go
them, yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
you run
no.
along with them for a little bit, let them get a feel for it, and then let them go. And it should be more like that instead of this. Oh, just get on with it.
And they're different. The kids are different, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Some of them come in, they've already got a little more confidence. They have a little different wiring,
Yeah.
and they kind of do it. And then you get the ones that I was like, and I never learned to swim. I was the only one in the family who didn't learn because I did not just get in the water and try to swim. Like after a few times, I was terrified, right? And it was a perfect analogy of society, right? I could not pick myself up and solve that one. That's fine. You know, I kind of learned when I got older. It was actually really hilarious being in when I was in my 20s with a bunch of like 40 and 50-year-old women and guys. It was just like a bunch of terrified idiots. And then it kind of became a funny story. But the point was that you can't simplify the situations like some people want to do. Like, well, we just, you know, those are the rules. So, you know, and I'm like, well, I wish it was that simple for, you know, what are you going to do? Let the rest of these people just, and then when they fail, you go, well, I guess we'll just lock them up and
yeah.
They just kind of mutter. But yeah, it's also why I never like to judge people on the surface or make too many assumptions, because I don't know anything about people's lives. You know, I have no idea what they could have gone through or just going through. You know, these people can hide it.
Oh yeah, because 9 times out of 10, if they were to tell you everything, you'd be going, "Oh wow, I didn't know that." You know, it's that kind of scenario. But I must admit, this is you know, we'd gone from being, I wouldn't say a well-off family, but we were doing okay, to destitute. We couldn't have. Apparently, Mum said she wouldn't take charity. She had a bit of a mental breakdown over the whole bloody thing, to be honest. But she wouldn't take charity. Couldn't accept that at all. So when they said I was entitled, both me and Kim were entitled to free dinners, free school meals. No. They can come home for dinner. And they used to come home for dinner, and they'd have a hard-boiled egg and a Rivita, because that's what we could really afford. And that was dinner time, and then go back to school again. And we go back to school, and all the other kids, all your mates and stuff like that, and they're eating Cadbury's cream eggs and got sandwiches with pork luncheon meat and stuff like that, and your tongue's hanging out. Which is why I went when I started doing this job and started earning some proper money out of it. I went batshit.
Yeah.
Seriously, I went.
Yeah.
I'm buying things I don't need. And you know, I haven't even got time to use. But it was like I want to be able to do that because I can now.
Oh, you're the squirrel. You're the squirrel now. That's like just come across a big cachet of nuts. So what do? They just like just fill your cheeks. You fill everything.
But where it goes then weird. Fiona's brother. He's got 2 boys. He's got a younger boy. And you know, they're trying to get by and everything like that. And they were around here one day, and he says to me, he says, Cameron's really into drums. Can you ever go on your drum kit? Because I had one of those Elisa's, was it D6? Was it D6 drum kits?
DM.
With DM. Oh, you know, with those sort of like net toms and all that stuff. And I'd only just recently bought it. That's why the cardboard box was still in the front room. I thought, I'll try playing drums. I can't play drums. And his tongue was hanging. I said, yeah, come on, have a go then. And he goes, oh, bloody hell, he's loving that. I said, yeah, can you get it in the back of the car? He went, what do you mean? He says, well, if he wants it, he can have it. I went, really? I said, yeah. How much? What? I haven't got much money. I said, no, just the box is downstairs. Load it all up in the box and just put it in the boot of the car. It'll freak him out. So she goes, you just bought them? I said, yeah, but I don't need them, do I? Quite bizarre.
You better be playing them.
And he played the living shit out of those things, right? Now he's got a proper drum kit and he's in a band with them. He's just like, go for it. So cool. Go for it. Yeah.
Oh, man. I saw a kid like kind of hand drum, like air drumming in Pet Story today, and it was with his dad. And I wanted to walk over so bad and say, you play drums? And say, don't ever stop. Every day. The rest of your life, right? Telling you that's your ticket right there. Not for your career. Just like that's a gift, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not even that great, but it really it's like that kind of stuff is cool. You know, some kids like getting other things. I don't know. I hope my kids like I hope they finally get it, man. I don't know. I might not.
I must admit though, now, after a few years of this, just buying shit for the sake of buying shit, it's worn off. I've got over it now, and I'm looking at stuff, and I'm going, "Why have I got that?" So,
I don't.
It's like that DX1. I mean, I could, if I wanted to, go and put it up for. I mean, just sold one for 22, so say 22 grand or something like that. But Robbie likes DX1s. Yeah, Rob, have a DX1, mate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of at the high end of stuff I have. I get a little bit uncomfortable when I have too much. I don't really know why.
You feel guilty.
So hang
yeah,
on.
I guess.
What were those words? Too much?
I know. I don't know what it. Yeah. What is the definition, right?
Somebody has a weird measure of moderation there.
Yeah.
I do though.
I mean, I still buy stuff, but I slowed down a lot because at the end of the day, I still don't have time to play.
Yeah, I know.
A fraction of what I already had.
Yeah, because I've had the sort of like a kickback from it now, which is guilt.
Yeah.
No, do you know what? I honestly.
Well, that's what's
feel
great about Hardware
guilty.
Jams. I pull out old shit and just start making stuff with it because it's been sitting there for so fucking long.
Well, I feel
bad
really guilty
about
this MPCX. I know how to turn it on, and I did that twice. I mean, how ridiculous is that?
Well, no, it's not that ridiculous. I was about to post. I made a whole Eurorack little system, and I looked at the modules.
Yeah.
I've only played like 2 or 3 of them, and I have been in a weird OCD of building it. So I've been building it for months and months. Yeah. But I realized I've read a little bit of the manuals, but I haven't touched it. Yeah. I guess it's coming. I came from like you grow up and maybe tinkle on the piano or the acoustic guitar or the drums, and it's kind of a you and that instrument, and then having this thing all around me of stuff. It's very. So at some point you kind of deviate back and you're like, whoa, like how do I choose? Like I can't. I mean,
it's not enough when you have one hobby of music or whatever, but when you have like all my hobbies are gear intensive: astronomy, microscopy, photography. Everything is expensive. Everything has a lot of gear, and I have enough time for even a fraction of that.
I don't know how you do it, but that microscope stuff last night was so cool.
Yeah, it was fun. I'm gonna do more of those. So.
Oh, it was like having like we were in class or something. But
I must admit, now I feel like like the poor kid that goes to their rich friend's birthday party and stuffs himself with food and cake and Tizer and stuff like that. And I'm now at the point where I'm in the back garden throwing up. In terms of owning this stuff, it's sort of like, and now I've done it. Now I did that thing where I go, oh yes, I like that. Bye. I'm over it.
Well, it's weird. Like I have my dad's his saxophone, right? And around maybe when I was around 30, I started getting the sense that he wasn't going to be around forever, right? And it was quite a years later that he passed, but he kind of was like, well, we're talking about birthday. I said, you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to get that saxophone from the basement because it was all messed up. Yeah. And I was like, let's go get it fixed. Let's fix it up, right? And I thought maybe I would learn, and we did it. I tried to learn. I just didn't have the lungs for it. It was really hard. It just wasn't.
Mate, it's carbon copy. My dad's clarinet in its little case. And I thought, we should get this fixed up now and can have it out. Yeah. I might even learn how to play one, right?
Yeah.
It's all been done, and it's beautiful, And all I can do with it is herd moose. Honest to God, and you'll have a moose that's suddenly there. I can't play a bloody note on it, but it's now all set up and it's on display. Yeah.
I know, that's kind of, I guess, the next step. Like, there's a point, I guess, the point is like, when do I let go of that thing? You know what I mean? If I'm not going to use it, there's another part of me like,
glass cabinet, mate.
Really mischievous part goes, that might be an OBXA right there, Dave.
It's either that or it's going to be glass cabinet, isn't it? It's going to be on display or it's down the shop. Yeah.
Why could I do Sinister with this? A Moog 1. But then I'm like, no, but it's a weird thing, because it's sitting here and you're just like, what? Yeah. What do I do with this? Huh?
Well, I still got my dad's crankshaft from that Triumph Herald. But I took the crankshaft out, stripped all the engine down, which is pretty good at 12. We got it chrome plated from a friend who worked at the bus garage. Got it all chrome plated and made up a little plaque for it. And that's still knocking around here now. It's from this car from 1961, I think it was, or something like that. And it's on display, in loving memory. Charles.
When I started like rewriting, and I had the whole Ace of Stripe thing, and the whole conceptual idea was, it was me and my dad.
Yeah.
He wasn't really playing in the thing. People would get confused, but I would take his artwork, and it was kind of like we were kind of teaming up, but it was obviously just me. And I did about 3 or 4 recordings like that, and I'll probably do more. And it was, I will say that some of it was very emotional to take one of his pieces, and I would really channel myself into the artwork, into the moment of writing. Yeah. And it's some of the stuff I'm most proud that I've ever done. It wasn't really a technical expertise. It was purely emotional, just visceral, taking the instruments and trying to convey. And that was one of the really rewarding things I was able to do, that I felt connected with him, because I didn't want to pick up his bad habits. I didn't want to end up, he wasn't a perfect guy, like none of us, so I see, like, you know how sometimes you can pick up their quirky kind of, even sometimes not so good things, because it makes you feel closer to them. I've seen that in family members with, I don't want to go into details, but I was trying to find something, the good stuff, the stuff that I go, wow, I was super lucky to have this, forget about the rest. What's something I was really lucky? Yeah. And that's why I did that. So it was a fun time to do it. I don't, at some point you kind of shelve it because it's kind of exhausted. It's, it's a moment. It doesn't mean you can't come back, but maybe I'll get the saxophone out and just make horrible sounds.
Sample it, yeah.
Yeah.
You like that Zorn guy? The Zorn, I forgot his first name.
Something there. Yeah.
He does the stuff with Yoko Ono that's just crazy shit.
Well, it would have to be, really, wouldn't it?
Well, it's her going, and him going,
Yeah. He couldn't play that too straight, it would show up.
It's cool with the reeds, though, isn't it? Where if you played it at all, like that moment when you get it right, and it just kind of, it's resonant, resonating and everything. It's really powerful. It would have been a cool instrument to learn, little kid.
Just seen this picture flash up on Facebook.
Oh man, they're having so much fun.
I just realised 4 out of 5 of those people have been on our show.
Nice.
Yeah, need to get Marcus on.
That's what I just posted underneath. I just said, Mr. Ryle, we need to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
So
wow.
Oh.
God, that's a hell of a parachute, isn't it?
Well, I mean, with him you need more than one show. You need like at least 5 hours to like talk about his amazing career.
Oh, we'll get him on this one instead then.
Yeah, I know some people playing there. I was looking at their Instagram. I was like, oh man, should have made it.
There's some pictures of Manny doing his talk as well, which seems to be very well attended.
I bet. He knows his stuff, man. The time he came on, that was brilliant. I was surprised.
The BP1 presentation was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good flow to it.
Well, he took it. He takes it seriously. You could tell he was prepared. That's what was cool about it.
Yeah. Well, he took over his wife's. Well, his wife's the living room, the lounge.
Yeah.
Not just for that day. He'd had that set up for at least a couple of weeks. Getting camera angles and cabling and connecting and making sure everything. He really went for it. He kept saying, "Oh, we're going to do this." And Scott came over like 2 or 3 times before the show, just to make sure that it was all going to work.
Yeah.
And,
see, that's great. That's just great to put that level of passion,
dedication.
Dedication. Yeah. How do you do that?
Absolutely.
Very glad I asked that, man.
You don't get the doctor for nothing, do you?
Ooh.
Nah, I guess not.
Oh dear.
Oh God, guys.
Yeah, it just makes me yearn for Synthfest. Can't wait for that. It's
Oh,
what are we, a
can't
month
wait.
away. Month away.
It's going to be good.
It is.
Not so excited about it.
No.
I can't think. I just can't put on my finger on why.
Well, we need to get a video link to.
Yeah.
Clearly, you guys need to
No.
put this live, and then one of us.
What you want is one of those things, isn't it? They're like segways with an iPad on top, and they
Yeah.
and you can sit at home.
Yeah.
But this thing walks around as if it was you with your face on it, and you go, "Hey."
Yeah.
Like a hologram or something.
Or just have a loop of me going, "No, you're wrong."
The Spongogram.
Yeah,
They had a
he's like,
they had a place in Sick
Hello,
Rock once where you
Spong.
could drive those
Yeah.
around. It was fun to do a virtual tour.
Yeah, you should do it like
we'll
Max
get there
Headroom.
one day. you know? That's so great.
Is any,
I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Oh,
On the
okay.
subject
Well,
of next month, is anybody here in the UK going to Sian Fiani's concert the week after?
No.
No.
oh.
Is she doing Buchla Quadraphonic?
Well, it is one of her concerts, and I would assume she's using the booklet in quadraphonic as she has
If you
been doing
can't,
for the
if you
past.
can't be bothered to do it at Synthfest, forget it.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
That's gonna be.
She's funny. She's just famous enough that she can fly under the radar, kind of, sort of. I saw her at a Buchla event in San Francisco, and most people didn't know it was her. So.
Wow.
Yes, I should be taking the day off on Friday before and driving up. And
You'll have to do the joke though, won't you? When you say, go, well, we looked for teenage engineering, but we couldn't find them.
couldn't find them too.
Boo!
No, I'm gonna hassle Phil Oakey.
Oh yeah.
Phil Oakey always turns up on the Friday when everyone's loading in, so you can get a peek at everything without having to mix with the hoi polloi. And then occasionally he'll actually come on the day, but like for 5 or 10 minutes. But I'm going to nab him and say, "Oi, you, show now."
Well, if you can joke about TE, you have to joke about the Korg vocals that you couldn't find them at the show because they were packed away, in quotes.
With the fudge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, just to tell him some of your previous guest lists, just to sort of like
It's funny,
jealous him out.
I was speaking with Martin Ware the other yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, yesterday afternoon, and we were talking about the book, and I said, because there's a whole chapter on the split, and it's brilliantly written actually, and it's quite enlightening, and I was just saying that is there ever a chance? I mean, I know because they did this thing called the Steel City Tour a little while back, where Human League were on the same bill as ABC and Heaven 17, and he said, yeah, we sort of, but he said they did actually have they got together, they went out for lunch, and he said it was really nice actually because everything
With Ian as well.
No, just him and Phil. Ian just he's not interested, and anyway, so they started talking, and Phil actually said we should do something, and Martin's like, yeah, absolutely, and he's still to this day, Martin's like, yeah, if Phil said, called me tomorrow morning and said let's do this, he said I'll be there, we'll just absolutely do it. So a few conversations were had, and eventually Phil's management said, over our dead bodies, not going to happen. So it just didn't happen. Then they tried to get him. You remember they did Reproduction and Travelogue live at the Roundhouse. Was it last year? Or was it this year? I can't remember. Anyway, they tried for years to set that up and get Phil back to do the vocals. And Glenn was more than happy to stand aside and let them do that because he's a big fan. And in the end, Phil, again, management didn't go for it. But watch this space. Is all I can say.
What
needs to
There.
happen?
At Full Tank Management.
Yeah, we might not. Oh, it's been But let's say the possibilities are there, and that would be interesting. And that there is also talk of another Steel City tour as well, so that'd be quite good.
Needs to happen.
Apparently they're absolutely brilliant today, Heaven 17, according to my missus, even though Martin didn't give her a shout out as I politely asked him if he would, but he didn't, so never mind.
Oh well.
But
But
no,
not
if
a
you
promise
haven't-
then if he's got that.
Yeah, read his book. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I got the audio book.
It's really good. Yes,
Indeed.
I think
Probably
I'll
head to bed.
Yes, I was just thinking the same.
Yeah, it was one of those I think we're done silences, wasn't it?
Well, beans were not in the US.
Yeah.
When do I need to be at the cinema? That's terrible. 1:30, how terrible.
Oh, dear.
You got plenty of time.
Yeah, see, we keep the
Well, it
momentum going.
means I need to get up before 12.
Yeah.
They're like, what? Come on.
Yeah, you're the one in the bottom box. Got and 1 and 2 and 3 and
Yeah,
4
yeah.
and yeah, and everybody.
I always come on later. Like,
And we're all there going,
come on.
Or you say, what about this thing? And then it starts a tangent for another hour. And then, you know.
yeah, but that happened the other night, didn't it? It was
I
finishing, then it went on for another hour.
It went on for a
Oh,
while.
that was so funny because I was like, bye, everyone.
After show.
Bye,
yeah.
everybody. Yeah, yeah.
And I was like, they're still on. This is hilarious. Sat back down, and I'm like, I guess I'm listening.
Yeah, they go, hang on a minute. The other shows don't do this. What's you go, after dark? What the hell's going on?
Well, I've had it, because the stream keeps going as long as somebody stays on.
Yeah.
As long as your connection stays, even if you drop it. So I've talked to Eddie a couple of times for like 3 hours after the show.
We talked one time. I think.
Yeah.
Me, you, and Rob did one time too. I remember that.
Yeah. I think it was like 5:30 in the morning here.
Just kept talking. I was like,
It's just like, it's getting really bright and the birds are really loud. Could probably go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
I
normally an
remember your window was
indication.
getting bright over there. So
Yeah. You go, wait a minute. When I sat down, it was bright, and it's getting bright again. Not a good sign.
we fucking Ken comes back, wakes up, and like, oh god, they're still talking.
At least there are not too many birds around here.
Maybe we'll have like a marathon, 24-hour, where you just keep it on.
Well, that's not a challenge.
That's not far off reality.
48
is it?
hours. What are
Well,
we
no,
doing?
that's easy. You just have
96.
two teams. You do teams.
Tag
You
team,
see, yeah, and you just people
Yeah,
you
we
just
can
keep the whole stream going for 24 hours.
It would work. It would happen.
Yeah, I'd feel sorry for all the people in the chat following it though.
Wagyu, man.
Yeah, but there's be lots of A's or H's appearing in the text where they're just falling down on the keyboard.
Yeah.
That'd be all part of it. Or people could have little like sleeping areas, and they're like,
Yeah.
no, you don't have to do that.
That'd be a bit creepy. Yeah.
No, you'd have to have a little picture thing. It's just somebody like this, with a little bobble hat on.
Yeah.
We'll find the sleepwalkers.
Have the little test card. That's what we want, Robbie. We go with the chalk.
Or everybody would have to turn their cameras off because it's nighttime. It's like, all right. Everyone's still talking.
But you leave the microphone on and you can hear it.
Yeah. They were talking about some sort of conversation. You go, shh, Robbie's still asleep. Keep your voices down,
it'd be the all ASMR stream. Would be.
Andy would be awake
Be like
the whole
the
time.
weirdest sleep
Andy
ever.
would be awake.
Yeah.
There's no way you would sleep. Man. Be like,
Yeah, it's like when you sort of like I watched Mr. Wiggly's show. Was it last week? And within what felt like after about 10 minutes, the show was finished. I'm like, oh, that was short. Oh, that's 2 hours. Oh, okay. Oops. Wow.
That quiz stresses me out though now. I'm like, oh, I can't do it. Do it again. I just can't. It's hard.
Unless you agree.
But it is effective because, I mean, when the quiz starts, and literally make sure it's on live chat and hanging over the keyboard on the iPad. Yeah, I'm ready.
I only win like when it's a number or color. Like that's when I'm like, oh yeah.
I tell you what, it needs more moderators though, because there's been times when other people have said the right answer first.
Oh yeah, the timing. Oh
And-
yeah, now it's happening.
Well, that's the problem. Is he
The
doesn't.
second one?
The moderators don't. We just clean up the thing. We don't actually.
Oh no,
count.
I don't mean.
Yeah.
I mean just somebody monitoring more.
Yeah, he only has
more
his wife
closely.
pretty much doing all
Yeah.
the counting, and
Yeah.
it's impossible to stuff flying by.
Yeah,
It's
you go
impossible.
like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you start going, I won! Yay! It was me!
But Derek, and I've been on the show, and I've still got. I said it first and still didn't get the points. So, you know,
Right.
god damn.
Well, because Ty needs to win because he never wins anything.
Oh, it's funny. You know, when I'll speak to Ty the following day, and I go, "You bastard! What? I got that first. No, I got that first." And it goes on. No, it was me.
The other problem too is you're seeing your load order, and the chat is seeing other.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah. It's
it can be
all
off by a
different.
bit. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Mind you, he got. I think he got episode 1 today, so he's going to have 2 weeks of absolute shit. Now, on that bloody documentary. Apparently 4 is going to be easy, but this episode 1.
What is he now? Halfway or beyond halfway?
No, he got episode 1. Should have got episode 1 today, so he's going to be starting it today. And so it's like, week and a half, 2 weeks, something like that. It's going to be just. Ugh.
Is all of his stuff pretty much like a classical vibe, or does he do a different?
He'll do all sorts of different stuff. There
Yeah.
was one. There was a documentary on this week that was scored by him. And what the hell was it about?
Did he remember doing it?
Yes, he did. Because I said to him, I said, "How long did that take you to do?" He said, "Oh, that took about 2 months." I said, "I couldn't barely hear a single fucking note on it. It was the track was turned down so low throughout the
Yeah.
entire documentary." He goes, "It might as well not have been there."
Yeah, but you still got paid.
Yeah, but you got paid. I know. Yeah. But you know, if you want your music's worth, because I mean, people say music by Ty Unwin, and they go, "What music? Was there music in it? Did you hear music in it?" I didn't.
Oh, but
Because
isn't
literally,
that
it's
the- isn't
turned
that
down
the
that
goal?
low.
Isn't that the goal of the composer? That the music is there, but you don't notice it.
Not by turning it down, though.
No, I mean
That's a different metaphor.
I mean that was like the notion of the 90s and 2000s that you shouldn't be able to hear film music.
No, you shouldn't hear it. You just shouldn't notice it as a difference.
No, but still, if you watch a Hedgehog, every note of Bernard Herrmann, or I at least notice it. Many people seem to notice it.
What was that fucking documentary though? It was something like, I don't know, Ray Mears interferes with elks or something. It was something
Typical
about
Thai fodder.
Yeah, he always goes for those ones, doesn't he?
Bestiality is my name.
Yes, interfering with animals is my game.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, what was it? It was about something. It was a subject.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, and it was being docued. So yeah, but the few notes you could hear in between the loud talking over the top sounded really nice, actually.
Was there at least somebody talking in a proper English BBC trained voice? Or
No, it was. I can't remember the name of the guy, but I can't. Mind you, I can't remember my name most mornings, so I wouldn't worry about it. It was
And
on
we've
this
done it
week.
again.
Yeah,
I know.
We've done it again.
yeah, it happens all the time.
it's only been 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's not an hour. Like, isn't it?
It's,
Well, I'm
probably, it's because there's no definite host.
Mm.
That's the thing.
Well,
Nobody can control the rep.
All I'm going to say is it's past. I'm going to bugger off.
That's pretty much how it happens now, isn't it?
See you later, Rob.
Have a fun time. See you whenever.
How's the showing? Oh, you fall out of your chair.
No, I can't. There's not enough space to fall out of.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
He's trapped. He's here forever.
Yeah. See you whenever.
All right, guys. Everybody take care.
Take care.
All right, take care, everybody.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, buddy.